Three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. A controversial statement was made by former President Trump today. Now, I'm listening to a rally that former President Trump is having, and make no mistake about it, both Trump and Kamala Harris and likely J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, they're all having a hell of a lot of rallies. That's what they're supposed to do with less than 30 days. I think it's around 25, maybe even less than 25 days remaining until the presidential election. Before we get into the program, I'm just going to ask you guys right off, is there anyone watching that is not 100% certain between these two who they are more likely to vote for? Because they are indeed still holding rallies, traveling the country in the swing states and really trying to get their message out. Is there anyone that is not certain whether they're going to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris? I don't know if that person exists. Kevin O'Leary on YouTube, you're saying me. I'd have to sit down and have a conversation with you, or better yet, even through the likes of social media. I'd have to ask you folks what your principles are, what you stand for, because my humble opinion, the answer should be fairly clear. Now, I'm not saying that everybody should vote for Trump, or everybody should vote for Kamala Harris, or everybody should vote for either, or vote against either one. I'm just simply saying, based on what you believe in, what your principles are, what you believe is the best direction for America, I don't see how you could not be clear between Kamala Harris and Trump. Pro-choice, pro-life, Second Amendment, Christianity in schools, for instance, whether you believe in social policies like universal health care, Kamala Harris is talking about $25,000 home credit for purchasing. I mean, it should be pretty damn easy to determine which one of these two you're voting for. It's very hard to imagine less than 25 days or so, people still are unsure who they're going to vote for. And in the comments, I see Kevin O'Leary says, I stand for the flag and kneel for prayer. Well, speaking of which, now you just stated, same individual, we'll continue with the program, but I do want to address Mr. O'Leary on YouTube. You stated you're not certain who you're going to vote for, but then you follow up by saying, I stand for the flag and I kneel for prayer. I think it's safe to assume most of my viewing audience can come up with a pretty good opinion of who you're likely to vote for. All right, I'll leave it at that, but I think if I ask the audience, who do you think someone is going to vote for that states, I stand for the flag and kneel for prayer? And by the way, that's a t-shirt. I stand for the anthem and kneel for the cross and things like that. That's an actual t-shirt. But I think it's pretty obvious anybody saying that who you're going to vote for. All right, so continue with the program. You see the program is indeed titled, Was Trump Right? Now, or better yet, do you agree with Trump? Now, that's not a rhetorical question. I'm going to base that on something that Trump stated earlier today at a rally. I want you folks to hear this, and
we're a country in tremendous.
You're going to end up giving me your opinion on this.
Distress.
Okay, he wants to talk. Trump wants to talk right now, but that's not how the program works. You gotta hang on and wait for the host. Trump wants to speak, and I want you to hear what he has to say, but he has to wait for my monologue before he can say what he's trying to say. So I'll go ahead and cue up the former president. I want you to hear what he's stating. Now, listen, at the end of the day, I know if you support Trump, if you are MAGA, you're likely going to agree with 95% of what he's saying, probably. I mean, even things that others might view as controversial. But if you're truly MAGA, you're going to agree with about 95% of what he's saying. But I want you to hear this. I see in the comments says, I can't believe that anyone would vote for Trump, says Wayne Hawkins. Why not? There's a hell of a lot of legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, and there are ample reasons to vote against either candidate. I give you a ton of reasons to vote for Trump, vote for Kamala, or vote against him. all about what you stand for and your principles and best idea for the direction of this country. So here is former President Trump.
We're a country in tremendous distress. We're a failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left.
Here's the catch. Listen to this.
And if they come back into our country, they will be told it is an automatic 10-year sentence in jail with no possibility of parole.
Entering the second time illegally, you get 10 years in prison with zero chance at parole. But you think that's harsh? That's not the end of it. I want to give you the second half. Remember, we're asking, do you agree with former President Trump? That's not the end of it. You think that's harsh? Listen to this.
And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. With your vote, we will achieve complete and total victory over these sadistic monsters. It's going to go very quickly. Remember our local police?
With your vote, we will achieve complete and total victory over these sadistic monsters. Let me hear that again.
Total victory over these sadistic monsters. It's going to go very quickly.
Wow. So what do you think, folks? You think the folks entering at the southern border? Sadistic monsters. Damn. So that's what we're going to be at. That's going to be the primary topic of the show. Do you agree with former President Trump that if you are enter this country illegally and you are caught the second time, let's say, for instance, they catch you and deport you. Now, if they catch you and deport you, I'm going to assume he would probably want you punished the first time you enter, but he didn't say anything in relevance to that, so we can't speculate on it. But he said if they catch you and deport you, the second time you enter the country, 10 years, hard time, without any possibility of parole. How many of you folks support that? Now, that's a pretty strong sentence. I mean, I believe I could, for the most part, if I am not shot outright, I think I could break in the home of any American and not get 10 years in prison. In fact, many of the folks that broke into the Capitol building didn't get that. So that's pretty heavy of a sentence simply for entering America illegally. 10 years, hard time, no chance at parole. Now, we also, and I see the comment, somebody said that means that's pretty strong security. But then also you heard him state that any illegal that takes the life of an American or U.S. law enforcement gets the death penalty. So I totally understand a hell of a lot of people are going to agree with the death penalty for anybody that takes the life of law enforcement, but he said any citizen. Now, keep in mind, the overwhelming majority of Americans by far that commit murder do not receive the death penalty. So this is going to be a significantly tougher punishment for immigrants that enter illegally than Americans that commit the same crime. Most Americans that take the life of another American do not get the death penalty. Very, very few. Even in some of the more tougher states like Florida, tougher states like Texas that execute folks. I know Alabama just recently got busy with a few folks. They don't take out no more than a handful of people per year. And you gotta realize in a state like Texas, people are getting murdered every damn day. So they're not executing many people. But he said if you are an illegal and you do it, you get the death penalty. So I want to hear from you folks. What do you think of that? In the comments, Scott Golden says, tell the whole story, fake news. What do you mean? What else do you need to hear him say? Before I go to the box, just for folks who often suggest that when it comes to former President Trump, you don't play the whole story and you don't hear it in context. This is only a minute. I'll play it again. Let me know what you think may be possibly missing from this.
We're a country in tremendous distress. We're a failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers.
Real quick, in regards to what he just said, we'll send elite squads of. What is an elite squad? I'm thinking Delta Force. What is an elite squad of ICE? What the hell is that?
We're a country in tremendous distress. We're a failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left.
Now, somebody in the comments who said, play the whole story, said he only talking about gang member. No, he used the term and gang member. By the way, he also said and hunt down. So folks who are in this country illegally, this is no more of an issue of staying under the radar until you get caught. He's going to have you hunted down. So this elite squad of ICE is not going to be waiting for illegal immigrants to get caught or reported and then placed up for deportation. They're going to literally be hunting, according to him, hunting for illegals. So they're looking for people that are here illegally. How does that work? Just think about it. How does that work? If your job is to hunt and look for illegal immigrants, think about what you would have to do. You're looking for people here who are here illegally. That means you're probably going to be doing checks, surveillance, asking questions, likely detaining folks and checking out. I mean, he said hunt. He didn't say hold them for the. So think about what you're hearing.
Laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left in this country. And if they come back into our country, they will be told it is an automatic 10-year sentence in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
And I'll go to the box. I'm dying to hear from you folks. There's a few other topics I want to talk about, but I really want to hear from you folks. In the comments, someone tried to, federal court, love the name, says, he said illegal alien gang members. He didn't say and. When we're talking about gang members, how easy is it to verify if somebody is a gang member or not? If the police capture someone and says this individual is an MS-13 gang member, is MAGA really going to question that? You can pin that damn label on anybody. If you go before MAGA with a bunch of individuals that I'm 52, but somebody my age or all the way down to about 14, if someone like Trump says these individuals are part of MS-13 or some Venezuelan gang, is MAGA really going to doubt that? You can pin a gang member label on anyone. It's not like every damn gang member walks around with ID or a tattoo on them. You can pin that label on anybody. And if you truly want illegals out of this country, well, shit, he's here illegal. I don't care if he's a gang member or not. Get him out. So nobody's going to check that. It would be pretty easy to pin that on anybody, but I understand your pushback. Going back to the box, and federal court said it's not up to MAGA, it's up to the court. Yeah, but a lot of the court are going to be appointed by MAGA. A lot of the court members, I mean, they're either appointed by generally Bush, Obama, Biden, or Trump. It's pretty easy to find the right judges to go to make that work. That ain't that hard to do. Who's going to challenge it? Going back to the box. We'll start the program off with Nosa E. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Nosa, so starting off right out the bat, do you support what Trump is proposing in regards to dealing with immigrants? Nosa, what say you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. First time doing this. Love the show. I definitely don't agree with this. This is This is crazy, man. I just can't see how he wants to go that far. I understand being tough on immigration.
Don't get no tougher than this. It don't get no tougher than this.
Yeah. This is. I really feel for my Hispanic and Latino brothers and sisters with this, because how can you tell if somebody is here legally or illegally?
You grab them, you detain them, challenge them, and ask them questions, and demand they prove certification.
Yeah, that's against.
Yeah.
That's against their rights. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they're a citizen. So what are you going to do if that's a citizen that you detained illegally just because they're Hispanic? What are you going to do then?
Well, I believe Sheriff Jura Payo down in Arizona, when he was a sheriff, was doing that, and I mean, Trump favored it.
Yeah, but that law is not it's not around anymore, correct? Because they found it to be unconstitutional.
Yeah, but when you got a Supreme Court that's 6-3, that probably will go the other way. But I want to play something for you, because you asked how would you be able to tell or find out who's here illegally and legally. This is it'll take a few seconds for this commercial to play. This is Trump.
I've told them to work with local authorities to try to change the terrible deal the city of Chicago entered into with ACLU, which ties law enforcement's hands, and to strongly consider stop and frisk. It works, and it was meant for problems like Chicago.
So if he gives the police the ability to stop and frisk, that's how you would find out if they're in the country legally or not. So I mean, we talk about the Fourth Amendment. You got a point, but it sounds like he's trying to circumvent that. But once you get a police the ability to stop and frisk, they got access to your wallet and all your ID and every damn thing else.
I mean, ask New York residents if stop and frisk worked.
Was that
successful? It was not successful.
I get so many Americans that cite what Giuliani did in New York as a reason to support stop and frisk. They often say that the crime went down when he was doing that.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. That's hard to believe.
A lot of folks support it. Well, I'll tell you this, from what I can tell, my own personal analysis, most people that support stop and frisk are not likely to be stopped and frisked. You're going to find it generally being age or even older. These aren't the kind of people the cops are targeting. It's going to be mostly minorities that are probably 45 and under. Those are the folks that are going to be victimized by this. And those are the ones that don't support it.
Right. I completely agree with
you. Yeah. So what about the notion of, but if they kill an American or take the life of law enforcement, would you support him proposing the death penalty?
I mean, I'm not a proponent of the death penalty to begin with. So taking the life of somebody else, I know we talk about being Christians. How can you want to take the life of somebody else just because they took the life of somebody? I understand that somebody murdered somebody, or even the fact of like self-defense. What if it's a self-defense case? And we know how a lot of these cases go, that if it's a black and brown person that was defending themselves, no, they really don't get they get the short end of the stick.
Well, and as they might say in baseball, tie goes to the American. So if you got two folks and one person is crying in self-defense, tie goes to the American. In my guess, that's kind of what I think they would do in a case like this.
Yeah, but then it gives, you know.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
It gives people the idea to be, you know, to try and be cops themselves, try and be law enforcement. If they live in these states like Arizona, Texas, okay, let's get a group together. Let's try and round them up ourselves. If somebody is trying to defend themselves and something happens, okay, well, you're saying you're going to give that person the death penalty?
Well, I don't think they would. I don't know if they would have to. I don't know if they would have to try. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump started deputizing people. But real quick in the comments, federal court says president can't just call for the death penalty without due process. It's all just talking points. Well, he is in control of the federal the federal government. I mean, if they can deem it a federal crime, which it really is already, it's a federal crime to enter this country. If he becomes president, if he gets a Democratic Congress or a Democratic Senate, I think it's a good chance, because I don't think you would find a shortage of even Democrats that would support the death penalty for killing law enforcement. Now, some of the other stuff he said is a bit stronger, but you might get some Democrats that would support some of this stuff.
I mean, taxpayer dollar going to death penalty, we all know that it just increases the costs, right? If there's a way to keep that person in jail forever, that is a lot cheaper on the American dollar. We know that there's tons of appeals when it comes to the death penalty.
Right.
It takes years and years and years because there's so many appeals to that. And a lot of times it doesn't go through. And that person is just, using up a lot more of our taxpayer dollars to be on death row.
Well,
if you want to put them
go ahead.
Away for life, put them away for life.
Well, when you say appeals, guess what on YouTube, love the name, guess what says LOL, the Fourth Amendment applies to citizens, not non-citizens. Non-citizens don't have the same rights. Now, the reason I'm conveniently reading his comment now is because you're talking about on death row, you get all of these appeals. He's making it clear that if you're not a citizen, you don't get the right to any of that stuff. They can treat you like whatever they want to treat you like. He's saying that they don't even get Fourth Amendment rights, against searches and seizures and things like that. You can just treat them any kind of way you want.
I mean, okay, that's a fair point. I just don't see how, again, Christian values about killing others because of the wrongs done to others. I don't understand that. I just couldn't do it myself, and Christian beliefs tell us that we shouldn't be doing that. But hey, that's the side of the aisle that I'm not on. Let's put it that way.
All right, no, sir. And I would submit to you, if we went by what Christian beliefs say we shouldn't do in this country, we would realize this country is not very Christian to begin with. But no, sir, appreciate you coming in.
Sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anytime. Moving on with the program. I don't know. What did they say? I don't know what the hell. President can't just call for the death penalty without due process. Yeah, I don't think it's talking points. I think, let me just say this. Why is it that when Trump says something and folks are critical of it, I'm going to say MAGA because this is predominantly where it's coming from. MAGA runs to the rescue. Well, he can't just do this. The same thing when he called for, he's talking about stopping frisk also, but when he called for giving police immunity from prosecution, I often bring that up. Well, you don't have to worry about that. He can't do it. Well, here's my pushback to that, such as what you're saying, federal court, that he can't just call for the death penalty. Then why the hell is he saying it? Why do you know he can't do it, but he doesn't seem to know? Why the hell is he stating all of this stuff that folks like yourself is saying, well, you don't have to worry about it, he can't do it? Does he not know the law? Is he ignorant to the position he's seeking? You seem to know more than he does. MAGA seems to know more than he does. He's making all these promises that you have to come behind him and say, don't worry about that, he actually can't do that. Why wouldn't they tell him that when he's on stage, sir? You can't actually do that. As opposed to applauding as you hear in the audience. So I push back with that. Looking in the comments, you have an audio playing. What do you mean by that? I don't get that comment. Is there something playing in the background? You guys are saying you're hearing or something? He will when he gets all his yes men around him. I think that there's more validity to that. I think there is more validity to what you just stated there, as opposed to suggesting Trump can and cannot do things. One of the viewers said he will be able to do that stuff if he gets an ample amount of yes men. I'll tell you this, 10 years ago, when did Trump come down the escalator? 9 years ago. 8 years ago, 2015 is when about 9 years ago, because he won 8 years ago. About 9 years ago when he came down the escalator, and all of the women and feminists were saying, if you elect this guy, you're going to lose abortion rights. They also said that was liberal fear-mongering too. Don't worry, he can't do that. It's already been adjudicated. It's not going to happen. It's the liberals, fear-mongering. No need to worry about that. But then when he put 3 yes men, as one of my guests said on the Supreme Court, look where we are now. How would you believe that he can't get the death penalty for bad people? If you murder an American or you murder a cop, hell, I'm going to refer to you as a bad hombre my damn self. Why would we believe that a guy who was able to roll back Roe v. Wade in about 20 states is incapable of getting the death penalty for somebody that most Americans think is a really bad person? I would submit to you that's crazy to believe that that can't happen. I really got to disagree with that. Anyhow, look in the comments and tap the screen, folks. Before I go to the next caller, certainly tap the screen. You guys know how the program is. We are MAGA friendly. We've always been that way. Liberals are welcome as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders from having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, including the damn host. That's how free speech works. You favor that type of dialogue, I would ask that you follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube as well. Get us to about 30. We can make this happen. Tap the screen on TikTok. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. You know how the program works. It was pure luck. No other president has ever chosen 3 Supreme Court justices. Mina Hiro, wow. DJ Julio. I saw somebody in the comments said, I don't want to hear from DJ Julio tonight. Real quick in the comments, though, you believe that Trump getting 3 Supreme Court justices was quote unquote pure luck? Obama's pick of Merrick Garland, that wasn't luck. That was Mitch McConnell essentially cheating the system. That wasn't luck. Trump should have had 2 picks. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and I forgot who the other individual, but Trump should have had 2 picks, not 3. What Mitch McConnell did was bullshit. Stated that it's too close to the election and he wants to let the people decide. And then all of a sudden, when it got close to the 2020 election, they changed their tune. It was actually closer to Trump's re-election campaign than it was Obama. So that wasn't luck for that first pick for Trump. Looking in the comments, Ruth Bader Ginsburg being selfish instead of stepping down is a fact. Biden almost done the same damn thing. You might be to constitute that as being luck. But what Mitch McConnell did to Obama was not luck. Arsha Fine, one of my subscribers. We always get a subscriber's first digs. Good evening, Arsha Fine. Death penalty for illegal immigrants that take a life. What say you? Arsha.
Well, oh, sorry. Hello. Hold on. Something's happening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you being overrun by illegals?
No. I don't know what's happening right now. Hold on 1 second.
Vote Harris if you want 4 more years of open border and soul-crushing inflation. Damn.
I'll be back.
Okay, all right. I'll drop you because you sound like you got a signal problem anyway. Soul-crushing inflation. I will interrupt by saying this. They just announced on what is it called? ABC News this evening with David Muir. They're claiming the inflation is dropping. Look, at the end of the day, I understand you may not see it at the grocery store. You should see it at the gas pump because that's my normal spiel that you're paying more for groceries, you're paying more for gas, but the fuel prices are down. So the idea that you don't, because the inflation is down. The inflation is down. So I don't know about the soul-crushing inflation part anymore. Looking in the comments, vote Trump if you want to keep the rich rich and the poor poor. Yikes. But Trump is stating he did more for the poor, particularly blacks, than anyone else. That's at least what he is saying. Stick. Darula. Good evening, Stick. Hey, what do you think? Taking the life of an immigrant, that if you're in the country illegally and you get caught doing it again, 10 years in prison, you take a life, death penalty. What say you?
I think that's some BS that Trump, he's talking for his base, the racist base that don't check facts. They know he can't do anything, but at the end of the day, like you said, because he has those justice picks, he may just be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, at this point, there's no way in hell I would feel 100% confident with absolute certainty that this can't be reality. Because I think there's a lot of Americans that would certainly agree. Let's say, for instance, you're an illegal immigrant and you take the life of a cop or you take the life of an American. Now we know the border towns. If you do it anywhere in the South, if they can't get it done federally, those southern states are going to do it statewide. So at least half of America is going to be down with the program anyway.
Only thing I can say is, what if the Native Americans had that same feeling towards the people that came to this country? Because it's not the people who came here that are in government right now are not the people that actually were the country, should I say. They came, they took over, and now they want to look back and say, oh, this is our country now because we took it. Yeah. If you're going to say it with your whole chest, say it with your whole chest. Now, just because I'm saying that does not mean I'm not, in a sense, proud of the country that came afterwards. It has its moments, but at the end of the day, for me and you, if anything before 1867, and even a little bit after,
a little bit after. Shit, I went to about 1967. A little bit,
exactly. Right. Just a little bit. You know, that's what they're gonna tell you. You know, it wasn't our fault. It wasn't us. But at the end of the day, you benefited, my homie. You did nothing to change the outcome of what we have today and how those democratic cities look, because they're always talking about how democratic cities have this and have that. Well, they only have a lot of poverty because a lot of the people that were in the South wasn't getting treated right. So they went north. And when they went north, they had a little opposition up there too.
Yeah.
They had a lot of opposition. But the whole thing of it is, and this is what I want people to understand when they talk about that democratic plantation, this is how people are, period. You got one person telling you they ain't finna do nothing. They ain't finna try to do nothing. How bad could it be? Just vote for me. I don't care about you. I just want your vote.
Well, yeah, he did say that, but I think there's a hell of a lot of people of color, even African Americans, that believe that under Trump, he was doing a lot for blacks. Trump did more for them than Biden.
Everything that they think that he's done has been debunked. It wasn't his economy. It was Obama's rollover economy. The money that supposedly went towards BCUs and he supposedly gave the most, that's a lie. He gave $250 million. Biden gave $7 billion with a B. So,
well, but I'm going to say this. That is the failure of the Biden administration, the Democrats, to get that message out. But based on what you're saying, I want you to hear this real quick clip. This sounds like what you're saying.
Donald Trump's plan is to do what he did last time, which was give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. And the reason some people think, well, I don't know, I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy.
I'm going to assume you concur.
I concur. He gets an A+. He knew the assignment. He understood the country at the time. He got it whipped back in shape. You got to realize, Obama came in and it was dollar menu. Let's just keep it G. Obama came in, it was dollar menu. Obama came in, gas, especially his last 3 years, was, yes, it had inflated, but it was right where it was supposed to be in the sense of how they do inflation, in the sense of how much gas cost at the time. So then to leave out with a big, hurrah, and it's just a steady line across the board, whether it be an increase in something or decrease in something or something bad, it just levels down. That was Obama. He inherited something bad and made it something good again. He was the good again or great again person, not Donald Trump.
But you do realize a hell of a lot of folks, even a lot of minority Democrats, give Trump credit for that economy.
Well, a lot of them do it because he's their white savior. You know, I say it all the time. If you're voting for skin, at this point, you're voting for skin. You're not voting because he has the right ideals or the good morals of a Christian person. He already told you he ain't Christian. So you're not voting because he's a Christian person. He said it himself, he's not Christian. So stop lying to me and lying to your friends. You're voting for Trump with the exception of, you know, Latinos for Trump, blacks for Trump, and all of that. Everybody else is not voting for his policies. They need to stop.
But wait a minute, when you say
policies, they just don't want another person of color in charge. That's it.
Well, many would suggest that the reason you got Trump is because you had Obama and folks did need a reset. But I will say this, in regards to what you're saying about Trump admitted he's not a Christian and things of that nature, if you are a devoted Christian, you're you have a strong evangelical base, which one of these candidates would be more favorable for your Christian direction you seek?
Well, in the Christian direction, if you have a actual talk with Kamala or Joe Biden when he was the running mate or the person running to be reelected, all you have to do is listen to what they're saying. And when they say, you know, they don't believe in certain things, Biden got up there and said he was a Zionist. So it's a lot of things that they say that if you pay attention to it, you know that they're Christian, but they're using their better judgment and or common sense.
But here's the issue, Stick. Here's the issue.
Common sense issue.
Yeah, but here's the issue. You're suggesting that if you listen to what they say, you never said what they actually do. I would submit to you, if you are a strong evangelical and you're basing your choice on what they have actually done, Trump is in a different galaxy than Biden. You're going to go with Trump by literally galaxies over Biden. I'm talking about doing things to promote Christianity. Trump has done that, even while saying he's not Christian.
Yes and no. He's taken money and done a favor for some people. He's put those judges. He don't care about abortion.
Doesn't matter.
It matters because he's only pushing an agenda. Again, what you're saying is the evangelicals wants him to basically push the abortion issue. He did that. He lined up the judges. They turned it over to the states. And now those Christian red states are doing their thing with abortion.
Without Trump, it would not have happened.
Without Trump, it would have never happened. But the thing of it is, Tim, you're making it sound like all around the board, he did something good. He did nothing good. He might have did something good for his base, for those radical.
I'm talking about
that think people are having 9 months abortions, but he hasn't done anything for women. He hasn't done.
We're not talking about women. I said evangelicals. Now you're on women. I said in regards to it being a strong Christian, which one of these candidates do you believe is promoting a strong Christian America between Kamala Harris and Trump? And you're saying you don't know?
No, I'm saying I know that Kamala is a God-fearing person versus Trump. Trump has never asked for forgiveness, my man.
I get that.
Come on, Tim. I get it that you always do the devil's advocate. You give us pushback. I know your stance. I know that you're, liberal. I know that basically you're on my side. But
I don't think I see it. I don't see it your way on this thing. Let me tell you. You keep saying that Trump is not Christian. Here's the scenario I'm giving you. If you're drowning in the water and you need somebody to throw you a life preserver, even if the guy pulling you out thinks you're a piece of shit, doesn't matter what he thinks. He's the one that saved you. What Trump is doing is very beneficial to evangelicals. Doesn't matter that he's not one of them.
So he saved them. He saved them.
He is giving hear me out. Under Trump, you got schools that now require children learn the Bible. You got schools that require children see the 10 Commandments. Evangelicals would have never got that without Trump.
But I'm saying that again, for the Americans, for the United States of American citizens, all in total mas. I'm saying it in Spanish as well. In total mas. What does that now, in a sense, have those rights versus the women having their own rights. That it helps nobody but them push their agenda, is what I'm saying. So he really didn't do anything great or grand. He just did something and lined it up. Just like I feel like right now, he said under Joe Biden, America would be this, and this. It would be violent. It would be bad. Who knew that he would be the reason why America is so violent?
Well, and you're not and there are plenty of people that agree with that. I got to move it on, but you and I definitely disagree in regards to which one of these candidates. If we you could put Obama in there too. I think Trump has done more for the evangelical voting base than any candidate in our lifetime. You disagree, you're entitled to that. But go ahead, real quick. I get the last word.
Last thing. I'll just say this. You have a guy that has his 34 felonies. He has his.
I'm not arguing.
34 felonies. He has been found liable, right? Of SA.
Okay.
And then you have on the other end that I wouldn't say the right hand of God, but a prosecutor. You have attorney general, which is, I believe, the top cop. And then on top of that, a vice president. And so in all of those steps, I don't see the scamming, and I don't see the what's the word I want to use? I guess the celibacy, and he don't have that in him. He can't do that.
I don't disagree with that.
I see more Christian in her than I see in Trump. And then I think that if the evangelicals stop drinking the Kool-Aid and come up out of it, they would see that too.
All right.
I'll end it like that.
All right, Stick. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you. And as moving on the program, and I don't know, my screen acts funny here. By the way, tap the screen. I'm going to keep soliciting it because the numbers on TikTok are low, even though YouTube is pretty fun. Tap the screen on TikTok. We get us up to about 40,000. I'm going to keep pushing that because I don't know if I've been shadow banned due to the topics we discuss on TikTok, but YouTube seems to be okay. Just real quick, I think what my last caller was suggesting is Trump is no Christian. I don't disagree with that. He's on video saying I'm not one of you. But the reason me and him had a disagreement, in my opinion, is because I was talking about which individual has done more for evangelicals and Christians in the country, not which individual is more Christian themselves, which is kind of why I use the throwing you a buoy if you're drowning. If the guy who throws me a buoy is standing next to my best friend, and my best friend doesn't throw me a damn thing, but the guy who throws me the buoy thinks I'm a piece of shit, when I get reeled out of the water, I don't say, well, this guy don't like me, but here's I'm a guy who is not a Christian himself, in my humble opinion, has done more for Christians than any other president in my lifetime. Certainly with rolling back Roe v. Wade, that's something they've been trying to get for 50 plus years. Reagan, Bush Jr., Obama, Biden, none of them did that. It came from Trump. And like I pointed out, now there are 10 commandments and Bibles in schools. I mean, he has done a lot for the Christian religion, which is why the evangelicals are likely to vote for Trump, probably at least 75, 80%. And I could be underestimating that. If that is one of your primary reasons for voting, is who is going to protect Christianity, you got to go with Trump. If that is the main reason you're voting, because he is, whereas the liberals are going to take Bibles out of schools. I mean, the liberals tend to be more in terms of religious freedom. The right is more in favor of almost forcing Christianity upon you, because that's what's going on in Oklahoma right now, where they got to read the Bible. In Texas, in Louisiana, where they have to look at the 10 commandments every day in schools. They're literally forcing Christianity upon you. So if you're evangelical and you believe that, Jesus Christ and God are the only true God, then why would you not vote for Trump? That doesn't make sense to me. But I get some folks disagree. Tap the screen as always. Going back to the comments, church in the morning, hanging at night. Damn, Charles. Yikes. Tim, how much money to buy the Bible from Trump from nobody else but from him to come on him. I get your point, Orlando, as you're saying that Oklahoma has deliberately altered their parameters so that the Trump Bible is the only Bible that'll qualify. Look, at the end of the day, Christianity and corruption go back damn near as far as Jesus and Easter. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like Christians, Catholics, Lutherans, Mormon, they're not corrupt. There's corruption all over the damn place. I mean, the fact that Jesus needs money should tell you every damn thing you know, but that happens at church every Sunday. So I agree, it's corrupt as hell. But I'm just simply saying, if you're an evangelical and a Christian America is what you seek, I think Trump wins hands down in regards to that. Have you ever heard of the Antichrist? Yes. My ex used to call me that after a good orgasm. Let me go back to the box. Arshafine, let's try if we can bring her back up. Good afternoon, Arshafine. Welcome back to the program. How about who got rich in politics and didn't take a paycheck? I don't buy into that, Scott Golden, the notion that Trump didn't take a paycheck because he had to bring up the emoluments clause because he was using his businesses to put dignitaries in. He was making a killing. Arshafine, good evening.
Yeah. Hi. Sorry about that earlier. My iTunes was trying to play us some slow jams or something.
Okay, fair enough. Nothing wrong with a little Luther every now and then.
I know, well, something, I don't know, but yeah. So I had been listening to the audio that you played earlier, and I actually saw the rally as well.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't in person, but so
you got to go to a Trump rally. It's pretty energizing. I've been to a couple of them. They can be pretty interesting.
I'm good. I'm good. I'll take your word for it, Tim. If, you know, some people are into country music. It's not my jam. Okay. It's okay.
Okay.
But what it really reminded me of, like, listening to, going out, we're gonna hunt them down. It kind of reminded me. I mean, I really don't like to say it, but a lot of World War II Nazi Germany.
Yeah. Well, when he started talking about an elite team, I don't know what that means, but it definitely sounds kind of scary.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I'm a biracial, Black woman, and I can pass for a lot of things, but I can't pass as white. I can tell you that. So, I mean, as far as stop and frisk. It was, stop now, ask questions, oops, later. It's just kind of like when you're, every time I go to the airport, I'm traveling overseas and I'm coming back to America. I'm traveling back with my family. I'm the only person that gets pulled to the side and has all my stuff, dumped out and getting patted down. So it's like, is that what's going to happen? We're going to have checkpoints where people that look, and what is the look? That's the thing that's scary. What is the look? Because you can't just look at somebody and be like, they're an undocumented immigrant.
Well, the look is going to be up. The look is.
They might think you're Haitian, Tim.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't tell. The only people that we can tell are the ones that look like him.
Yeah. That is true, and that's the problem. Is going to be up to the discretion of the police. And yeah, you're right. The police can stop if they can stop and frisk. Then they can say, "Look, at the end of the day, I thought she was, I thought she was Mexican, or I thought he was Haitian." Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, exactly. Because I have a lot of Mexicans that think I'm Mexican. I have a lot of Puerto Ricans that think I'm Puerto Rican. I can't tell you how many times people start speaking Spanish to me everywhere I go.
Wow. So you're in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, but I'm originally from mainland. I mean, my family's from Chicago, so I'm from Oregon originally. I grew up in Portland.
Now, you guys don't have any immigration issues in Hawaii, do you?
Tim, there is no diverse racial majority here. We have Filipino, Japanese, Korean, Chinese. The minority are Caucasians. So everywhere you go, you don't know who's who. You don't know. Just it's brown.
Wow. Okay.
You know.
I gotta say I'm ignorant on Hawaii culture for sure. I've never been there, so wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, I am not Hawaiian. I'm not claiming to be Hawaiian. Like I said, I live here. I have zero Polynesian ancestry, but yes, I'm lucky to live here. I love the aloha spirit and all that great stuff. Another thing I was going to say in regards to, Donald Trump handing it over to evangelicals. I would consider myself a Christian. I mean, I Catholic, stuff like that, but I am also pro-choice.
So what about him suggesting that if you enter the country illegally, you get 10 years hard time? If you get caught the second time, 10 years hard time, no opportunity for probation or parole. And if an illegal immigrant take the life of an American or law enforcement, automatic death penalty. Would you support that?
No, I think what we should have done is if you get caught, then you get deported. Like, we don't need to be paying for them.
What if they come in a second time, though? What if they come in a second time, like he's talking about?
I don't support the death penalty, so that's just a nope for me.
What about the 10? Well, he's saying if you get caught coming in the country a second time, you get 10 years hard labor, no parole. Would you support that?
No.
So
again, we're going to be paid. So what? So you don't want them here so that we pay for them undocumented, but you want us to pay for them in prison.
Yeah. Well,
doesn't make sense.
Well, the belief is that if you give them hard time, they will stop coming, so you won't have to do it.
Well, there's a lot of ideas. There's the idea that the death penalty deters people from doing bad stuff, and that's not true.
That's a great comeback. And by the way, if I'm trying to escape the cartel or like Haiti where it's a war zone, I'd be willing to do 10 years. Like, for instance, the folks leaving Gaza because the Israelis are bombing them into the Stone Age, I bet if some of them could get 10 years in a U.S. prison, they would take that as an opportunity. You're safe. You're not going to get killed. You got food. You got clothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, a U.S. president might be safer than if you're in Venezuela or if you're in some of the, where the, or in Haiti, where the gangs are like, chased off their leaders and, African nations are having to come and save that area. And it's,
right.
It's just scary to me. And what was even more frightening to me, Tim, was the sound of the cheers.
To what he was saying in regards to
and the cheering of the people. It was just like, what in the world is happening? And that's what I said. It reminded me of World War II Germany. It's because I'm pretty sure a lot of these people were like, yeah, it's a great idea, because guess who that mustache man blamed? He blamed one particular group of people for the failure of Germany, remember?
Yeah. Do you see similarities? Do you see genuine similarities between Trump and Adolf?
I see genuine similarities between Donald Trump and authoritarianism. Like, why is all his friends, like, why do they make people disappear off the map? You know what I'm saying? Like, the leader of, the Turkish or Hungarian president, Vladimir Putin, you can't even run against him, right? He's like going to be the infinite, or Kim Jong-un, like, there's no democracy in that. I mean, he talks about the strength of what that is, these strong leaders, and none of those leaders.
But how do you respond?
He says America first, but then he buddies up with America's enemy. So that's what I don't understand. Like, how can you be? And then you're anti-China, but in Oklahoma they had to roll back those Bibles because they found out that they were made in China. They were the Trump Bibles.
But I'm going to push back because a lot of folks will say, and I see your comment, Gen X says ain't no Mexicans or South Americans swimming to Hawaii. That's true. That is true. But how do you respond to folks who might suggest we had 4 years of Trump and all this dictator talk is bullshit because he didn't do it then? If he was that type of guy, he would have done it then. How do you respond to that?
revenge tour right now, though. He's a different guy. He had a Mike Pence, he had Mike Pence that was a little bit level-headed. He didn't have the whole Supreme Court at that time. And let me go back to the guy saying people aren't swimming here. I would have to say that I am one of the very few people that I work with that is an American-born citizen. I work.
Yeah, but they didn't swim there. You don't have a lot of folks showing up at your shores by watercraft, do you?
I don't know. We got a lot of things that show up on watercraft.
That's a long. I mean, you guys are a long way from anywhere. Do immigrants really try to get to Hawaii? I mean, you'd have to know what you're doing to be able to navigate. You could easily miss those islands.
The Philippines isn't very far. Japan's pretty close. I mean, like I said, we don't think of stuff like that here. Like, it's just a different vibe altogether. Yeah. So it's just different. I mean, like I said, I'm from Oregon originally. A lot of Hispanic people there, a lot of, Koreans, Vietnamese. Like, I think you and I had this conversation before. It was all about the Vietnamese, and they were eating the cats. And, I think it's if it's not one thing, but it's another. We just choose a new villain that happens to not be Anglo-Saxon, or what do they call WASPs, So, I mean, then it won't be the Hispanics. It'll be, now it's the Haitian, it's just something all the time. Just, it's a.
So what you're saying is everybody but white people.
Well, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, yes.
Well.
WASPs, yeah.
I get a lot of guests that say that.
And because when he talks about Chicago, Tim, my family being from Chicago, so my dad was born and raised on the South Side, Black family, oldest of 8. Like, when he talks about the problems of Chicago, and he's not talking about, we both know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, folks are going to say, well, blacks are the ones in Chicago committing all the crimes, so that's why. I mean, yeah, I mean,
but that doesn't mean, one, that they should have their constitutional rights stripped from them.
I don't argue with that. I don't disagree. I will say this: it doesn't matter what, in terms of fighting crime. Yeah, I don't believe anything gives you the right to take people's constitutional rights away, because we don't want the liberals taking away gun rights to reduce gun shooting. So I do agree with that, but Arshafan, I'll give you the last word. I got to move on.
Let's just remember the Fourth Amendment is just as important as any other. And for all those people that say, oh, he just said that, he doesn't really mean it, then why are you voting for him?
All right. Thank you for it. Appreciate you coming on. Good talk. Now, and I will move on with the program, but there's a host of reasons why you might vote for Trump, economy being number one. But she made a good point. I do believe that there is no such thing as one amendment being more important than the other. The Bill of Rights is the Bill of Rights. So I don't believe that you defend the Second Amendment, but you support stop and frisk, which is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Or you got Trump talking about a year in prison for burning a flag, which is a clear violation of the First Amendment. That doesn't make any sense to me. If you support the Constitution, you support the Constitution. Everybody seems to be okay with rolling it back if it fits their agenda. I'm not a fan of that. Looking in the comments, I see you, Mark. Mark wasn't in favor of my last guest. Says, next guest, please. Between 1900 and 1920, they were complaining about people from certain European countries. True, Chris. Fact is, now we're talking about Haitians and folks that are coming across the southern border, and because they're brown, and people say that we're racist against brown immigrants. But Chris, you have a point. America is an anti-immigrant country. I've said this numerous times on the program, and I'll continue my spiel. Take another caller. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 40,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. 40,000. See if we can make that happen. I'm really struggling on TikTok today. YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. Get us up to about 50. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. This is free speech. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. You're entitled to speak. Doesn't matter who you criticize. You're entitled to do that as well. But as I stated, in regards to what Chris said in the comments, between 1920 and 1900 and 1920, they were complaining about people from certain European countries. Well, first of all, let me make it clear, between 1900 and 1920, you couldn't migrate here if you were from a brown country. So that's the first thing. They only had Europeans to complain about. You weren't going to show up from Ghana or Somalia. They weren't going to let you in. But I will say this, unless you want to say the Italians are brown skin. We can debate that. But what I was saying is that, excuse me, America's an anti-immigrant country. Not talking about Trump, not trying to pick out a certain candidate. America has always been an anti-immigrant country. I believe personally, you guys can let me know if you think I'm wrong. Feel free to do that in the comments. But I've always believed we fall under the category of takes one to know one. We know what we did as immigrants when the Native Americans let us in. So we tend to assume if we let people in, they're going to do the same to us. Takes one to know one. If you are a burglar, you lock your shit up at night because you think people might burglarize you. Takes one to know one. Shoplifters don't leave shit unlocked because they expect people to steal from them. And that's us. We were by far, and I mean by far, America was the Americans or the English settlers, the colonizers, whatever the hell you want to call them, were the worst immigrants to ever come to this country. Out of every group, Polish, Jewish, Chinese, Japanese, folks from the southern border, you can even throw MS-13 and all of that shit in there. The original English settlers, I'm talking about the Christopher Columbus types, by far were the worst immigrants to ever come to this country. All of the shit we might say that the Haitian migrants or MS-13 or the Hispanics would do, they did all of that. They did all of that. They were rapists. They were murderers. They destroyed the environment. You're talking about eating the wrong damn animals, making things extinct, destroying the environment. By far, the original immigrants to come to this country were the worst out of every group that has come here. And they're in control. And they know what they did. So they are hesitant to let other folks in because they believe they might do the same. So when I say we're an anti-immigrant country, what I mean is every group of immigrants that has come to this country since we conquered and made this country ours has been faced with resistance. We were not friendly to the Italians. We were not friendly to the Irish. We were not friendly to the Polish. We didn't even let the Jewish in after World War II. And they were trying to flee the Holocaust. We didn't even let them in. We later had to apologize for turning so many of them away. We are not a country that is friendly to immigrants. We just aren't. So what we're doing with the folks coming across the southern border and the Haitian migrants, it's kind of the American way. It ain't something you can specifically put on Trump or some Republican. We've always been that way. We've always expected any group of immigrants to come in this country to do us wrong. That's kind of what we do. And it didn't just stop with the Native Americans letting us in this country. A lot of other countries around the world that we went into, for lack of a better term, we fucked them up too. A lot of those countries, look what's going on in Iraq right now. We didn't leave that country great. A lot of those other countries that let us in those countries, we jacked those up as well. So I just want to point that out. There's a reason why we're anti-immigrant in this country. Is because it falls under the category of takes one to know one. Look at it in the comments, though. We don't need any more people here. Mike, that ain't the reason, though. If you believe America doesn't need any more people here, whatever, yeah, fair enough. But that ain't even the reason they're citing. They're citing that the people coming here are going to do the same shit we did to the Native Americans. They're citing they're going to be rapists and murderers. They're citing that they're going to eat the pets of people. They're not citing that we don't need any more people here. They're citing they're going to come here and rape and pillage every damn thing. That's what the leaders are telling you. They're not talking about we're too crowded. They're talking about those folks are dangerous. What we did when we came here, up to and including they're going to bring diseases with them. Sounds familiar? Smallpox, Native Americans, damn near hundreds of thousands of them died off. Now we're accusing the immigrants of, well, if we let them in, they're going to bring diseases. They're not clean. It all sounds familiar if you just listen to it. Looking in the comments real quick, maybe you should go watch Kamala's new campaign commercial and come back and tell me what kind of man you really. Husky Mom. Hey, can't hate on my BBWs. Husky Mom. Now that's a nice name. Real quick, I want to say this to you, Husky Mom. You're saying go watch Kamala's new campaign commercial. Let me know what the campaign commercial is about. I'll see if I can find it and play it on the show. Love your name once again. No taxes on tips, overtime, and car loans. Dirty money. Here's one of the things. Before I go back to the box, take down the Statue of Liberty. Charles Vine. Well, I'll talk about the Statue of Liberty in a minute. Because you're talking about bring us your tired, where you're poor. Real quick though, I forgot you guys are coming. You guys are really good on the participation in the comments. I was wanting to respond to somebody said, and you said take down the Statue of Liberty, and you threw me off. But I will say with the Statue of Liberty, I often say there are 3 phrases that we say in this country that are akin to, if you need anything, call me. What do I mean by that? You ever been to, let's say you have a friend pass away, somebody you care about, a family member or relative pass away, and at the funeral, because you are grieving, it's not uncommon for, maybe another friend, look, man, sorry to hear what you're going through. If you need anything, call me. Fact is, that person doesn't mean that. That is just a salutation because they know what you're going through. They don't actually want you to call them and ask them for shit. It's just something you say to just to get a message across. That's it. They don't actually expect you to call them and ask them for money or a place to stay or any of that. It's just something they say. The reason I'm bringing that up, because you mentioned the Statue of Liberty, 3 phrases. Bring us your tired, where you're poor, which is on the Statue of Liberty. All men are created equal, Declaration of Independence, and separation of church and state. All 3 of those phrases, call me if you need anything. They didn't actually mean that shit. They didn't actually mean when they said, bring us your tired, they didn't mean for people to actually show up. When the people showed up, it's like you calling your friend after the funeral. I wouldn't expect you to call me and ask me for some shit. That's what it means. They're just do-good phrases to make us sound good. Feel-good phrases that are not meant. Separation of church and state. They literally damn near opened up the Bible and started writing laws. They didn't mean that. Obviously, all men are created equal wasn't worth the ink it took to write it. We know that wasn't true. Hell, even white men that didn't own property couldn't vote. So that statement wasn't worth the ink it was used to print. And then, of course, bring us your tired, you're poor. When you look at the history of America, we were hesitant to let any damn body in the country, regardless of race. So call me if you need anything. Going back to the box, thank you folks that are tapping the screen. We might get to 40,000. I may actually have to start this live over on TikTok on the backup. I really believe they're shadow banning it or something so badly that I may start it over on the other side. We'll go to busy in the on the box. We'll see if it works this way. Otherwise, I may start it over on the backup page. Busy. Good evening.
Good evening, Tim. How you doing, man?
I'm in the trenches. We're talking about entering the country illegally. If you're caught a second time, 10 years hard time, no probation or parole. What say you?
I say that's a little harsh, Tim. I get what he's trying to say, or what he's basically reaching for, and that's trying to be a deterrent. But 10 years in prison, you got people that does less time than that for more heinous crimes than just trying to escape poverty. So I don't necessarily agree with the 10 years in prison just for trying to re-enter the country. But I will say this. I'm a black man from Chicago. Okay.
So am I.
I don't really like either one of the candidates. Okay. I'm going to say that also. But if I basically have to be honest about it, I like some of Trump's talking points more so than
Give me some examples.
The tariffs on imports, bringing some of the jobs back to America,
the actual fact that he actually went through the process of being elected as the Republican nominee. You know, I felt more like Camilla was just given to the people because Joe had to, back down or whatever. And I'm kind of like I wouldn't say a conspiracy theorist, but more like a analyst, sort of say.
Let me ask you something. I'll let you continue, but let me ask you, in regards to you suggesting that you're not favorable to Kamala getting the position, without being elected. Are there any other liberals? We're talking Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer. Are there any other liberals out there you would have favored?
I would have just favored a process in place where people actually get to.
But you don't have one. You don't have one you favor.
I don't want to just come right out and get to throwing names around and stuff like that. I just didn't like the whole process being overlooked, and it's just like, this is what you get, this is what you got. Deal with it, or it's either her or Trump.
Is there any liberal? Let me ask you this: is there any liberal? And let's not talk about Obama because he can't run. Is there any liberal right now in politics that you would probably pick over Trump?
Michelle.
Other than Michelle Obama, because she's not really a politician.
Well, you know what? Yeah.
Give me a name.
Like I said, Tim, I don't really want to name.
Why? You come on the show, you know I'm going to ask you these questions, Busy.
No, it's not that I don't want to answer the questions. I just don't want to play the hypothetical game, right?
You can't give me a liberal that you would pick over Trump. That's not a hypothetical game. You don't resonate with any of them?
My main problem, like I said, Tim, is the fact that nobody really had a say, right? She basically disappeared, right? She's the vice president, I get that, right? We haven't heard from her during this whole term, basically, and then she surfaces and now she has all of these things to say, and I feel like she spent too much of her time. Okay, put it to you like this: if they're saying that he's such a bad guy, he's so terrible, this, that, and the other thing, then my thing is this: if you're that much greater than that person, why even entertain that? You know what I mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean by entertain? What do you mean by that?
Well, getting up there and going back and forth and saying, well, this guy did this, and the mudslinging basically or whatever. It's
so wait a minute.
I feel like.
So you do realize that if she takes your advice and doesn't do the mudslinging, then that means the only mudslinger is Trump because he's not going to stop. Are you saying that she should just let him be the only one mudslinging?
Well, I'm going to say this. She would make herself more favorable being placed in that role if she didn't entertain that whole mudslinging thing, At that point, it seems like she's just picking up the cue cards and going back and forth like children. Okay, I'm not saying Trump is the end all or the greatest or anything like that. My whole thing is that he hasn't been in politics for very long.
He's been in politics for 9 years. How long does he have to be in it?
I get that. I understand that, but you have other candidates or whatever. Well, that like Joe himself. How many years has
but I get your point. Joe's done it his whole damn life. But at some point, you don't need to be in it your whole life to be seasoned. Trump's been in politics for 9 years at this point. He is a politician. All of this, he's not a typical politician anymore.
The root of the man of Trump isn't as a politician, though. He's more so a businessman than he would have been a politician. Like, he was brought up in business. You know what I mean? Not in politics.
Well, but we can say that Kamala Harris is brought up in law. I mean, she's not a typical politician either, based on that mindset. She's brought up in law.
And a lot of the law that she basically sided with wasn't in favor of people that look like me. Just like I know Trump has his dirt too with the five and all that, and all the things that he did and all, you know.
I'm not. What about? But you're talking about what he did. What about him promising in promoting bringing back stop and frisk and giving police immunity in liberal cities where black people are? Do you support that?
Like I said, he has a lot of things that's on the line there. I don't necessarily say I support it 100%, but I can see where 4 years of stop and frisk wouldn't necessarily kill the world either. You know.
What do you mean? Now you're in Chicago.
We can clean up a lot of stuff if we were able to cut it off. You know, it'll make that 14-year-old that puts that gun in his waistband and you know, go outside to walk to the gas station think twice if the police can lawfully pull up on them and say, "Hey, what's that in your pocket?"
But wait, busy.
It will curve some things. I get what you look.
No, I don't think you do. Here's the problem. When we talk about stop and frisk, we automatically go to the notion that it'll make criminals think twice. We completely skip over all of the innocent people that will be wronged by. What about those folks? What about the guy that's on his way to the airport to catch a flight and he misses his flight? They don't have to. They don't have to though.
If you don't stop it, if you don't stop and frisk, I mean, the innocents are getting killed right here in Chicago. Little girl jumping rope, or this person sleeping on their bed, and these guys out here shooting back and forth at each other. So innocent casualty is going to happen regardless.
So you do believe that it'll bring down crime in a society? Chicago would be a better city if the police could randomly stop and frisk anybody they wanted.
I believe either the criminals are going to have to up their game, right, and get better at their concealment. Because right now they're walking around with, you know, like they run the town. You know what I mean? They're in gas stations shooting on surveillance videos, and don't help now because the so-called shyster mask is a thing. So everybody's walking around ski masked up and all that. You have to go in an opposite radical direction to kind of bring back a certain amount of normalcy. I'm not saying that it should happen forever, right?
You said 4 years. You said 4.
That's all he gonna give us, Tim.
Do you
get in behind him? Gonna get rid of it.
Busy, do you realize how much 4 years of stop and frisk would set back the relationship between blacks and police if they're random? Because a lot of innocent people are going to get wrongfully stopped.
Now, we got teenagers taking over Chicago, downtown, everything.
You didn't hear what I said.
No.
You didn't hear what I said. What do you realize that innocent, hardworking black people are going to hate police? What about all them folks? People like myself who has no criminal record at all. I don't want to be stopped. If I'm on my way to the airport, I don't want to miss my flight because some cop pulled me over and decided to go through my shit.
Tim, it happens anyway.
No, it doesn't happen sanctioned by the government.
But what I'm saying is they find a way around it. It's loopholes around everything. If the police want to pull you over, Tim, guess what? They'll pull you over.
Yeah, but now But what you're saying is true, but if the police...
If you're riding around in that shyster mask and all this other type of stuff...
You keep going back to the criminal... Wait, hold on. You keep going back to the 14-year-old with the gun or the Pooh Shiesty mask. I'm asking you, what about innocent folks like myself who has not done anything? Do you care about the innocent people that are going to get caught up in this?
Well, if I haven't done anything, you pull me over, you check me out, I come back okay, right?
No, I just gave you a clear-cutting. Let me respond to you. If I'm about to go catch a flight and they pull me over and they're going through my shit for 30 minutes and I miss my flight and lose my fare, who gives me that money back?
Nobody.
If I'm 20 minutes late to work and they dock my pay, who gives me that money back?
absolutely nobody.
So that's what I'm telling you. You even if you do what you said, I don't have anything to hide. Go through. Who makes those people whole? You're hurting people doing that. The guy who's catching the bus to work, he doesn't catch his bus. He's late. You're hurting people, and you're ignoring them for the fact that you can stop crime.
I would rather catch the bus to work and be late than catch the bus to work and worry that these guys sitting in the back got ill intentions or whatever, and then they could be sitting on this bus with God knows what.
And you're okay with that. And you're okay with that, even if you get your pay docked or lose your job for being late. You're still okay with it.
I mean, you gotta do something to get some type of control back. You can't even discipline these kids no more, right?
I don't.
I mean, if you whoop a child, you can potentially end up just going to jail. I mean, you can't. They say spare the rod, spoil the child, whatever. It's gotten out of hand, Tim. And I think we need something in the other direction right now. I'm not saying it's perfect. I understand that.
Perfect. It's flawed. This ain't. And you assume that cops are so much on the up and up that none of them will take advantage. So what about those? So what about that?
It's good cops, bad cops, man. There's gonna be good cops, bad cops anyway. Good cops, bad cops, good citizens, bad citizens. Working class and thieves. I mean, you know what I mean? Yin and yang, Tim.
Now, I started out by asking you, because you mentioned that Kamala Harris got the job and she didn't earn it. And I asked you, what other liberal, based on how you're talking, Busy, Trump is your guy. There is no liberal you're going to vote for. There's a reason why you couldn't come up with a name.
You just label that Trump is my guy.
Trump is your guy. Trump is your guy.
Between the two that I have to choose from.
I wouldn't shit. Listen, I'm not here to shit you. I'm going to give you concede your point. If you make a point, I'm going to concede it, even if it makes me look like an ass. But I'm going to tell you, there is no liberal that you're going to pick over Trump. If the mindset, if what you're saying you support, you belong supporting Trump. Probably not even a traditional Republican.
Look, if somebody came up with a better, because I don't think that whole stop and frisk is the exact, right way to go about it.
You defended the hell out of it.
But no, because you backed me in the corner there, Tim. You made me have to, you made me play devil's advocate in that situation. I can argue against it as well. I'm pretty good at that too. But
okay.
Nobody else is even willing to address it. The elephant in the room. I'd rather deal with somebody that's at least attempting to address. Even if he it's kind of like throw shit on the wall and see if it sticks.
Right? And by the way, before
as opposed to just acting like it don't exist.
Well, in regards to crime existing, and by the way, Gen X on YouTube says, "Busy, your TikTok chat. You are TikTok chat's worst nightmare." So essentially, glad to hear a black man with some common sense, so you're making friends. But what I want to ask you is this. If you're okay with suspending the Fourth Amendment to bring down crime, what about the Second? What if a politician says, I can bring down shootings in this city by taking away Second Amendment rights? Would you support that?
Hey, man, we give it a shot, see how it go. You know what I mean? Anything can be changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's a major problem that's happening, right?
Chicago. Would you be okay?
What do you suggest? What do you suggest? How do we get these guns from these children? How do we make these kids scared to come outside with that gun in their pocket?
So you would be okay with suspending gun rights in Chicago to bring down shootings?
Well, you can't even have a gun in Chicago, not a handgun.
What about any city? But what about any city? St. Louis has a lot of shootings. Would you be okay with recommending they suspend gun rights there?
I don't think that suspending gun rights is necessarily the right way to go about it, but I think if you was out there searching more people, right, then that criminal has to hide in darker corners. That's what I'm trying to get.
All right. I got you were
easy.
Go ahead.
Look, it's so easy to get your gun card if you're a law-abiding citizen. Man, you can stop at any firearm shop, take your picture, fill out the application, boom. you get your gun, right?
All right.
It's not a hard process to go through,
True.
know?
True.
So it's not I don't necessarily, guns don't kill people kill people.
I gotta move it on, Busy. You've been a really good conversation. Always welcome back. Good talk, man. We obviously don't agree, but that doesn't make a damn sense.
Tuning in, man. I was glad you let me up this time, man. But yeah, man.
And you let me know your address so I can send you this MAGA hat. It belongs on your head. I gotta go. All right, Busy. Good conversation now. He started out by sounding somewhat liberal, but throughout the conversation, I think, isn't there a song like that by Cyndi Lauper? I see your true colors. I think my last guest is MAGA in denial. Maybe I'm wrong, but Busy, certainly good conversation. He started out in the closet, says Depot. And I see Love Fest says he's out of his damn mind. Now, Love Fest. Now that's your name, Love Fest 77. He said he's out of his damn mind. You know, when I hear the term Love Fest, I think January 6th. That's what Trump referred to that as. But yeah, he did start out in the closet if I'm going to give my analysis on it. But good call. I enjoy talking to Busy. Tap the screen, by the way, folks. Get the likes up. I asked for 40,000 40 minutes ago. Is the content that bad tonight? Am I really sounding that crazy? I can't get 40,000. Should have been at 50 by now. Wow. Hell no, I'm Harris 2024, says Love Fest. All right, so you're not in belief that January 6th was a love fest. Going back to the box, we're going to continue on. Dark Bridge 2, is that what I'm looking at? Good evening, welcome to the program. Dark Bridge, is that similar to Dark MAGA? Good evening.
It's more like Dark Brandon.
Dark Brandon. Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, we don't have any more of Brandon come January. What about?
I know, but my name's Bridget, just to be clear.
All right, fair enough.
But I love Dark Brandon.
Okay. What about Kamala? Did you favor the switch?
I have voted for her 4 times in my life already. I have never been disappointed with her. I have voted for her for district attorney of
California.
Not San Francisco,
okay.
But Alameda County. District attorney of Alameda County, attorney general, senator, and vice president. So no, I'm not disappointed with her, and I will vote for her again.
I'm hearing rumors she locked up a lot of minorities wrongfully in that era. What say you?
No. The things that I've looked at, she was not the district attorney of San Francisco at that time. She was the district attorney of Alameda County, and people get the two confused. From what I've seen, people giving her bad omens, it's usually they have the wrong information. And basically her job as attorney general was to make sure that the laws of California were upheld in California. She didn't make the laws. Her job was to make sure that the laws were upheld.
All right, well, they certainly have given her a reputation that's worse than it. What about what my last caller said? Now, you said you voted for Kamala.
Well, I would just say look up Back on Track.
Look up what again?
Look at her as far as a person or what she did as attorney general or district attorney. I would look up at the policy Back on Track, which was basically people coming out of incarceration. Her organization was there to get them back into the community. Her organization was there to make sure that their lives mattered.
That phrase continues on to this day. Now, see in the comments, folks are saying only a few dozen people got locked up to begin with, but there are rumors floating around that she was sending people to prison for truancy. Parents of children simply put...
No, wrong. Her Back on Track was part of that was making sure that children that were truant for like 40 days or more in a semester, that the parents had not gotten trapped up in that. Right. And by the way, I was a parent of a child who refused to go to school. And it was to make sure that the kids got back into school. It wasn't to hurt the parents at all. It was to make sure that the kids got back on track.
Now let me ask you this. And I see in the comments, federal court says she actually said that out of her mouth. Says there's literally a video of her saying it. I haven't seen it, but let me ask you this: as someone out in California, would you have favored her over Gavin Newsom?
I love myself some Gavin. I like to say that I would put her in any position, including president. So sure.
All right. So you do believe she is ready if she becomes commander in chief? You think she's ready on day one? She can handle that job?
Absolutely. I think she knows the Constitution. I think she knows I like the fact that she's willing to have a Republican in her cabinet. I like that she's trying to make a huge coalition of people, not just Democrats.
Do you believe she really means that, or is she just saying that to hopefully cater to some of the Nikki Haley type voters?
I don't think she's a liar. She's not a liar. What you see is what you get. I love her laugh. I love that she is personable. But that is not a leadership only trait. It's the fact that what you see is what you get. She will tell you what she thinks.
Yeah, and I see in the comments.
Even if she wants to cuss, she might say it in a different way to say, "Oh, I'm not going to say motherfucker. I'll say M, and then the middle's F, and the S is But she will tell you what she thinks.
But that might be to some degree why people favor Trump, because he's authentic. He'll just get up there and say motherfucker. He's not trying to come up with synonyms. He just says what he feels, even if it's inappropriate.
Well, and I don't agree with that. I think that he is just any way to burn democracy any way how. He doesn't give a shit about any of us.
You think his goal is to burn democracy? Damn.
Yeah.
Now, folks are going to say he was president for 4 years and he didn't do it the first time. So why did he do it then?
Guardrails.
Huh?
Because there were guardrails his first presidency, and we already know he was pissed off that there were guardrails. He was pissed off at the people. He fired anybody that just did not do exactly what he wanted them to do. Those guardrails will be gone the next time.
That's scary. But what about the notion that folks are suggesting that Kamala Harris, the Biden-Harris administration, has done not much at all to secure our border? And here comes Trump saying that he will certainly... Did you hear his clip today? I want you to hear this.
Which one? He's always trying to get clickbait.
Well,
which one?
Check this one out.
Country.
Okay.
We're a country in tremendous distress. We're a failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left in this country.
Hear this, though. Hear this out.
And if they come back into our country, they will be told it is an automatic 10-year sentence in jail with no possibility of parole.
It gets worse.
And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think, like I said, he is looking for clickbait. I think that he doesn't understand that immigration brings 17% of our economy to fruition. So him making people of color, because he doesn't care about my mother who came. He doesn't care about her, but he does care about anybody that's coming from a brown country, if you will.
So you do believe there is a racial element to it?
Absolutely.
Wow. But what about the notion that the Democrats are not securing the border? Do you think, taking Trump out of the picture, do you see Biden?
No. Biden had the policy in his hand when he went into the White House. He went to the Republicans, said, this is my policy. I would like to have immigration reform. He went to the Republicans to get a bipartisan bill. They got the bipartisan bill, which would increase the number of Border Patrol, would increase the number of judges to deal with the asylum law that we have for the last 50 years. And the Republicans came up with a bill that he said, okay, let's go forward. Then Mike Johnson got a call from this motherfucker, and he said, no, I want to run on the border. It has to be an open border. If you fix it, I can't run on an open border. So don't tell me that Trump wants to fix it, because if he wanted to fix it, he could have fixed it.
Yeah. I don't think there's any secret that Trump wanted to run on a chaotic border, but folks are going to point out Biden and Harris, they didn't come up with that border bill to damn near their third year in office. Why so late?
Right, because after that all happened, Biden said, okay, if we can't get a bipartisan bill that will go through the House and Senate because the House is stopping it, I'm going to do an executive order. And Biden put an executive order, and immigration is down 50%. So what are we bitching about? Because I live in California. I don't have a problem with taco trucks. I love them.
I love taco trucks too. I just never heard it referred to like that. All right, Bridget, I do got to move it on. That's I can use a taco truck right now. Appreciate you coming in.
Yummy.
Thank you. Thank you as always.
Always love you, handsome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And by the way, folks, and thank you for that, Bridget. I'm going to switch the TikTok. The YouTube things will remain as normal, but briefly, I'm going to switch the YouTube over to the backup page. Actually, are we on the backup page? The Handsome Liberal is the main page, spelled exactly how it sounds. The Handsome Liberal without the final L in liberal is the backup page. So whatever one we're on, I'm going to go to the other one because I think this is being blocked or shadow banned to some degree. So I'll be over there in approximately about 45 seconds. So let me move over to there because I don't know why it's doing that. And for you folks on YouTube, bear with me while I simply switch over here. It shouldn't take no more than 20, 30 seconds or so to do this. I'm not even going to label the program because most of the same audience is going to be on here for the most part. All right, so we'll go ahead and hit the live, and if I'm correct there, start it up. Look at in the comments on YouTube. We need legal immigrants, people who come here the right way with good intent and have something to offer the country. We don't need 23 million people who we do not know and don't offer us anything. Well, first of all, I will say this. We don't need people coming in the country unvetted. So I will agree with that part. However, when you start saying we need people to come here the right way with good intent, that's when things get to be a bit hazy because the Haitian migrants came here the right way. And they came here to work, not eat cats and dogs. The Haitian migrants met all of those parameters. They're here legally. They're mostly working in Springfield, Ohio, and they're still hated. The Haitian migrants by MAGA are viewed just like anybody else that ran across the Rio Grande or MS-13. There is no more favorable treatment for the Haitian migrants than an MS-13 gang member that ran across the Rio Grande. So the idea that if you come here legally, MAGA will be okay with you, I don't buy that. I don't buy that because the Haitian migrant treatment is a perfect example of folks who came here legally, came here to work, and are still getting treated like shit. And being accused of even eating pets. So I would say right off the bat to anybody in regards to immigration, if you believe coming here legally and being willing to work hard is going to please But let me say it truthfully. If you believe that's all it takes to please MAGA, that's not true. That's not true. Haitian migrants, like I said, is a prime example of somebody who came here legally and are working and still getting treated just as bad as somebody who came here illegally in his own welfare. I don't think they were eating them. I think they were sacrificing them. IGY6. I've had so many conversations about the Haitian migrants. And what has it been, almost 2 months? This is kind of like the 2020 election where it allegedly was stolen from Trump. Trump says a lot of things that I push back with the same statement each time. Why can't you provide any proof to this stuff? Why is it so hard to get solid, irrefutable evidence? 20,000 migrants in one town. There should be hundreds of videos. People sending you shit from other countries. Well, see, this is their culture. Here's somebody doing it in Egypt. Why is it so hard to find videos in Springfield? There's 20,000 of these people. Why is it so damn hard to find that evidence? Well, they are all smart enough in sync to hide it. Bullshit. Who would believe that? Who would believe that? So I'm fine with the claims, but I do believe that evidence is necessary. And I think that Trump says a lot of stuff that does not come with evidence, such as Obama wiretapped his office or Obama was born in Kenya. People believe that stuff. I really think for Trump, he has the benefit of, if he says something, therefore it is believed. No proof required. I mean, he says a lot of things that no proof comes out and people will just go with that. And I'm not one of them. But I will totally concede the point and agree with Trump if I see solid evidence. I don't want to see a video of an African American woman sitting outside between an apartment complex, covered in blood with a cat, and the police car pulls up and it clearly says Canton, Ohio. But everybody's passing it around as an example of Haitian migrants in Springfield. That video's got millions of views. I got sent that video probably a dozen times as proof it's happening. It's not even in Springfield. It's not even in the right damn city. Looking in the comments, I don't know if this going to the backup page. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 10,000. Let's see if that makes any difference at all. Real quick in the comments, community burden should be discussed with local authorities. And that doesn't help Trump out at all when you got the police, the mayor, the governor, who all happen to be Republicans saying it ain't happening. That doesn't help out at all either. You got a few citizens saying, yeah, it's happening, but they don't like immigrants. I mean, why is it so damn hard to bring up video? If you want to come to a town hall meeting and say, these people are eating our pets, not one of you guys have a video? Nobody? All of y'all showed up to complain, not one of you have any evidence at all? So I don't buy into it. Looking at the comments, and I can see TikTok doesn't like this conversation either. Let me go back to the box. I don't know why TikTok has gotten so heavy on censorship. Wow. Trig, good evening. Welcome to the program. We'll see if this works. We may have to end this live. Is it there's the censorship coming out of you, Richard Dunhill? The videos should have been presented by Trump. You shouldn't have to go looking for the videos. And by the way, they should be everywhere. There's 20,000 migrants in Springfield, Ohio. There should be hundreds of videos floating around, not one or two. Should be hundreds of them. And yeah, I mean, I don't want, like I said, I've been sent videos of people doing it apparently in Egypt. Somebody sent me a video. Folks are saying, well, it's part of their culture. Here's somebody doing it in Haiti. If it's happening to that degree in Springfield, why aren't the videos coming from Springfield? Hang on a second. I'm resetting this shit. Why do you have to keep coming up with videos from all over the world in a city where there's 20,000 migrants and it's allegedly part of their culture? All of the videos posted should be coming from Springfield. They shouldn't be coming from anywhere else. Let me go back to the program on TikTok. Like I said, the live may have to be suspended because there's so much issues going on with TikTok. But I'll start it back up and we'll see what happens. Eating cats and dogs is not Haitian culture. Ridiculous, says Richard Dunhill. And I agree with that as well. I don't think it's part of their culture because, as I've stated, we've had Haitian migrants in America our entire lives. Even if you're my age, 50, 60 years old, there was Haitian migrants in this country before you were born. Haitian migrants, they were never known for doing that. There's 500,000 Haitians in the state of Florida alone. I don't recall hearing that they was doing this before that. Now, in the comments, Dirty Money says they sacrifice animals, bro. You're saying they sacrifice, is that common when there are people's pets all over Springfield being sacrificed? Or is there one or two and we're making it sound like it's the whole damn community? I just have an issue with the lack of evidence. And I'll tell you this, it shouldn't be that hard to find a Haitian that's willing to show you how it's done. Why is that not happening? Why is there no Haitians on video showing you how we do this in Springfield, Ohio, not in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, somewhere? Where's the videos of somebody doing it in Haiti? Doesn't make any sense to me. I just want to tell you, it doesn't make any sense to me. Voodoo's not the main religion of Haiti. That's another lie. They're a Catholic country. I think people are grasping at straws on this. I really think that there's people who don't like those folks, and they're going to attribute anything negative to them that they can. If it was really their culture to consume these animals, there would be tons of videos. There would be carcasses to be found. There would be a lot of folks in that town complaining about missing animals and pets. It's just not happening. And by the way, the police would be on board that it's happening. The police would be saying, yes, it's happening. I got a call. I caught this person doing it, or we found a carcass over here. It's all speculation. That's the best that is being offered. Is people are making accusations, but the evidence is exceptionally for 20,000 people. There should be tons of evidence in this small ass town of this happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. But folks are interested in defending former President Trump, so they're going to, like I said, he said it, therefore it is. But it's not happening. That's like saying all the people in Kentucky are inbred. There's a few. It's a great comeback, John Fletcher. In my opinion, there's probably more inbreds in Kentucky than there are Haitian migrants eating pets. There probably is more of that. Great comeback, though. So go investigate dumb or dim. I don't quite get. You shouldn't have to do that. If the president makes an accusation that is that strong, the citizens should have to go looking it up. He should be providing evidence of that. I mean, you shouldn't have to go. We shouldn't have to go around and prove this. I mean, what's next? We got to go investigate whether Obama was born in Kenya. Why can't he provide evidence of the stuff he's saying? Why do people got to go look it up? Real quick, voodoo isn't even a religion that practices animal sacrifice. You're confusing it with Taridi. I don't know, but I don't believe it's happening to that degree. I just don't, because I do believe that if they were consuming these animals, just like the Asians, there's been jokes for years, decades, suggesting that Chinese people eat these things and things. There's never been that floating around with the Haitian people. And as I stated, there's 500,000 of them in Florida. There's town called Little Haiti. There's a bunch of them in the boroughs in New York. They've never been known as doing this. Before Trump stated this, there was never any rumors floating around that they were doing this in mass like that. I don't ever remember that. So, and I see in the comments, we accepted Russian collusion with no evidence. All right, we can go with that. But that doesn't defend Trump. That just says, hey, you did one thing that was wrong, do another one. That's not defending Trump. And admitted it. I want to see a video of them eating the damn things. That's it. That's all I want to see. I want to see a verifiable video of a Haitian migrant consuming one of these animals in Springfield. I don't want anybody telling me it's happening, because there's a ton of people that said it's not happening. I don't want to get to the point we got to pick and choose who's telling the truth and who's lying, because the damn mayor of the town is saying it's not happening. The governor of the state is saying it's not happening. So I told to go with this woman standing on the porch, but ignore the mayor or the police chief. Video would clear things up. I want to see video. I don't want to hear what people have to say. I want to see some solid evidence. I want to see the Easter Bunny. I feel you, says the one script. Yeah, 20,000 people. And it's this hard to come up with a video. That speaks volumes to me. That speaks volumes. As I've pointed out before, during the crack epidemic, it was not hard for people like Geraldo Rivera, National Geographic, Discovery Channel to find crack dealers, knowing that if it caught in possession with crack, they could get mandatory minimum, sometimes as long as life in prison. If caught with a firearm, being a felon in possession, could get football numbers in prison. Yet they were still having no problem finding folks. They put a mask on or ski mask, but they would take you into a crack house and show you how they made crack, processed it, bagged it up, and all of that. Long rifles and shit laying on the table and everything, knowing they could get the rest of their life in prison. So the idea that Haitians are not doing it because they know it's against the law, and the bullshit. Bullshit. You can find people that will show you how they process meth and all kinds of other shit that's against the law. But the Haitians, all of a sudden, they draw the line at it? Bullshit. If they're hurting that bad financially, you're telling me you can't get Hannity or Ingram, Jesse Waters, get an intern, pay a Haitian migrant $5 or $6 grand. You can wear a ski mask. You can wear a scarf over your face. We just want to see what you do. We'll give you $5 grand. None of them are producing video. You know how much money that video would be worth, by the way? I've already said on the program, I would fly down to Springfield, Ohio my damn self, and I don't have a lot of money. I'd buy a plane ticket, and I would give somebody $2 or $3 grand if they let me film it. You know how much money that video would be worth? Be damn near like the Shay Cat Williams interview. That video would be worth millions. The videos that the writer producing, the shit you guys are producing, that is flat out incorrect, like the one of the woman in Canton, Ohio. That video got millions of views. That video's made a ton of money because the right was desperate to show this is happening. And they produced a case where it doesn't verify a damn thing. First of all, it's not in Springfield. There's no guarantee that the woman is a Haitian migrant at all. But yet, in desperation to prove that Trump was right, they passed that video around. That video got millions of views. People titling it, "A Haitian Migrant Eating a Cat in Springfield." It's not even the right shit, and they got a ton of... If you had a real, genuine video of this happening, 50 million, maybe, 50 million views, that video would be worth at least 6 figures. At least. Because people are desperate for a genuine video. I mean, I get people sending me shit. Well, see, this shows they do it. Here's a video of them doing it in Egypt. Yeah. Let's get in the comments real quick. Trying to validate their dear leader. That's kind of what it is, to try to validate his comment. I get folks in. I've had a lot of videos sent because I've done so many programs on it. Not one of them is a verifiable Haitian migrant in Springfield. It's their culture. Here's a video of them doing it in Haiti. What about in Springfield? What about in Springfield, Ohio? That's what you said is happening, man. Where's the dog video? He said dogs. Where's it? Well, I haven't seen that. Here's somebody walking down the street with a geese in it. No, he said he was going to eat it. Where's the videos of this stuff at? There's hundreds of people in that town, 20,000 of them. You can't find a video of that? It's not true. It's not true. She was born in Ohio, but both her parents are full-blown Haitian. You're talking about the woman in Canton. I'm just going to say this. It shouldn't be this damn hard to get a solid video of somebody in that town, cat, dog, or goose. It shouldn't have to come with all of these, yeah, but this is an example of it happening in Egypt. Or, yeah, but this is an example of it happening nearby. You should be able to get at least a dozen videos of this stuff. 20,000 people. There's 20,000 of them. And it's their culture, as people say. Doesn't make sense, folks. It doesn't make sense. As a Canadian, we have so many cultures here, it's insane. Never have we heard of cats and dogs being kidnapped. No, and by the way, I'll tell you this. I mentioned this before. With the black woman that's outside in the apartment complex, covered in blood. The police are there, and they got her on body cam, and she's finishing off this cat or whatever the case may be. Bunch of issues with that. Well, obviously, we know it's Canton, Ohio, so that eliminates the Springfield part of it. But in addition to that, she is sitting outside finishing off a cat. And I've said this before in the program. I don't care how damn primitive or third world a country is. There is not a nation on earth that picks up four-legged animals and bites into them. Mankind uses fire to cook the meat so that our teeth and digestive system can handle it. The fact that this woman is sitting outside with basically the carcass of a cat that she just bit into, you really think that's their culture? To just bite into a cat, fur and all, huh? It's insane. People have this insane shit. There is no culture on earth that just grabs a hog, a bear, or any other animal and just bites into it. People sending that video around as if that's some kind of evidence. That woman was mentally ill. She was off her fucking rocker. And it was pretty obvious. If it's their culture, if that video represents her culture, then that means there should be plenty of Haitian migrants sitting outside, covered in blood, biting into a live animal. Where's the videos? Where are the videos at? They're doing it outside, according to that one. I think it's pretty obvious that some of this stuff makes no sense. He's intentionally ignoring the X video. Dirty Money, I haven't seen. I'd like to see the X video you're talking about, because people have sent me a lot of videos. And there's a few things I look for. First of all, I need verifiable proof it's happening in Springfield. I don't want to hear this bullshit about it. It happens in other countries, so that's a demonstration it's their culture. He said it happens in Springfield. So that any video I get, I need to see verification it's in Springfield. Number two, verification that it is a cat, dog, or a goose being eaten. Number three, verification that the person is a Haitian migrant. If those are not in the video ain't no good. If the text in the video got to explain shit that's not verified, I don't want to see it. Because that's what happened with the video from Canton, Ohio. It was floating around with people putting text on it saying it was in Springfield. As if people couldn't read the back of the damn police car that clearly says Canton. If your video don't show solid evidence, as I said, Springfield, Ohio, cat, dog, or goose, and last but not least, a Haitian migrant. And keep in mind, a woman sitting outside of the apartment complex, they tried to get her to talk. She never said a word. How do you know she's Haitian if she don't even speak? People just made up what they needed to make up to make that shit fit. It just, instantly I saw it. Like, this ain't saying nothing. This doesn't say a damn thing. I'd vote for a wet roll of paper towels over Trump. Damn. Well, you're not in Puerto Rico, though. Dude, like, send me the video. Yeah, I've been asking for videos that meet those parameters. In fact, most of the people who even believe what Trump said is correct will admit, I haven't seen a dog. Most people will admit they haven't seen a dog. I think the geese, most people saw the picture of the black guy with two looks like carcasses or dead geese in his hand, and that was all they needed to see. All of the rest was assumptions that he's going to take it home and eat it and all of that. For all you know, he could have just took two dead geese out of the pond and just discarded them because you don't want something decomposing in the pond. They just saw him walking down the street with two dead geese, and that was enough to assume he's going to process and eat them and everything. I haven't seen any solid video of people bring. I mean, how about a video of somebody opening up a pot and there's a dog head or a cat head floating around or something, and they're putting seasoning in there or something like that? 20,000 people. I don't think what I'm asking for is that hard. 20,000 people doing this. All right. The Ducks were in Columbus. Well, once again, that's not Springfield. That's not Springfield. No proof, no truth. And that's what I say. The videos on X tell you at least why people believe it does. Well, like I said, the people see the guy walking down the street with the fucking ducks, and they believe that. People seen Dinesh D'Souza's 2,000 mules, and they believe that. I don't want to see why they believe it. I want to see evidence. I'll tell you right off the bat, people believe it because Trump said it. That's all you need to do. People believe it because Trump said it. That ain't hard to figure that out. If Trump says something, you're going to get millions of people that believe it, whether there's any evidence or not. People believe that migrants are taking over Aurora, Colorado, as he said the other day, when the mayor came out and said, no, that's not happening here. They're not taking over the whole damn city. I seen New Jack City. They took over the Carter. They didn't take over New York. So, look, like I said, anything Trump says, there's going to be millions of people that are going to believe it. That don't mean it's true. I want to see video. Even if you saw it, you would not believe it, says William. Yeah, I would. I'd believe it. And I'd come on here and tell you what I saw. I would, but the problem is we shouldn't be at that point where even if you saw it, you wouldn't believe it. I should have seen dozens of videos at this point. 20,000. It should be what is 10 of 20,000 for my math? What percentage? If you provide just simply 10 of 20,000, that's well under 1%. 10 videos. Maybe a couple dogs, 2 or 3 cats, 3 or 4 geese. I submit to you this, Matt, and nobody on the Trump side could produce that, even if their life depended on it. 0.05%, somebody said. Even if their life depended on it, out of 20,000 people, I need 3 dogs, 3 cats, 3 geese. I don't think there will be a single Trump supporter that could produce that. 20,000 migrants, you can't come up with that. I could come up with that many videos of people getting murdered, beheaded. I mean, if it's happening, it's happening. If it's not, it's not. Shouldn't be that hard to come up with the videos. And the whole notion that the Haitians are all in sync hiding it is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Looking in the comments. So the guy who called 911 and said he saw 3 Haitians taking ducks from the park. That's not enough. No, it's not enough. People get swatted all the damn time. You think that everybody that dials 911 is telling the truth? No. Hell, you're liable to get a Karen call on my black ass and say something that's not true. I don't want to see a 911 call. I want to see the police report saying that they saw it when they got out there and answered it. Where are they at? Anybody can call 911 and say some shit. That ain't saying nothing. I mean, the mayor is on TV saying it's not happening. Is that not enough? I mean, it just sounds like people want to believe who they want to believe. Fair enough. So let's solve it. As opposed to picking who's telling the truth and who's lying, let's see some evidence. Now that'll solve it. I don't want to hear the mayor or the governor saying it's not happening or a Springfield citizen saying it is. How about some evidence? That way we don't have to decide. Looking at the comment, Trump needs an orange jumpsuit to match his makeup. Wow, that ain't gonna happen though. He's not gonna go to jail, I don't think. Everybody has a phone. This reminds me of Bigfoot. Nobody can see me get a video. And that's a great point. There's literally, didn't they just catch like several Memphis police officers beating the hell out of, what was it, Tyree Nichols? Caught him on a street camera. You know, when your parents used to say, be home before the street lights come on. The damn street camera. You can't catch anybody picking up a cab. Nobody? Nobody at all, huh? In a society where cameras are every damn where. People got phones that have a complete movie studio. How many folks seen Back to the Future, where the doc was shocked to see that Michael J. Fox, like, wow, you got a whole complete movie studio in your hand when he put the Sony camcorder on top of the TV. Well, now it's on your phone. Now it's on your phone. Nobody? You can't show me a video of a Haitian migrant maybe setting traps in the park, maybe some type of, maybe chasing one of them down, maybe using a weapon to catch one. Not one video. It's insane. That's insane. Streetlight camera caught. Yeah, the streetlight cameras caught those cops beating Terry Nichols. There are cameras all over our society. I mean, everybody from the Boston bomber on down have been caught on camera doing shit. But for some reason, the Haitian migrants are fucking invisible. Yeah. Let me go back to, it's crazy. Should be video everywhere. Let's go to DenCal. Maybe DenCal, you can clear this up. What am I missing on this? Big Brother is here.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, we saw what they did to Ahmaud Arbery. They tracked him all across the neighborhood off of people's ring alarms and chased him down the street. and that stuff is connected in a network.
Yeah, and that was in a somewhat of a small town or rural Georgia down there, and they caught him. Like you said, going into that empty house, and then they chased him in the pickup truck in the car, and ultimately took his life. Yeah, most populated areas, there are cameras everywhere. If they are doing this, where you got 20,000 migrants and people's pets, by the way, you got to assume the citizens who have those pets, they have Ring cameras and cameras on their property as well. Where are the Haitians climbing the fence at night, trying to get to their dog or their cat? I mean, like, no video at all.
Right. I just seen a story. I didn't read too much into it, but it was a story about a couple of guys. It was a couple of white guys that got caught in that area, actually hunting ducks in like a golf course or something.
They're trying to frame them?
Trying to
frame them or something?
No, I don't know what they were doing. I'm not even gonna, I'm not gonna even assume. But I'm saying they're not gonna elevate a story like that. They're gonna keep on going with this same story about stuff that can't be proved. And this is something that's in the public record, Yeah.
And something, like I said, I'm willing. I play devil's advocate, and I may lean one way, but I'm willing to see the other side. If I saw some serious videos, because I get folks on the left that are critical of me all the time about things that I say that are anti-left. If I saw some solid evidence that what Trump said was true, I wouldn't downplay it. I would come back and be like, damn, after all of this conversation, turns out I was wrong. I haven't seen any evidence.
None of us would.
Yeah.
Nobody on the left would. That's the difference. If we see evidence, we might be ashamed, but we gonna say, yeah, you got me. We're not gonna say, well, that didn't happen. That was AI. That was
Yeah, the liberals don't have any reason to defend Haitian migrants, and most liberals are pet lovers. We don't have any reason to defend somebody that's deliberately killing pets. I mean, you'd have PETA, which is a liberal organization. A lot of the animal lovers. Hey, you probably have Taylor Swift speaking out. No, there's no evidence. That's what it is. There's no evidence.
And then when they asked Trump the other day in the interview, they asked him about him talking about he was going to deport the Haitians, and they said, well, those people are here legally on TPS status. He said, well, as far as I'm concerned, they're illegal.
Wow. Well, and I've said that before. If Trump gets in, because they always say, we're not anti-immigrant, just come here legally. I don't think you're going to be able to get in this country legally. I think because Trump has already said, I get folks in the comments like we're full, we don't need any more people. I think when he says I'm going to shut the border down, coming here legally or illegally will be off limits. Like, there won't be anybody coming here. Not across the southern border.
This guy said he said we're full, and remember he said that before COVID. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He said that before COVID, and we done lost a million plus. Look, he said some of the craziest stuff I believe ever in the history of an American leadership, man. It's gotten so normalized now that we say the stuff like in a joking manner, but it's not funny, man. It's not funny that he went to Detroit, my hometown, and shitted on them.
Yeah.
It's not funny, man. That's not cool to go and tell the people. Well, first of all, them people in there wasn't from Detroit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think you'll get a lot of Detroit. But they could have been from Michigan, though. But you're not going to get a lot of Detroit citizens coming to see Trump.
Right. And they were at the Detroit Economic Club talking about if we allow her to become president, the whole country is going to look like Detroit.
Yeah.
What does that say to the people in the room, even if you are from the suburbs? Those people obviously had an economic interest in the city of Detroit to be in that area to come there. Why would you just sit there and listen to a guy trash the area you have an interest in without no solutions or nothing? Just saying we got to stop this person because they're gonna make the rest of the country like this place. He might as well call it a shithole.
Right, I think that that's kind of what he was doing in a roundabout way. But
I had one friend, and he's a friend from back in the day from back home in Michigan. In Detroit, and he's been MAGA, a denier of everything, and this dude will not. He he would not criticize Trump for anything. I'm talking about sexual assault, fraud, everything. He was like, well, that don't got nothing to do with me. He's not, I'm not hiring him to be,
Yeah.
And then I told him about what he said about Detroit. Do you know this dude changed his whole tune? And now he said he's not going to vote for him? Because you can't just go and talk trash about a person's existence. Where they from. He
was okay with all of the grab him by the but don't insult my hometown. That was the mindset here.
All of that. He called himself a Christian. He said he didn't have a problem with him selling Bibles to the people. None of that. But when he trashed Detroit, that was a bridge too far.
That is weird. Have you heard this clip I played earlier on the show though, about the death penalty and all of this stuff?
No.
Check this out now, because some folks just came in, but I want you to hear this.
We're a country in tremendous distress. We're a failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left in this country. And if they come back into our country, they will be told it is an automatic 10-year sentence in jail with no possibility of parole.
It gets worse.
And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
That's your boy. What say you?
Wow.
That was today. That was a rally he had today.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
First of all, jailing people that are coming from war-torn, sometimes economic disasters, whatever their reason, going on a 2,000-mile journey to try to make a better life for themselves. He's going to put them in jail for 10 years. Can you imagine what our jail population would be?
Yeah. Oh, and I mentioned that earlier, that if you took someone from Gaza right now, they've been running from Israeli bombs since October 7th of 2023. If you told one of them folks, you could stay in an American jail for the next 10 years where you're guaranteed to get a meal, nobody's going to bomb, I think you would find people who would do it. Same thing with the Haitian migrants. Haiti is at war right now. On that little island, they got all that war going on. I think there are some people that would take this deal, which is what you're saying. The jails will swell up because it actually would be a...
That's the desperation.
Right.
Yeah. So should our policy as a country be... That's kind of sickening, man. He's talking, man. I don't use this lightly, man, but he's talking about a guy from the 1930s in Germany. I mean, that kind of rhetoric. And I mean, you see the way his anger is, and he's getting, the closer we get to the election, he's saying worse and worse things, man. Yeah. And these people are ignoring it and saying they agree with it, or they ignore it, or they say it doesn't matter. It's crazy, man.
Well, what about it? In the comments, Matty Boyle once said he only said if they come here illegally. I'll let you respond to that. I mean, in other words, if you're here legally, you don't have a problem. He said only illegally.
Okay, so that means that we have to change the Constitution.
Yeah. I would also point out the obvious answer is the Haitian migrants are here legally. And look what he's talking about. I mean, he's not treating the Haitian migrants any better than MS-13 members. And they're here legally. He wants them gone too. So come here legally ain't going to work.
Right. He's saying 20 million people. And we know the vast majority of them are not illegal.
Yeah.
If we know about them, they're probably not illegal. The gotaways are the ones that's illegal, and we can't put a number on that. So I don't, when they talk about legally, that's just what do you call it? It's just like a key word, right? That means something else. When they say illegal, because when they say illegal, they talk about all of them. No matter if they legitimately were granted asylum, if they came here on a visa, they say, well, you say all of them.
Yeah, and that's what I've said on the program before is that when MAGA talks about illegal immigrants, essentially they're talking about all immigrants that came across the southern border, because the asylum seekers are here legally. They're not here. The Haitian migrants are here legally. All of them, they qualify all of them as illegal. So when Trump says 18 million people are here illegally, yeah, because a lot of these folks are not here illegally. You're just calling them that. I mean, so yeah, I agree with you there.
All of the people that we seen, months ago when it was really, really at the height of, after they got rid of Title 42, they were legal. They were undocumented, but they followed the laws of the Constitution when they came here. Regardless if they go to court and we eventually say, look, we knew you weren't supposed to be here. They came here the right way as according to the Constitution. So you have to change the Constitution and what it says about immigration, which is what the border bill was about to do, that the Democrats and Republicans had come to an agreement on with Senator Langford. That was going to change the Constitution. It was going to change the visa system. It was going to change how many people that would be able to come across. It would do all of that, but they shot it down for one person.
Well, you may get your Constitution changed after all. Easy B on YouTube says the first thing North Korea did was stop immigration, and eventually they couldn't leave. Do you see Trump potentially going in that direction, where even the citizens of this country can't leave?
Well, I think Trump can't look past the words that are coming out of his mouth, but I think he will set us on a path that will lead to somewhere where he can't even imagine right now. Like it sounds good when he says, deportation force, and we're gonna round these people up. When you put that rhetoric out there in the universe and it starts hitting the heads of these police officers and these agents out here, he talking about elite ICE agents. What the hell is an elite ICE agent?
We covered that earlier. I said the same thing.
Team training or something to go out there and round people up, going door to door like they're in Fallujah or something.
Yeah, and I said the same thing when I played the clip before you came on the program. It's like, what the hell is an elite ICE agent? And you're right. He said they're going to go hunt them down. So he's not talking about waiting until an illegal immigrant, gets caught, maybe committing a crime or something, and then you put them up for deportation. He's talking about actively going and hunting them down and finding them, which, yeah, that definitely means maybe Fallujah, like you're talking about, going to people's houses and shit. I mean, if your job as an elite ICE team is to hunt down illegals, how does that work? That means you're probably going to be going in neighborhoods, stopping people and asking questions. That's kind of how that works.
And it falls right in line with his other policies of giving them immunity and giving them their respect back. So when they go into these people's homes, and I understand as a black man how, you can get caught up in these laws and these policies, and it's going to affect a lot more law-abiding citizens than it does the actual criminals, which is what we saw from the 95 crime bill and how it affected our society, and how people who were doing smaller crimes or whatever that might have been punishable by probation or maybe a fine ended up going towards your 3 strikes, and next thing you know, you're looking at 20 years, and you done sold a couple bags of dirt, and now the next thing you know, you looking at the life sentence. So when, like, the people, the immigrants, or not the immigrants, but the people who are here legally, have their green cards, have their status or whatever, they're going to get swept up in this mess.
Yeah. Just like with stop and frisk, I was talking to a caller earlier, an African American, by the way, in Chicago, that was favorable to Trump and stop and frisk. And that was one of the things that he had a hard time admitting, but finally came around to, is that in regards to these type of dragnets, innocent people will get hurt. Lots of innocent people. I don't think a lot of folks care if you solve the problem. I think they're willing to sacrifice the innocent folks as collateral damage. But an elite team of ICE going around hunting illegals, you're going to have a lot of innocent people that are going to be Breonna Taylor type stuff, going to people's houses and shit like that. somebody at 2 o'clock in the morning hearing people coming in their house and getting in a fight with ICE. And I mean, all of that's going to likely happen. I mean, there's going to be a lot of innocent folks that are going to get caught up in this. So I tend to agree with you, but you know what I got to do then, Cal. Appreciate it, man.
I just want to say the people that are those people that are agreeing with him, that are in those communities, I wish them well when the people come to their neighborhoods and come and knock it.
Very well stated. Thank you. And that is true, is that once some of these folks, just like the woman Kate Cox, so I don't know how many of you folks are familiar with the name, but Kate Cox was a 31-year-old Texas woman that was pregnant, and she had a baby with a chromosome disorder with a 95% chance of not surviving, and they wouldn't let her have an abortion. So she had to, I think, leave the country or something. But anyway, she was on TV. I voted for Trump. She was saying that I voted for him, and now I'm caught up in this stuff. I was a Trump supporter. Well, what my last caller was talking about is correct. There's a lot of Hispanic Trump supporters. Well, all of a sudden, some of these folks are likely to find themselves dealing with elite members of ICE. I mean, that's when you hear what he said.
We're a country in tremendous distress. We're a failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. We will send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang.
That whole hunt down, how is that done? I mean, we know how the U.S. Marshals hunt down people. I mean, he said hunt down. I mean, does that involve they're in your neighborhood asking questions and they're at local businesses? I mean, they're in the neighborhood. So, I mean, the Mexicans or Hispanics that are here that are actual U.S. citizens, do you snitch and work with these people? I mean, that's how law enforcement, they're trying to hunt somebody down. They're in the neighborhood. They're asking questions. They're doing surveillance. Do you work with them? Because at the end of the day, you may start having Hispanic on Hispanic violence for snitching and working with these people. They obviously don't mean the community any good.
Gang member until there is not a single one left in this country. And if they come back into our country, they will be told it is an automatic 10-year sentence in jail with no possibility of parole.
And as my last caller was rightfully pointing out, who pays for that? We always talk about people paying for things like that. I would assume that the overwhelming majority of immigrants that come to this country, even the ones that come here illegally, by year 10, they've probably been working under the table for several years and paying taxes on food they eat and things like that. Maybe using a fake name at a job, so they're getting taxes taken out of their check that they're not going to get back. But the fact is, if they're here for 10 years, they probably are working to earn a living. If you put them in prison for 10 years, they're on the U.S. dole the whole time. Literally the whole time you're covering for them. So I don't know. And real quick in the comments, Matty Boy says, it's the risk you take when you break into a country illegally. We're not talking about just the immigrants, though. You hear what he's talking about? You don't think any innocent folks, people who came here legally that just happens to look Hispanic or look the wrong part, you don't think any of them are going to get caught up in this? Don't get it twisted. He said gang members. I want to talk about that. Coffee Cake, and thank you for the super chat. Coffee Cake. Let me listen.
A failing country. We're laughed at all over the world. Send elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left in this country.
Sound like he said illegal alien and gang member. Because I see in the comments, you're saying Coffee Cake that he said gang members. Are we suggesting that he said he's going to be okay with leaving the illegal immigrants in, and he's only going after gang members? Sound like he says illegal alien and gang member, but it sounds run on into each other.
Gang member until there is not every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one.
I'm thinking he said an illegal alien and gang member, because Trump doesn't like illegal aliens either. You don't have to be a gang member for him to have a problem with you. So I believe there's an and in there, and he just ran it together. I don't think he said illegal alien gang member. I mean, nobody normally talks like, nobody refers to somebody as an illegal alien gang member. So I believe he said "and." If I'm going to be honest with you,
one left in this country. And if they come back,
and that thing, I won't play the rest of it. But real quick, also, someone in the comments responding to Coffee Cake made a good point that I mentioned earlier in regards to suggesting he's talking about gang members. How do you denote somebody as a gang member? How do you know? And shout out to you, Coffee Cake. It was a good question. I'm always going to read the super chats because it makes the whole damn screen turn color. So I don't care if it's 99 cents. When you donate a super chat, it makes the whole screen turn color. So your comment's going to stand out. But thank you. When he said gang member, here's the problem. That could be any damn body. You could designate anybody as a gang member. Every gang member is not carrying around, a card that says I represent MS-13. They're not all wearing tattoos or ink or anything. It will be solely up to law enforcement to denote somebody as a gang member. Law enforcement could grab somebody, and while they are running a background check on them, you can punch shit in the computer. They can put in the computer that the person is a gang member, and then next time that person gets grabbed, they're in the computer as a gang member. I mean, that could be anybody. So when you say, well, he didn't say everybody. He only said gang members. That's at the discretion of the police. Any law enforcement official that does not like the person they're dealing with could punch in that you're a gang member. I mean, that ain't saying nothing. I mean, you'd have a hell of a lot of people in court, I suppose, saying, prove I'm not a gang member, but I don't think Trump's going to be a big fan of jogging up the courts by giving illegal immigrants due process. They'll just be gone. So if the cops say you're a gang member, you're a gang member. It doesn't matter if you're actually one or not. He didn't say gang members. He said illegal gang members, like the ones taking over Colorado. And by the way, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado said that that's a lie. Says that illegal immigrants are not taking over Aurora, Colorado. There is a video of somebody of some apartment complexes that they are taking over. They're not taking over the whole damn city. As I stated earlier in the broadcast, I seen the movie New Jack City. They took over the Carter. They didn't take over fucking New York. And that's what the gang members took over, an apartment complex. They didn't take over the whole damn city. People are blowing that out of proportion. Screen you could type. I don't mind folks being critical of the host. I'm all about free speech. You can say any damn thing you want on this program if you leave it up to me. You can be critical of other people in the comments. You can be critical of yours truly. So if you're going to say it, put some meat in there. Actually make your point. Just saying you're clueless doesn't say anything. I don't have to tell you what and who I am. So go on and believe what okay, I think you're talking to somebody else there, Rick. 3.5 million for Trump Bibles. The man making a killing off the merch. Shout out to Trump. Splitting hairs, but it makes no difference. I don't know what that means. You can't just identify people off tattoos or anything. If that was so easy, you guys wouldn't have gang problems. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. If the police see you with 3 or 4 other gang members, isn't that kind of how when you come out of prison and you are not supposed to be around felons? I mean, birds of a feather flock together. People can use that. By the way, keep in mind if Trump wins and the police says that these 3 immigrants over here are gang members, and the 3 immigrants are pleading and saying we're not gang members, do you really think MAGA is going to stand up on their behalf? They're illegals, but they're not gang members. But the police are saying they are. Do you really think MAGA is going to give a damn about the semantics? If the cops say they're gang members, damn it, they're gang members. You think MAGA is going to take the word of 3 illegal immigrants over law enforcement? I tell you, you'll be in that environment. The cops could call anybody a gang member, and I feel confident that MAGA would run with that over those immigrants saying they're not. It's as simple as that. You always put words in our mouth, says G. Kelly. Yeah, and I'm confident in this one. You're here illegally. You're here illegally. Nobody gives a damn if you're a gang member or not. You should have, some of you folks already said in the comments, you should have thought about that before you came in the country. Okay, so what? You got mislabeled as a gang member. Shouldn't have been here illegally. That's what will be said. I don't think anybody would give a damn about them saying they're not a gang member. MAGA's not going to defend them. Since you are okay with them taking people's property, maybe we'll send them your way. Who said anything about property being stolen? Trump names appear in Project 2025 paperwork. Yes, it does. Some 300 times, if I'm correct. Immigrants built this country. Americans are too busy looking for early retirement. Well, they got a different plan now. Let me go back to the box. They got a different plan. Michael, thank you for holding. Good evening, Michael.
Man, you've been avoiding me like a plague, Tim.
Never that. Never that.
Yeah, man. Y'all said, listen, we still talking about cats and dogs, Tim?
I'm still looking for proof.
Come on, man. Listen, you're not going to find no proof. Why are we still, listen, in all seriousness, these MAGA, it's dangerous.
Wait a minute. He said that they're eating these pets. Should we just ignore that? No evidence or anything? Should he stop talking about it and ignore it like he never said it?
Yes, because it's bullshit. It's just a distraction.
Okay.
It's a distraction. You know why? You know why I know? Because if they're aware, somebody just said it. I told you that the first time I got on your live. If Pete ain't said it, that shit didn't happen. Number one, I told you that weeks ago, right?
Yep, you did.
Number two, if MAGA they make up shit every day. Why would they not find evidence that some shit was true, right?
They've tried.
No, they make up shit, Tim. They make up shit every single day.
They've tried on this.
Trump sent COVID machines to Putin.
That is true.
Right?
The Kremlin verified that.
Now, I will keep talking, and you look in the comments, you're going to see lies and the whatabouts, because they won't accept any facts because they're so far down that MAGA rabbit hole. And the problem is this, in all seriousness, people are going to get hurt because you're going to have good law enforcement. If Trump gets in office, you're going to have good officers dealing with officers that are going to act poorly. Because let me ask you this, Tim, I'll ask you this. How many times in your city, if you hear that officers are pulling people over, no immunity, stop and frisk, gang, pulling over gang members, they're not, if the ones that want to act poorly, that's all they need. Yeah. How many times are you going to sit in your car not knowing which officers walk into your car if you're hearing that they're treating black and brown people poorly? Because let's understand, when they say gangs, there's all kind of white gangs. There's all kind of other gangs in this country. That's not who they talking about, Tim. Yeah, I agree. And you've never heard them say it, have you? No. You've never heard them say it. They're talking about immigrants destroying this country. But if you talk to the FBI, you know who's the number one threat that the FBI says? White supremacist gangs. Yeah. Okay, so all I'm saying is this. The facts are out there. If people don't want the facts, fine. But what they're not understanding is good people are going to get hurt behind this bullshit. And the person that they're voting for, their emperor, the Orange Julius, doesn't care about nobody. Yeah, Orange Julius Caesar, I said it. He don't care about nobody but himself. And it's sad because I know some people that think that way, and they don't. It's just weird, man. People are going to get hurt behind this, right? No, I sent you. Go ahead. Well, if you're saying that he only cares about himself, why are there so many tens of millions of people that believe Trump is the best direction for this country? Because they believe in this rhetoric. They believe in the rhetoric. See, he don't believe in them. They believe in the rhetoric. That's why he's saying it. Tim, nobody preaches and says what they say if they don't have people that believe it. Yeah. You ever been to an empty church? No, that is true. Okay, so these people believe it, and so he's using them to get to his ultimate goal. He don't care about them people. Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you this. And you look in the comments and on YouTube. You ever seen him sit down and talk to any common day folks? Ever? You ever seen him at a school? You ever seen him sitting down in the cafeteria? You ever seen him sitting down? Or every president in the history, you and I are the same age. Every president that has been in office since you can remember, you've seen sitting at a school talking to kids, reading the book, dealing with common folks, everybody. Bush.
You telling me Trump has never done that?
Outside of his rallies, when have you ever seen him engaging with common folk?
I mean, I gotta disagree with you on that. I've seen Trump do that a lot. He stopped in Atlanta and went into a Chick-fil-A and bought people shit. He's bought people submarine sandwiches.
It was all part of campaigns, Tim.
You asked if he done. Wait, hold on. You asked if he done it. I gave you several examples of he did it, and you just accepted it as a campaign. The fact is, he did it. He's done what you said.
Let me back up. Organically. Here's the thing, and I know you know this, whether you say it or not, there was nothing genuine about that man caring about people.
I'm going to say that's an opinion. I'm just simply saying he has done what you said he's never done plenty of times. Stopped off and talked to people, gave people signature items and talked to folks. I mean, even when I went to the Trump rally, after the rally, I tried to get in line because he was talking to people.
It's all about them making him feel good. He ain't trying to make nobody else feel good. It's all bullshit, Tim. Tim, you know it's all bullshit. And I'm gonna tell you this. Listen, I've never felt this way about a president that we've ever had in this country, ever. It is so sad because he's using people. I sent you something the other day, and I wanted you to bring it up because people don't talk about this stuff. But I'm gonna pick.
What was that?
Did you see the Brett Kavanaugh report? I think I sent it to you.
No, I have not.
So October 8th, Senator Whitehouse, the Rhode Island senator, he came out with a report on the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation investigation. You haven't seen that yet, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay, all right. So if follow me, I'll send it to you. So it was a report. They've been investigating this for 6 years, ever since he got confirmed. And it was a 6-year report where it showed that the White House, President Trump and his administration, were withholding, and the FBI withholding information about witnesses that were going to confirm and corroborate some of the things that were told during that Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And a lot of people don't know. It's out there. It's a report on his webpage.
Wow.
WhiteHouse.senate.gov.
I'd like to see it, but I don't think it's going to be of much relevance now, but I would love to see that. Wow.
Well, here's where the relevance is. When you read the entire report, there were things that he said he didn't do that witnesses said he did do, which he would have never gotten confirmed had they allowed those witnesses to testify, and they didn't. Somebody, Marvin, it came out on October.
Well, but that information about Kavanaugh that was suppressed, if it came out, he would have never been appointed. They say the same thing about Biden, that Mark Zuckerberg and the old owner of Twitter or whatever the case may be, they suppressed information about Biden and Hunter Biden that if it came out before the election, he wouldn't have got elected. So.
But you're talking about what they said. I'm talking about an investigation.
Well, no. The investigation came up with that. The investigation proved that Zuckerberg, they admitted that the FBI silenced them. They actually admitted it.
So, okay, and I don't know anything about that, so I really can't speak to that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm saying is this. You said it earlier. You said birds of a feather when you're talking about these games. Did you or did you not?
Yes.
You said birds of a feather, right? So all I'm saying is everybody continues to look at shit and go, that's not real. That's not real. That's not real.
That is true.
That didn't happen. It's not Proud Boys, not Project 2025, no. Even though, if you go to the Heritage Foundation website, there was an article on January 23rd, 2018 that said Trump has adopted 64% of Project 2020. It's on their website. Yeah. So Marvin Davis, you're saying I'm biased. All I'm doing is reading, brother.
Yeah.
All I'm doing, and that's on their website. How's that biased?
Yeah, I do got to move it on. But as far as folks saying that Trump has nothing to do with Project 2025, my response is the same: is that if it was the other way around, you wouldn't believe it. If there was a far left plan for America and it had Kamala Harris's name in it 300 times, and a bunch of the folks who wrote it used to work for Kamala Harris, you wouldn't believe she didn't have shit to do with that. So, I just want to say the best way with Project 2025 is to imagine it in reverse. And I tell you, the right would not believe that Kamala Harris didn't have anything to do with it if there was as many connections to her as there is with 2025 to Trump. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, last thing before I go.
Sure.
Ignore the fact, and I don't. What everybody says, we have adversaries and we have allies on this planet. And during the pandemic, we're just finding out that our president sent a dictator COVID machines. If he sent him one, that was one less machine that should have been here to save Americans. So don't talk to me about patriots and all that shit, because there's nothing through.
Yeah. In May of 2022, when it was almost impossible to get those things, people were paying money for those, good dollars for those COVID tests when he sent that to Vladimir Putin.
And people were unalived here, and he's sending that to him. So you guys believe what you want, but you birds of a feather, and if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, I'll let you finish the rest.
All right, appreciate it, Michael. And I'm never dodging you. Understand that.
I'm messing with you, brother.
Anytime. And but normally I get MAGA that says I'm trying to dodge him. I don't normally get somebody who leans left. It's usually MAGA. You don't want to take my girl. You know, you just letting liberals talk. I don't dodge any damn body. I don't dodge any damn body. Folks that get on the here and tell me every damn thing from you're a clown and you don't know what you're talking about to commenting on my looks because of the name. I take everybody. I'm not always right. Simply put, I don't always have a damn answer, so I enjoy hearing from you folks because oftentimes you educate me. This program was never meant to be ran from a standpoint of the host knows it all. That's not how we do it here. That's why we stand by the solemn promise we made from day one. We will always be MAGA friendly and we will never talk down to guests. We've honored that the whole damn time we've been here. So understand that we don't run from anybody. Looking in the comments though, why is this program always all over Trump? Oh Lord. Joseph Ellison. Interesting point. Now you're saying, why is the program all over Trump? Oh Lord. It's interesting you would say that because a lot of liberals tell me that I'm MAGA and I'm always all over the Democrats. I get the same thing. People don't like to hear their side criticized. I mean, I was all over Kamala Harris about how bad she sounded on the 60 Minutes interview. I got a video on my YouTube page talking about it. People in the comments, well, at least she showed up. Trump didn't show up. People said the same damn thing. People don't like to hear their side criticized. I was heavily critical of Biden. I mean, we had live programs of when he was falling down and the left kept saying he was okay. We've covered Kamala Harris asking the question over and over again, should Kamala Harris face any criticism or backlash for constantly saying that Biden was cognitively fine when it's clearly he wasn't? We've done all of that. But if you favor one side, you want to hear only the other side ignored. That's all you want to hear. Now, Dragneel in the comments, you're saying a whole lot of nothing because you're saying you ignore facts. Did you notice, this is for my YouTube, I'll go back to TikTok, but for my YouTube viewers, notice how big some of the folks' comments are. Dragneel, you have the ability to actually say what you're talking about. You a clown. You ignore facts. You don't tell the truth. That doesn't say shit. Give me the facts I'm ignoring. You might be right. Maybe something I forgot. I'll concede the point, but you got to make one. You got to make one for me to do that. You're not saying anything. Josh Bruin, Tristan, my insurance plan, my food stamps when I was still in college, and all of the programs that helped me when I was in college was based off of democratic social programs. Dem's done a lot. And that's an interesting point. Republicans are not fans of social programs. I'm just going to give you my honest opinion. If we had a 100% Republican government, it would be a pull yourself up by your bootstrap society. I figured out how to take care of mine. You should figure out how to take care of yours. Most social programs would either be non-existent or they would have a very, very short duration. Very short. If you ain't got on your feet in 3 months, we're cutting you. I mean, it would be very short. I think just about all social programs, when they come out, the right are against them. I don't care if it's food stamps, Section 8, universal health care, tuition, you name it. They're even, and by the way, before I go continue with the program, right now, the Biden administration, you could be giving money to hurricane victims instead of sending it to the Ukraine or sending it to Haitian immigrants. Right now, the Biden administration, along with Kamala Harris, is getting hammered on the grounds that hurricane victims, particularly Hurricane Helene victims of Hurricane Helene, they're only getting $750. Now, that's initial help. There is more to it, but damn that. The right has people believing the $750 is all they're going to get. And guess who they're blaming? They're blaming the Biden-Harris team. If you hadn't been sending money to the Ukraine or helping out migrants, you could give people more than $750. What they're not telling you is that there was a proposal back in 2021 to raise that $750, and the Republican Congress shot it down. It's not coming up. Now, some folks are saying, well, Biden could do an executive order. Why would he need to do one if the Republicans didn't shoot down the increase? You don't hear that being floated around at all. But that $750 has a lot to do with the fact that, as I said, social programs, handouts, even after a hurricane, it's a handout. The right is against that stuff. And that is a perfect case where the right was against increasing folks who are victims of natural disasters. You don't hear them mention that at all. They're blaming it all on Biden. If they had not went against it then, perhaps it could be a few thousand or whatever the hell they would have raised it to. Not coming up at all. Looking in the comments, though, Josh, he never reads the actual comments. I say only the small ones, no matter what timing. Interesting you would say that drag deal. It's right on the screen. Let me just say this real quick for folks who believe I may be skipping comments and things like that. I understand, folks, I'm staring at two screens with my halfway blind ass. Got a big-ass bright light on my face. I'm staring at two screens. I'm trying to have somewhat of civilized dialogue. We're trying to keep it somewhat civilized. But I got two screens of comments going up and down. So this is why I talked about super chats. Listen, I'm not trying to come across as somebody begging, but super chats make your comments stand out. I can't ignore it if it's a super chat. But if you're just typing a comment, you're kind of just to me, your screen, you're just another comment on the screen. And when I look at the screen, whatever comments in the middle, that's the one I read. That's it. So if you're typing a comment and it's not getting read, the timing is just not there. Like I said, the super chats stand out. I can't, I don't care if it's 99 cents. When somebody make a donation to the program, your comment stands out. So I have to see it. And I read all super chats. But I'm not going to see all of the regular comments that you're typing. So you're not reading my comment. No, your comments among hundreds of other comments, and it's not being seen. If you had a full Republican government, the government would collapse from not passing bills and not looking after the little guy. Republicans don't do what the people want, says Douglas Patterson. I don't buy that 100%. The Republicans do what the people want. And now with the abortion bans, no, the people don't want that. And Trump is going around saying that people wanted that to go back to the states. That's flat out false. Because even the states that are in the right Republican areas are voting against those bans. So it's clear he's wrong there. But when you say the Republicans don't do what the people want, I think a large amount of people want the border under control. He's doing that. When it comes to drilling, now some would suggest we're already drilling plenty, but a large amount of the voting public want people to drill. He's doing some of the things people want. I mean, just like the Democrats do some things people want and some things they don't. So I don't buy that the Republicans don't do what people want. But both parties are occasionally likely to force things on the people that is not popular as well. So it goes both ways. You're talking about in terms of drilling, we cannot refine more. I've heard that as well, that the oil we're drilling, it can't be refined, so we're exporting that and importing stuff that is usable. This is where I've said before, because Trump says about 10,000 words for every one coming from Kamala or Biden, he controls the narrative, even if that narrative is not true. I mean, because he says so many wild things, the only way to really compete with Trump is to stay on the defense because he's going to be accusing you of every damn thing. I mean, he's just throwing out, like we brought up the Haitian migrant dogs or Obama wiretapping his office or being born in Kenya. I mean, he's constantly throwing this wild stuff out there. So he's going to keep you on the defense because you got to keep explaining all of these wild things. I mean, what did he say just the other? Well, right now we're talking about 10 years in prison. I mean, you gotta come up with defenses for all of this stuff. Thank you, Josh Bruin, for joining the program, friend of the program. Thank you. Republicans are way off on what people want and need. Depends on the type of people you're referring to, Jen. I've said this before because people say, well, there's no reason to vote Republican. I vehemently disagree. There's a lot of reason to vote Republican and vote for Trump. But I've said that wealthy, upper middle class, to me, if you are wealthy, you're upper middle class, let's say you're a small business owner with a number of employees, and your bottom line is the primary reason you're voting, your personal economics, you should vote for Trump. I mean, to me, that's a legitimate reason. If you own a small business, for instance, you don't want to be forced to give your employees a minimum wage increase or forced to let them unionize or forced to give them health care or unemployment insurance. You should vote for Trump. Ain't gonna force you to do any of that. That's a legitimate reason to vote for Trump. Maybe as a small business owner, you feel like that stuff would break your business, or maybe you just don't want to pay it. Maybe you cannot afford to pay it as a small business owner, or maybe you can, but you just don't want to. You want to keep making that profit. You should vote for Trump. He's not going to make you do that stuff. That's a legitimate reason to vote for Trump. Now, at the same time, if you work for that business and you want to unionize, you want your employer to give you decent health care, then you should vote for the Democrats. Well, there's legitimate reasons to vote for both. Guess what? Thank you for the support of the program, the super chat. Appreciate that. Trump needs to be hit. What does I say? Trump needs to be hit with truth and made the joke he is. Well, I get a lot of viewers saying that Kamala Harris is a joke. A lot of them. The three branches of government isn't working for the average American anymore. Yeah? Who would work for a non-union company? 90-some-odd% of Americans. I think only about 7% of Americans outside of the civil services, police, fire, teachers. Outside of that environment, I think about 7% of Americans in the private sector work for unions now. It's that low. It is that low. And to no one's surprise, in my humble opinion, salaries and benefits have dropped significantly because of it. I've worked as a telecommunications specialist and a technician with AT&T in Chicago, and then I moved and worked for another company outside of Chicago that was not union. It's like night and day. Doing the same thing, by the way, doing the exact same thing. Pay was about 20% less in the non-union company. Job security in non-union companies, job security is almost non-existent. Like in a union company, the employees are empowered because they know they have rights. They know they can call a union steward. It's kind of like an attorney on the scene that can fight on their behalf. They know the employer can only fire them according to contract rules and things like that. In a non-union company, office snitches are everywhere because nobody has any job security. They can fire you for anything. And, I just decided I'm going to let you go today. You were 5 minutes late this time last year. Get out of here. I mean, right to work and all this. And I don't understand why so many Americans favorite right to work. You already had that. So, but yeah, if you work for a union company and then you go do the same thing in a non-union company, it's like night and day. You can sense the power of the employees in a union company, and you can just see it disappear when you go to it. In a non-union company, people are scared of losing their jobs. In a union company, they know you can't just fire them, and they push back against management. They don't let management do any damn thing they want and things like that. They push back in union companies. In non-union companies, They grabbing their ankles. They just hoping to have a job tomorrow. I mean, you can see it. I mean, the employers have all the power in non-union companies. That is 100%. Getting rid of unions is 100% pro-employer. But they weaken the mindset for unions in this country by telling employees, well, if you have a union, it makes it harder for us to fire lazy people. Yeah, but if you get rid of union, it makes it easier for us to fire every damn body. But people bought into that. Well, I don't want to have to do all the hard work, and this other lazy guy is hard to fire, so he's staying here. Like, so you're going to give away your rights too to get this guy. You do understand that, and that's what has happened. The right to work environments, you have no security at all, none at all. No guarantees of raises, all of that shit. Where if you're in a union, the union can do the work and figure out, are they really doing that bad that they can't give raises this quarter? Or do they just want to make more profit and help out their shareholders and they're stiffing you? A union company can find that out and you guys can go on strike and do things. Non-union, you kind of at the mercy of the corporation. I don't understand that. As a person who's worked for both AT&T and United Parcel Service as an unloader in a union company, I never could understand, after working for union jobs and then going and working in non-union jobs, why so many Americans think they're better off without a union. To me, working in the working environment without a union, it's kind of like going to court without a lawyer. I just trust that the system is going to do what's right. Because people say, well, I don't need a union. I go to work and work hard and I do everything. I don't need a union to protect me. You really think that's all that matters? Okay, I don't give a damn how hard you're working. If I can get somebody else to do your job and save a quarter, I'm going to do that. I don't care that hardworking people get laid off every damn day. I don't mean none of it. If I can open up an office in San Antonio because it's closer to my house or it'll save me a few bucks, I'll close down the Chicago office and every hardworking person in there is out of a job. The fact that you were working hard don't mean a damn thing. I'm making more money by moving to San Antonio. People think, well, just working hard that don't mean shit. It's about money. It ain't about you working hard. Looking in the comments real quick. But people believe that shit. I can just work hard and I'll be okay. Trump Bibles are made in China. Literally. Is that true, Dennis? Would he really do that? I mean, he's charging like $60 for the Bibles in an environment where he's constantly ridiculing China. Really? No, say it ain't so. I don't think Trump, that's just ammunition. It's easy not to do. You know something? I'll tell you this. If I was, let's say, Trump, or I was advising Trump, or I was overseeing that project with a Bible, I would take that out of him. That would be one of the provisions of the contract. If I'm going to have these printed in China, I would tell the publisher, that can't be in there. You don't get to stamp this made in China. That can't be in there. If I got to give you an extra $1 per book, I'm still saving a ton of money as opposed to printing them in an American printing press. I'll give you an extra $1. Don't put China in any of these books. Why would he do that? That's crazy. Verified. They are made in China, says Big Trig. Wow. The grift is on. Why should I vote for Kamala after looking at her job on the border? Because that's a great question. T. Booker in the comments. Why should you vote for Kamala Harris after looking at her job on the border? Simple. Because you're not voting based on the border. It's as simple as that. Fact is, just like I mention all the time, I'm not a big fan of Trump promising to give police immunity from prosecution. And I get a hell of a lot of MAGA that say, well, I'm not worried about, I don't commit any crimes. I'm not worried about the police messing with me. I don't care if you give them immunity. I follow the law. Well, it's the same thing with the border. There's a lot of Americans that ain't dealing with a bunch of immigrants coming in the country. I'd submit to you that probably at least 90% of Americans are living places where there's no illegal immigration issue at all. Most Republicans, by far, that's who's doing most of the complaining about the border not being secure, is people on the right. And we know where most folks on the right reside. It's in rural areas. You see the map, when you see the red and blue, most of the red areas out in rural, wide open, them areas ain't dealing with no illegal immigration issues. Yeah, so the folks in those towns are voting on perceived dangers. Outside of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and likely California, if you live in rural America, let's say you live in rural West Virginia, you're not dealing with illegal immigrants. That's not an issue in your state, not of any significance. I mean, you live in rural Montana, you're not overran by illegal immigrants from the southern border, but people are voting based on it. So when you ask, well, why would somebody vote for Kamala because she's not securing the border? Well, because maybe they ain't dealing with that. Maybe something else is more important, such as things I bring up, tuition forgiveness or universal health care. Maybe that $25,000 home loan that people believe she'll never be able to do, but she is promising it. Maybe there are other issues. Real quick in the comments, Josh Elin. I'll read your comment in a minute, Josh. Dennis Calhoun, thank you for the super chat, says he didn't know because they put the tag inside and he has never opened the Bible. Damn. He's saying that Trump didn't know the Bibles were made in China because the tag is on the inside and Trump never opens a book. Wow. Wow. That used to be a racist joke. How do you hide something from a black person, stick it in a book? What you're saying is you can do the same with Trump. Wow. I wanted to read another comment. That's crazy. Josh Elin says Chicago has illegal immigration issues. So does New York. Yeah, but that is fabricated, Josh. You are 100% correct. But anybody that does a little bit of research or knows what's going on in New York or Chicago, a lot of that's fabricated. A lot of that's due to Texas Governor Greg Abbott and to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis. Shout out to Abbott and Ron DeSantis for what they did. It's been very beneficial politically, busing all those migrants to Chicago and New York. So I'm going to admit what they did has been very beneficial to drawing attention to the problem and helping out the Republicans in terms of maybe getting rid of some Democrats. But I'm just simply saying, if you live in Chicago or you live in New York, and you know how politics is going, you have to realize the illegal immigrant, or they're not illegals, by the way, they're legal, but the immigrant problem they're dealing with in Chicago and in New York did not happen organically. The only reason they're dealing with that is because of what Governor Abbott and Ron DeSantis did. If things had been left as is, where people came into the country and they just dispersed, they wouldn't be having that problem in Chicago and New York. Abbott and DeSantis intentionally wanted to flood those liberal cities with immigrants. That ain't Biden's issue. Biden didn't do that. I know some folks are blaming it on Biden. Biden didn't send all those folks to one city like that. That was done to make a point. So that's not Biden's fault. That is not his fault. They're dealing with it due to Joe and Kamala. No, they're not. No, they're not. Because if you take Governor Abbott and Ron DeSantis out of the picture, what they did, that problem in Chicago and New York is not happening. That does not happen without Abbott and DeSantis busing those folks to those cities. That's the only way that happened. So leave it at that. I mean, now I see the comments. Dave says liberals let them come in. Yeah, the liberals have been soft on the border. I'm not going to deny. I don't believe that Kamala Harris has done it. Well, Biden has done a good job at the border. I don't believe that. And Kamala Harris did say there was no problem. So I can understand blaming her too. But even with their perceived failures at the border, Chicago and New York would not be like that. Even with the claims that Biden and Harris did not secure the border, all of them folks were not going straight to Chicago or New York. That was done intentionally by Abbott and DeSantis. And by the way they did it was downright evil. But we live in an environment where the supporters of Ron DeSantis and the supporters of Texas Governor Greg Abbott don't give a damn about immigrants because they picked a winner. This was happening last winter where Governor Abbott was taking migrants to Chicago in the middle of winter and just dumping them off on the street. And when I say the street, I'm not mincing words here. I mean, not only was he taking them to the city of Chicago in the dead of winter with no clothes, they didn't provide them with any clothing. They had the moniker, you should have thought about this when you came here illegally, which they did. They came to seek asylum. But he took them to Chicago. Not only did he dump them off in the cold, but the mayor of Chicago and New York were pleading with him to at least let us know where you're dropping them off so we can meet them with clothing and food and be prepared for. We can't stop you from bringing them, but at least they wouldn't even tell them. Now we're going to drop them off at some random location and you need to come find them. That's what they were doing. What they were doing was just cruel. Not only that, but they hired a bus company, you know, charter buses like the Greyhound buses or Trailways. They hired a bus company to bus the migrants from Texas up to Chicago and New York. And one of the bus drivers, I think he was one of the company owners or something like that, he did an expose, a news article, and stated he hated taking the contract. He said that when he picked those migrants up, they were told, once you pick these migrants up, you are not allowed to stop anywhere in Texas. In fact, you're not allowed to stop or let anybody off until you get to Chicago. So he stated, because nobody could get off the bus for that. I don't know, how far is the trip from, I used to be an over-the-road driver, so I've driven from Laredo and Farr and McAllen to Chicago. What is that? It's over 1,000 miles if I'm correct. But nobody could get off the bus until they got to the city. So he stated that the bathrooms were quickly overrun with waste because the bus can't stop, so they can't empty the shitter. So people were, you got, I don't know how many people were on the bus, 50, 60 people. They're all going to the bathroom and everything. The bus can't stop, they can't get off. So it's not like they can stop at a gas station and let them run in to a truck stop or something and use the bathroom. He was under explicit orders. They cannot get off until you get there. Didn't give them any food. He stated that they had to use the bus driver had to use money out of his own pocket and go into a Walmart or a pizza place, and he said he bought them food. They didn't give them any food, so they had nothing to eat. They didn't have any clothing for the winter environment they were going to. And when he got there, they couldn't tell anybody in Chicago that they were there. They had to just pick a spot and drop it off. I mean, this was just evil. What he was doing was just evil. And by the way, another thing they did that was evil, to make a point, not only Chicago and New York, they wanted to drop them off at Kamala Harris's place. And I'll read that in a minute. Jonathan Chase, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, the one who won millions in a lawsuit that made him disabled, then disallowed similar lawsuits against companies. Ain't that a bitch? Says Texas governor won millions because he is in a wheelchair, so he's disabled. You're saying he won millions in a lawsuit, then passed legislation to prevent others in the same situation from winning lawsuits. Ain't that a bitch? I did not know that. That's why I say I like getting speaking to you folks. Wow, that's crazy. But here's another one that they did. Wanted to draft them off, and I see somebody said in Nantucket. Wanted to make a point, wanted to draft them off. They were going to draft them off in the region. It wasn't at Kamala Harris's house, but it was up in the New York area. And they got word, I believe, that Kamala Harris was going to be home or something like that. So once again, to make a political point, they ordered the bus driver, as opposed to dropping this batch of immigrants off in New York, they gave them the address to Kamala Harris's house. This is where we want you to drop them off. And because Kamala Harris was not home yet, they had a time schedule of when she would likely be there. According to the bus driver, it was like 10 hours later or something. He had to stop the bus, like a Walmart parking lot somewhere, and wait till that 10 hours expired so they could get word that Kamala Harris was home to make the point. These people are sitting on that bus pissing and shit and can't get off. 10 hours. This is when he said he went in and bought them food and things like that to eat, because they hadn't gave him anything to eat. So they just sit. You ever sat on the plane that was delayed? You know how that works, where you're sitting on there for hours? So sitting on the bus for this period of time, they get word that Kamala Harris is home, and now he's got permission to go to the house and drop him off. And when he gets there, he claims that Fox News cameras and everything were already there. And he's like, how did they even know I was going to do this? I mean, he had gave word. Now, I see somebody in the comments say you're making all this up. This is a hell of a detailed story for me to just come up with this shit out of my head. Okay, understand that. I know this is pretty damn detailed. You should be able to research some of this. This is pretty. I'm giving you a lot of details for this to be a completely fabricated story. But yeah, they wanted to make the point of dropping them off in front of Kamala Harris's house, and like I said, some of the stuff they were doing was just evil. Just, and I see in the comments, Big Trick says Christians would never do that. Yeah, ain't nothing Christian about that. Ain't nothing Christian about that. Real quick in the comments, Montel's side piece for jail. You talk about Kamala Harris's Montel's side piece. What happened with Martha's Vineyard? I don't know. Real quick in the comments, we got it. He sent immigrants near Kamala. Yeah, I mean it ain't just that he sent the immigrants there, but to deliberately send them into a cold climate wouldn't. I mean, you could have went to a Salvation Army or something and raised some quick coats or something to grab for these people. Buy them some secondhand shit. I mean, how much does it cost to get a coat or something here or there at a secondhand store or something? You still would make the point. You still would be able to draw attention to the point. The immigrants will still be in Chicago and New York. Do you have to send them there with no clothes and no food? I mean, can you come out any stronger and say, I don't give a damn about these people? I think he made that point pretty clear. So anyway, if they don't want to believe it, they'll say it's a lie. Yeah, you can. I'm fine with that. But like I said, I'm willing to concede points. If I'm wrong, I'll come back and admit this story is wrong. But no, I don't believe this is wrong at all because I've seen it a few times mentioned. Like I said, it was an interview with the bus driver that felt ashamed that he took part in it. That's where it came from. The bus driver stated that he felt sorry. He got a bus full of people. According to him, not only did the bathroom fill up with waste. If you get on one of these charter buses, there's a slant. So if you get up if you're in the back seat right up against the back of that bus and you walk down to the front where the driver, there's a slant going downward. He said there was urine and stuff literally rolling down the aisle because people were still pissing and shitting. I mean, they just go in the bathroom, just like if you went to a porta potty that wasn't clean, you still would just piss on top of it. They're on the bus from southern Texas all the way to Chicago with weights and things in between. And they cannot get off. They cannot get off the bus. So I'll leave it at that. I see the comments. Tristan says, language, please. What kind of man paints themselves orange and wears heels and diapers? I'll leave it at that. He said a lot of shit. Yeah. No people deserve to be treated like that. Yeah, I don't, listen, the notion that they should have thought about that before entering the country, so they deserve that is pretty damn cruel. And like I said, the people that Abbott and Ron DeSantis bust up to Chicago, those weren't illegal immigrants. Those are the asylum seekers. Otherwise, he would have just held them for deportation. I mean, the reason you're putting them on a bus and shit like that is because they're not here illegally. So he did that for folks who say, well, we don't care about immigration, just come here legally. Those all were legal immigrants. He did that too. All of them folks that got bused up to Chicago, those are all legal asylum seekers. Now, they may have a bullshit case. Once they go to court, they may find that they have no legitimate claim to asylum. But until the court case comes up, they're here legally. All of them folks he did that to were legal immigrants. And as I said before, MAGA is favorable to what he did. So the idea that we're okay with immigration, just come here legally. Same thing with the Haitian immigrants; they're legal. To me, that comes across as patently false. There's too many legal immigrants that people have no problem being mistreated. So that's patently false. I bet they're doing good in Chicago, says Chris. Well, they're certainly doing better than they would have been doing down in Texas with them doing that to them. They're doing all right. In fact, I went bike riding on Lakeshore Drive. Got out the e-bike and, we went for a 10, 15-mile bike ride a couple of weeks ago. Lakeshore Drive, Chicago. It is a lot of immigrants in that town. All up and down the lakefront. Venezuelans. It's particularly Venezuelans. I'll tell you this, for my replacement theory viewers, there's gonna be some replacing happening in Chicago. Them people fine. I'm telling you, once they got a little bit of clothing, and I mean the girls are attractive. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, it's gonna be some African American what is Kamala Harris, Jamaican and Indian? It's gonna be some African American / Venezuelan citizens in Chicago in about 4 or 5 years. There's gonna be a lot of them because them chicks are good looking. I can tell you that. I saw plenty of them on the lakefront. Once they got a little bit of clothes on and they don't look like they walking through the Rio Grande. They look pretty damn good. I'm gonna tell you that. So you're gonna get a little bit of replacement theory soon in Chicago and in New York. Because I'm telling you, brothers gonna be hitting the shit out of some of those girls. I would submit to you, there's gonna be a lot of white dudes hitting them too. Because they in the middle. They got kind of the best of both worlds. They have that biracial look to them. They have that biracial look to them. They're light brown, and they got keen features. So for you folks who don't favor the big nose and lips of folks like myself, like the African, they got more keen features. Yeah, they're going to be getting hit. I can tell you that. I can tell you there's some sugar daddies roaming around Chicago right now of all races. I mean, think about it. You got somebody that came from, this is going to sound like some grab by the you-know-what shit, but I'm going to say it anyway. Think about it. You got somebody that came in from a foreign country. They don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. You know they are impoverished. You know you can change their life in a damn day. I don't care if you're making $60,000 a year and you living in a 1-bedroom apartment. They living with 10 folks and they making less than that. So I can get out of the house with 10 of these motherfuckers and go live with this one dude. Yeah, there's going to be some sugar daddies out there. You don't need to be rich to be a sugar daddy when you're dealing with somebody that came from that level of poverty. It's going to be a lot of mixed personnel roaming around Chicago. I just want to say that it might sound bad, but I'm just telling you, it's going to be a lot of mixed personnel running around Chicago, New York, and all of my, hell, it's probably a few of them in Texas, but it's going to definitely be some of them in Chicago because I'm sitting there, we parked the bikes, and, they had little restrooms along the Lakeshore Drive path. So, it was about 10 of us riding, and some of them were in the bathroom. We sitting there with the bikes because you got to watch your shit when you're in Chicago. Somebody come out and take your bikes. And they just walking on the beach. It was about 80 degrees that day. Like, damn, these girls are fine. Listen, they ain't got the obesity issues we have in Venezuela, considering they don't have a lot of food to eat. So they're not very big. They got long hair that comes down to the bootay. I'm telling you, replacement theory gonna be in full swing. Shit. Let me keep going before I don't say the wrong thing. All right. By the way, folks, tap the screen. I haven't asked that. Get the likes up to about 40,000. But yeah, good times in Chicago. Trump paints himself orange. Yikes. Paints himself. Okay. Real quick, people are saying close the border, but immigration is written in the Constitution amendments to close the border would require a law to change. But they're going to find a way to get that law. That's what the right under Trump want to do. It's going to be fairly impossible to come here legally. I mean, if you want to get rid of the quote unquote illegal immigrants, then he'll, maybe through some emergency executive order or something like that. Until we can get rid of all of the issues we have, we can't let anybody in. You think MAGA, you think the folks on the right going to disagree with that? If he came up with a reason, an executive order that suggested isn't that what he said about the Muslims? Let me bring that up for you folks who may have never heard of this, because he tried to do something like that. The only difference in the Muslim issue is he didn't have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court shot it down. But he tried to do it already. He's already tried to do it. Here is a 20-second video of him trying to do it during his first term.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the...
Let me rewind because the computer froze. That was not an edit, so I'll play it again.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Now, in that comment,
Donald J. Trump is...
In that comment, he's not talking about illegal versus legal. He's just going after Muslims. So even if you're a Muslim entering the country legally, it's closed to you. That's a perfect example. It ain't got nothing to do with legal versus illegal. He's talking about a complete shutdown of Muslims entering the country, legal or illegal. That's what would happen in some of these other groups. Now, like I said, the Supreme Court stopped that. He tried to do it, but the Supreme Court actually stopped him from doing it. The current Supreme Court, you think they're likely to do that too? Do you feel confident the current Supreme Court would stop him from doing it? So I'll leave it at that. But he tried to do it before. And he could do the same thing with Haitians and some of these other groups. But that is a ban that would affect legal immigrants. That was not, so all it is, there's a lot of evidence to this. Folks who say, look, he's not against immigrants, it's just come here legally. I just gave you like 3 examples of them going after legal migrants. Legal. The Haitian migrants are here legally. And the asylum seekers are here legally as well. So, yeah, if you think coming here legally is going to get you out of the wrath of Trump, that ain't, it's just a matter of, do we support the legal method they use to come here? And if you came here legally under the Biden administration, the answer is going to be no. I mean, the right doesn't support any of the asylum seekers. So all of that's gone if Trump gets in office. That's all that's just gone. So you're gonna find a lot of legal migrants being deemed illegal if Trump gets in. And I don't think MAGA cares. I think MAGA favors that. He's talking about Muslims because of the extent. What do you mean by that? Extent of extremism. Okay, Ray, you says he's talking about Muslims because of the extent of extremism attached to this group. Yeah, just like the migrants eating cats and dogs. You can make up shit. How many Muslims have really caused any damage or harm to America? How many Muslim immigrants have came in this country and did anything? I'd submit to you probably have way more Irish and Italian and German migrants come to this country and commit crime. I mean, the mafia, for instance, the Italian mafia. How many Muslims have come in this country and really did anything? There's not a lot of that. Now, I see in the comments, Zainan says September 11th. It's like 19 people. How many Muslims have come into America over the years? Let's say since September 11th, for instance. It would have to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. You gonna ban them all because of what 19 people did? I mean, like I pointed out, if you want to have that mindset, do you ban Italians because of all of the people that the mafia killed? I guarantee you it's probably somewhere up there with 9/11 if you stretch it out long enough. I mean, it's 19 people. You can't ban the whole population for what 19 people did. And I see in the comments, Charles also says it is over 20 years ago as well. Well, it wasn't 20 years ago when he said this, though, because this was during his first term. So this would have been like 2016 or something. So even then, though, it would have been 15 years ago. It was still pretty old. Looking in the comments, and I see Jack Charles says 19 took out 3,000 in 1 hour. Yeah, 19 Muslim hijackers caused a hell of a lot of damage in America. But that don't mean you get to smear their damage on everybody else. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer, how many people did he kill in Milwaukee? Do you get rid of all the white people there? Because of what he did, he killed a lot of people. No, that's crazy. You don't get the 19 hijackers is it. I mean, these are, and by the way, when he says a Muslim ban, that could be Jordan, Syria, Kuwait, it could be Dubai. I mean, it's like, hell, it could be members of the Nation of Islam for all that. I mean, he just said Muslims. You don't get rid of a whole fucking religion. I mean, I'm not going to let anybody that believes in Allah come in the country. Wow. I just want to think about what he said. It's a Muslim ban. I mean, it could be people. We are allies with Muslim countries. I think Turkey is a member of NATO. I mean, there's some of the countries are our allies. We got plenty of Muslim countries that we're friends with. You're going to ban them too? He didn't name any nations. He just said, if you part of this religion, you can't come over here. And people are like, yay, sounds good to me. What? Can you imagine any country on earth suggesting that they want to have a total ban on all Christians entering there? We would go ape shit if somebody said that. I mean, we do it because some of the Muslim countries are not very friendly to Christians, and we criticize them for that all the time. And I'd submit to you this: you talk about the 19 hijackers on September 11th. There's some pretty dark Christians out there that have done a lot of bad shit. You don't want to hear Christians getting banned from countries, do you? Totally constitutional, Tim. You're telling me, Chris, that banning a whole religion is constitutional? I can't dispute it, but I don't believe that's accurate. I'd have to really look. I don't believe that's accurate. And by the way, the Supreme Court shot it down. So there's my evidence right there. The Supreme Court didn't let them do it. So I don't believe that's actually constitutional. Otherwise, the Supreme Court would let him do it. He said nothing about Russian immigration. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't say nothing about that. Please need to stop and come together. That's not going to happen, Arlita. Not going to happen at all. Look at it in the comments real quick. Don't want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat because I saw the screen pop up. I think we're okay. Texas Go. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, look at it in the comments. Countries of color. Yeah, I gotta say Trump's anger does seem to be mostly about immigrants of color. Now, in defense of Trump, I will say this: there's not a lot of white immigrants that come to America. So most immigrants that come to this country are immigrants of color. I mean, you come from a country that's generally poorer than America. Most countries that, well, the Ukraine, I suppose you could say that, and they're white, but most countries that have white people, the people are happy where they are. I mean, I just say, as somebody who lived in Australia myself as an immigrant, a lot of countries in the first world environment, they don't want nothing to do with living in the United States because they find us to be dangerous. I mean, think about it. If you live in Western Europe, the murders that happen here, where sending your kid to school and them not coming home, they don't deal with that stuff over there. They don't. It just doesn't. People, well, if you get rid of guns, they'll find another way to do it. They're not finding other ways. They don't. You don't hear you don't hear a lot about children being stabbed up in schools or bombs, or the kids walked out of the classroom and somebody run them over with a car. Nowhere near to the level of what we deal with kids going to school and passing away due to projectiles. That doesn't happen in those areas. So a lot of folks I still got friends in Australia and New Zealand and things like that I talk to. They're scared of America. They're frightened. And then, of course, now that we're starting to go further to the right with the abortion bans and some of this stuff, and there's talk of civil war all over the internet and shit like that, a lot of these countries are peaceful. They don't want to fuck with the United States. We're getting frightening to some other countries. So it is what it is. And low recidivism rates for felons. Yeah. In other first world countries, their recidivism rate is much better than ours. But we do have a more revenge mentality in America. If you commit a crime, people don't want you just incarcerated for your crime. They want you to be punished while you're incarcerated for your crime. Don't just lock them up and take away their freedom, take away their food, make it, hopefully there's violence for them. And a lot of people wish violence upon you when you go to jail. Other first world countries don't do that. And it's for a simple reason. Like 80% of inmates will one day get out. Well, if you have somebody incarcerated and busting fucking rocks and having to fight every day to survive, what do you think you're going to release? I mean, you want to treat this person like a trapped animal, and then you're going to release them and you expect a productive member of society. I'd submit to you this, that if it was your job, and I'm talking to anybody out watching, if it was your job to submit to, let's say, your state governor, a way to reduce the recidivism rates. After a little research, the first thing you would do is you would get off of that mindset of making prison harsh. I mean, all you got to do, just go around to other countries that have a lower recidivism rate. In America, I think it's 50% of inmates return back to prison in 1 year, and I think it's 70% in 5 years. So over a 5-year span, the majority of felons are back. The majority of people who are, were incarcerated come back. You go to other countries, it's significantly lower. If you had the job, they paid you a good salary, and it was your job to come up with ways to reduce the recidivism, so many people were not going back to prison, you would immediately realize this stuff is what we need to stop doing. First of all, make it easier when they get out to get their lives back in order. They can't hang around their friends. They can't live over here. They can't do these jobs here. The felony follows them around forever. I mean, the amount of hurdles are numerous. And then, of course, when they're in prison, make it so that they can live a civilized life. Let them get an education, which in America, I didn't get my education for free. Why should a prisoner get his for free? Well, you are expecting a civilized citizen to come out. So I think it could be easily done, but America wants people to be treated like shit while they're in prison. So it's not going to happen. I just don't understand why people think that if you treat somebody like an animal, they're going to come out acting like a human. It just doesn't work. Prisons are corporations, and that is a big problem. Faroa, Hazar, whatever the name is there, privatizing penal institutions is a big problem. For the simple fact is, in the private sector, the biggest focus is on the bottom line. The private sector is all about making money. That's it. When you privatize something, the owners or the folks that are running that organization, they're focusing on economics and the bottom line. That should not play when it comes to incarceration. You should not have people dealing with incarcerated Americans on a for-profit basis. There's a reason. I personally believe that has a lot to do with why there's so many folks that get out of prison and go back. I mean, if I own a prison and I'm making money based on occupancy, I want my prison filled. So when people get out, I want them to come back. So what do? I use my profits to lobby the politicians to make it easier for them to come back. Pass some laws that make the felony stick with them for life, or pass laws that make it easier to be violated. I mean, I want them back because I make more. I'm going to get government subsidies and things like that are based on my prison being filled. I don't make a dime if they leave and get their life back on order. So I want them to come back. And that's where the privatization of prisons is wrong. I mean, these people are doing it for a profit. From what I hear, and I've never been inside, but from what I hear, they were even charging exorbitant prices on shit like soap. Pack of ramen noodles costing $1 or $2. I mean, just profiting everywhere they could profit. You call your family and collect, and the family's paying $5-10 per minute. I mean, just everywhere you could profit off of these people. Because at the end of the day, nobody gives a damn about somebody that's incarcerated. So they make the perfect victims to do this to. It's just wrong. It's just flat out wrong. But this is what happens when you let the free market operate with little to no government intervention. They do evil shit to make money. I mean, this person is incarcerated. They just want to call them and talk to their kids once or twice a month. You're going to charge them $15, $20 to do it? Shouldn't be legal. Make them work for 17 cents an hour. No OT, says Brandon. 1152. Yeah, when they get out, these are the kind of people that end up reoffending. You might be the second victim when they get out. Treating them like that, as opposed to letting them get used and acclimated to making a decent paycheck and be ready for the working environment when they get out. No, make them bust rods, treat them like crap, so that when they get out, they don't fear going back in anymore because you don't made them as hard as steel. I mean, at the end of the day, they fought for survival every damn day. You got them busting rods, so they're really fit. They're used to eating damn near animal carcasses. But when they get out, they are as hard. They're damn near harder than a combat veteran. Not to mention, most likely, we don't diagnose this, but most likely, long-term inmates probably have PTSD. We would never give them credit for having that because at the end of the day, they went in prison. We don't give a damn about prisoners. But if you're in a war zone and you have to fight for survival, in the military, we'd understand you having PTSD. Well, in while you're incarcerated, it's the same shit. You know, I still had to hide out from people that were trying to kill me. They just had orange jumpsuits on. It's the same shit. We just won't give them credit for it. Well, when they come out with that type of a problem, well, more people reoffend. The system is designed to fail. I would tell you that. It's designed to make money for the folks who own these private prisons. And yeah, as a result, the people never improve themselves. I looking in the comments though. I knew one with PTSD, says Johnny. Yeah. I mean, seriously, let's say you're some smaller guy, or let's say you went in for a child sex crime, for instance. Now I know nobody likes a child abuser or whatever the case may be, but let's say you went in and you got out in 10 years. Every day that person was in there, they were fighting to survive. Now, if you don't like that type of person, hey, great. You should have never did that to the kids, you damn fine. Well, the person's back in society now. They are jacked up in the head. That person is ruined in the head. I mean, there's a lot of folks that come out that way. I mean, they've been fighting to survive for a decade. I mean, the people come out messed up in the head. Looking at the comments, tough on crime doesn't mean treating people like animals. It shouldn't, Acme, but in America it does. And again, not the government giving the money, businesses taking advantage. Yeah, private prisons is clearly a case of businesses seizing on the notion that we know Americans don't give a damn about the incarcerated. You can do anything to somebody in prison. Most Americans ain't gonna care. I mean, I think we all, even if you've never been inside like myself, I think we all know that not only is it violent in there, but they do very little to protect or isolate victims from violence. I think because at the end of the day, even the COs, even the correctional officers are involved in a lot of it. I mean, a lot of them folks, they put a institution out in the middle of some little tiny rural town. Most of the residents of that town are uneducated, and those are the people they hire to do the job are uneducated folks, want to be cops and shit like that. And yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. That shit ain't safe at all. But we want it to be like that. We want it to be like that. So if you're incarcerated, yeah, we know the violence is there. We don't want it fixed. I think if you started, and it would come by way of the liberals, of course. The Republicans will never do this. But if the liberals started using taxpayer dollars to make prisons safer for the incarcerated, the right would go apeshit on that. You're looking out for criminals. You could be looking out for the homeless and vets and all of this. You know, why are you sending money to help out criminals? Just tell you how it goes. It would only come from the liberals. The right are no fans of making prison any better than it is. Felony is the right to take away the voting right from people. Guess who? Yeah, the history of that is pretty evident. 16 of the biggest defense contractors use prison labor for manufacturing weapons. Well, I hate to say it like this. You know, some folks don't like to hear the racial aspect and things like that, but for the most part, ever since slavery was outlawed and people lost a ton of free labor, there has always been an effort to find backdoor ways of getting that labor back. Prison is one of them. Prison is a modern day way of getting some of that. But they used to have loitering laws and things like that where you could, send a person to jail for virtually anything, and then the former slave owners could then rent them from prison. There's always been people trying to find ways to get that labor back. And while you're incarcerated, you're kind of forced to work for slave wages. It's kind of, at the end of the day, you're supposed to be incarcerated. That's the punishment. You did something wrong. We're removing you from society and punishing you by holding you in this environment for whatever period of time. You should not be forced to work, they shouldn't be able to force you to do all these other things while you're inside. I just want to do my time and sit in my room every day. I can't go out. That's the punishment. My freedom is gone. But forcing you to work is something. If you don't work, then they throw you in solitary confinement and turn you into a mental vegetable and all of this other shit. It's crazy. It's crazy. A lot of first world countries view our penal system almost as like inhumane. It's just America's a superpower and they can do about it. But a lot of first world countries view our penal system as inhumane. They should work, but learn trades and stuff to make them productive. I like that. Certainly, if you gave them, if you could reduce some of their time. Listen, if you go if you get a welding certificate, we'll give you a certain amount of period off your, off of your sentence or something, some incentive. But the right, once again, I talked about the right not being a fan of doing anything to make the incarceration process better and reduce the recidivism rate. The right is part of why you don't get a lot of education and why you're incarcerated anymore. Because of the mindset was, if I got to pay for my degree, why should they get an education for free while they're in there? So a lot of states started getting rid of GED programs and trades programs and all of that. If I can't get it, why should they get it? And it worked. It worked in a lot of states. Trump put in the First Step Act. And I'll give him credit for that. But I don't give him credit for that immunity shit he's promoting. I think he's going to end up locking up a lot of people with that stuff. In Ohio, they took the word rehabilitation, so they don't have to provide, or they got rid of the word. I don't think any penal institution in America should be using the term rehabilitation or correctional facility. They're not trying to do that. They're not trying. The goal is to warehouse you. Most correctional facilities in America, they're not trying to correct you. They're trying to warehouse you. They should remove rehabilitation. Prison for profit, says Charles Blunt. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm not from the United States. I thought the ones that did labor were sentenced to hard labor. If you're locked up, a lot of penal institutions, most of them, I think, require you to work. Period. If you get locked up, you got to do work right. You can't just sit in there and say, I want to sit in my cell all day. Like I said, they'll throw you in a hole, which is basically punishment. I mean, you might be in your cell where you got books you can read. Some places you actually have some type of television or a transistor radio. You take every damn thing. We're going to put you in a hole. If you don't want to work, we're going to put you in a room. And that's kind of it. I guess they have makeshift bathroom facilities in there, but that's it. They're going to put you in a room. Nothing. Just literally drive you crazy to the point where you're like Tom Hanks with Wilson, that type of shit. We're going to put you in a room. Either you work or you get this. Chain gangs, they did hard labor. They did harder labor, yes. Chain gangs did harder labor, but there are people who do. I don't think the labor they do in prison is akin to a chain gang. I don't want to try to spin it. The chain gang's labor was simply punitive. It wasn't really even done for any significant benefit. It was just, let's find something really bad to make them do. The stuff they do inside now actually has benefits, whether it's like it used to be making license plates. I think now it's making furniture. I mean, it's actually stuff that's beneficial to society. Busting rocks is not. That was just done to make their lives miserable. But then it's slave labor, and there's a huge incentive to incarcerate people. Yeah, and I don't have an argument. I don't have a pushback for it. You folks ever seen the movie Shawshank Redemption with Morgan Freeman and Tim Robbins? That was one of the issues in there where the warden was, he received a pie from a legitimate contractor that was hiring legitimate Americans, because he was telling them, my company's going to go under. We can't compete with you folks because you got free labor. And he was like, well, how about you take this pie, and it had money in it to basically, he was buying off the warden to stop the warden from bidding on the contract. Because, a regular construction company is never going to be able to compete with a company that has, employees that are making 15, 16 cents an hour. So if you've seen Shawshank, that was a perfect example of that in the movie. Like, we can't, in any industry that is competing with prison labor, you can't. I mean, like you said, they're making 10, 15 cents an hour. Even minimum wage, you're making multiples of that. I mean, even in minimum wage, you're making $7, $8 an hour. How are you going to compete with if a prison is making furniture, for instance, and it's being sold at shops in your town? and your business makes furniture. How can you possibly compete with the prices they can offer when they made that piece and it only cost them $2 for labor? And you pay somebody, $8-10 an hour to make it. It might have cost you $100 to make that. How can you compete? That's what they were doing in Shawshank, where you had to buy the guy off. Otherwise, I can't compete. So yeah, prison should not be allowed to do that, but it does happen. It does happen. And they had a unit where they restored cars and sold them for $100K plus. Yeah, all of that happens. All of that happens. They should be paid minimum wage and hold that money until they're released so they can get back on their feet. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen. You know what's really bad? Not only do they pay them pennies per hour, but they take child support and fucking restitution and stuff out of that money. I mean, look, let's say, for instance, O.J. Simpson, who owed a ton of money before he died. If O.J. Simpson, let's say, for instance, he had went to prison for Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman's death, he would have owed that family restitution. Now he's incarcerated, making that very low wage. They're taking a large percentage of that to pay the family. They will be taking his money. So not only are you making 10-12 cents an hour, they're garnishing a large portion of it. They actually do that. And you're going to spend all that on commissary. Yeah, and then the food is so terrible. People have to spend the money on ramen noodles and M&Ms and things like that because the food they serve them is essentially like animal food. A lot of that food's expired. I've seen YouTube videos where people who have snuck phones inside, the food clearly says on it, not for human consumption. Prison is bad. This is what happens when you don't have any government oversight. They treat them pretty damn bad when they're in there. The food literally says not for human consumption on it. That's why people fight in there over ramen noodles and things like that, and fight over a bag of chips, because the food they're getting is so bad that anything you can get out of the vending machine is like gold. And as I said, it's for profit environment, so you can best be sure the food in that vending machine they're fighting over is a lot more than you or I would pay for it. I heard about a year ago, watching some stuff on YouTube, ramen noodles were like $1 a pack or something like that. When at the time, you could go to Walmart somewhere and buy them for like 25 cents a pack here. 4 times. They charge them a fortune for everything because they can. It's as simple as that. Who was the sheriff that made prison so bad they wouldn't feed the food? That might have been Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Who was the sheriff that made prison so bad he said he wouldn't feed the food to his dog? Might have been sheriff. But like I said, once again, if you feed them a decent meal, a lot of folks, particularly on the right, I can barely afford groceries myself. Why should they be eating this? That's what you're going to hear. So feed them things that are essentially non-edible. I mean, that's what we want. We want them to be treated like crap when they're in there. A lot of folks do. And it should come as no surprise. That's exactly what ends up happening. So I do appreciate you folks that are tuning in as we ended up. I didn't get as many calls. What it says, FDJT. So I'm assuming those acronyms will means fuck Donald J. Trump. All right. You got 24, 25 days or so, Will. 24, 25 days or so. I played this earlier. I want you folks to hear this and tell me by way of yes or no. Simple yes or no in the comments. How many of you folks believe what this gentleman is saying?
Donald Trump's plan is to do what he did last time, which was give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. And the reason some people think, well, I don't know, I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy. We had 75 straight months of job growth that I handed over to him. It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. So just in case everybody has a hazy memory, he didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts. Donald,
I gotta say, for you folks that have been around in the political game for a while that weren't too young during Obama, don't some of you folks on the left, don't you miss this guy? Regardless of if you on the right and you think that his policies were awful. A lot of folks on the right think that Obama started the divisiveness or what. But you gotta admit, he knows how to get up there and gin up the crowd. Kamala Harris can't do that. Say it to my face and I got a Glock. No, this dude can speak. I mean, so don't some of you folks miss that? I mean, this is just like the folks on the right get real energized when they go to a MAGA rally. I've been to a Trump rally a couple of times. It's a lot of energy there. I'm going to be honest and admit that. The people are very energized. In fact, waiting in line. I was waiting in line 5 hours to go to a Trump rally. Even in line waiting, you can just feel the energy. This guy was doing that. You're not getting this out of Kamala Harris. To some degree, I know it might have been a bit much to put on Obama, but they should have brought him out sooner. I mean, he's coming out in the last month. He's doing a series of rallies and things like that. He should have been around sooner because some of the things he's saying is he's killing it, but he's late to the game. They should have had him out there, him and Michelle Obama, because Michelle Obama with that whole, maybe somebody needs to tell him the job he's seeking might be one of those black jobs. You ain't gonna get that out of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or even Bill Clinton or even Hillary Clinton. You're not gonna get those exceptionally memorable one-liners out of those folks. You're only gonna get that out of the Obamas. I just personally believe they should have probably had Obama out there a lot sooner because he kills it. Obama said what we've been trying to say for years. I don't know why he is just saying that like that now. Yeah, Will G, you are correct. I've been dealing with folks on the program that have been saying that Trump's economy was Obama's economy forever. But I always say, whatever is going on during your watch, you're going to get credit for it, no matter if it's good or bad. And the economy was good under Trump's watch up to the pandemic. So I'm not going to hate on Trump taking credit for it, because if Trump had got in there with a good economy from Obama and he screwed it up, we'd be blaming him for screwing it up. So if he gets in there with a good economy from Obama and he doesn't screw it up, then I believe he should get credit for it. Otherwise, what we are saying, which I think is very unfair to Trump, is that the only grade he can get on the economy is either a bad one or a neutral one. That's not fair to him. You're basically saying because he got a good economy from Obama, he cannot earn high marks on the economy. The only marks he can earn are bad. That's not fair to the dude, because he could have ruined. And by the way, the job numbers under Trump, it actually improved. I mean, he definitely inherited a good economy from Obama, but it did get even better until the pandemic came along. So I think he deserves some credit as well. I don't just give all of the credit to Obama, but I know a lot of you folks do. President Bush should endorse Harris. That is true, Charles Vaughn. I 100% agree with that President Bush should come out and also endorse Kamala Harris. But MAGA is pretty powerful. MAGA is very intimidating. And if you endorse an opponent of Trump and Trump gets reelected, you'll never live it down. Your whole legacy is tarnished. Now, obviously, Bush is not running for office or anything else ever again, but his legacy is already in bad shape because the Bushes went up against Trump. But if he gets out there and endorses Kamala Harris, yeah, I mean, shit, hopefully it would be safe for him to navigate around Crawford, Texas. Hopefully. MAGA don't play when it comes to going against Trump. So George W. Bush may find it just simply safer to take a... Is he in Dallas? Not Crawford, Texas. Did I get that wrong? He's in Dallas now? All right. Trump scrapped the pandemic response plans. That is true. George W. Bush is out there painting on his porch, sharing girl talk with Michelle Obama. Yeah, he probably is like, I don't even want to get involved in it. I don't want to get involved in it. I mean, I understand. I mean, like with Mike Pence, I mean, just like with Liz Cheney, that's a strong decision to make. I mean, Liz Cheney is in Wyoming. It's probably not safe for her to just go roaming around, because Wyoming is a very red state. She probably can't go really roaming around Wyoming as comfortable as she used to, because people really don't like her. So George W. Bush is probably, I don't want to go that far into it. I'd rather remain neutral. I understand. I mean, I think he should speak up. Trump trashed his family anyway, but he could be trashed a lot more if he tried to do something like this. So I understand why some people don't want to get in the fray. Just like Jeb Bush could come out and say something too, because Ron DeSantis got Florida on lock, but Jeb Bush was their governor as well. And there's a lot of people in Florida that still likely respect Jeb Bush. That family could come out and speak out just like the Cheneys did. They could do that. Real quick in the comments, if you are liberal and handsome, where is our clubhouse? Woo-lee, what the hell are you talking about? If I am born rich, I should be laughed at for losing it all. I shouldn't get credit. If I'm born rich, I should be laughed at for losing it all. I shouldn't get credit for what my granddad or parents built. Some scenario as inheriting a good economy as a president. Huh? Well, you said if you're born rich, you should get laughed at for losing it all. Trump, let's say the born rich analogy, Trump was born into a good economy. He didn't lose it. He didn't lose it all. If the pandemic had not hit, it's my sincere belief that all 4 years of the Trump administration, we would have had a good economy. Now, he managed the pandemic horribly. I would give him an F on managing the pandemic, but up to that point, the economy was doing very well. I do believe that if Trump did not have to deal with the pandemic, the economy would have been good his whole term. Are we allowed to say you're handsome, your self-conflict of interest? You're allowed to say anything you want on the program, Flamenco, whatever. I don't block, ban, or censor. You can be critical of the host. You can be complimentary. Thank you. I'm a leftist, and I can confirm this is it's a liberal. You crazy in the comments. The economy was horrible under Trump. When? Okay, Trump got inaugurated and took the office January of 2017. So he took it over from Obama in 2007. When did the economy get horrible? 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and he gave it to Biden in January of 2021. I don't recall the economy before the pandemic being horrible under Trump at all. Convince me Trump is a good businessman by explaining how you bankrupt a casino. I don't have an answer for why he bankrupted a casino, but I will tell you this. Long after Trump inherited money from his dad, in my opinion, and that we don't know exactly what Trump inherited from his father, but it is my opinion that whatever he inherited, he made a lot more money off of it. I think that we can talk about the casino or Trump Steaks or Trump University, some of his failed businesses. But I'm judging the guy simply on his bank account. And I do believe his bank account continued to go up. So based on that, I'm going to say he's a successful businessman. If you own 100 businesses and 10 or 15 of them go bankrupt, but at the end of the day, your bank account is continuing to grow, I got to say you're successful. That's just my opinion. Maybe he's not a good businessman in terms of running a casino. Like you watching me miss 10 free throws and then going around telling everyone how great I am at b-ball. Well, Sam, I could give you one Shaquille O'Neal, known as one of the best b-ballers there is. I guarantee I can show you clips of him missing 10 free throws. I don't know if that's a good example. Shaquille O'Neal was terrible at free throws, and he's known as one of the best basketball players ever. Will G says, all I see with Trump was that he sat down, claimed all was good past tax cuts until the pandemic, and then he looked like deer in the headlights. A lot of people agree with you on that, Will. You said all I see with Trump was that he sat down and claimed all was good. Well, I am going to bring up that under Trump, we didn't have all these wars breaking out like they are now. Some folks view that as a time when America was safer. Take it as you may. But also, too, one of the accolades that Trump gets, one of the things he did good that certainly people on the right, on the left, even people like myself might not agree with, is Trump attacked a lot of people that his supporters believe deserved to be attacked. So he's getting a lot of credit for that. Now, my opinion is that's divisive as hell, and I'm not a fan of it, but that's one of the reasons why his supporters like him so much, is that he, what they say, drain the swamp. A lot of his supporters like that stuff, which is why when you bring it up as a reason to criticize Trump, you usually are met with a brick wall because they wanted it. Just like him calling Kamala Harris dumb. It's a horrible thing to say about a woman that was a sitting senator and currently the sitting vice president. She's not dumb, but the right, MAGA, Trump supporters, they love that shit. So a lot of Trump's accomplishments have nothing to do with actual policies. It's that stuff. Finally, a guy who tells it like it is, or he's draining the swamp, or he's speaking like a true New Yorker. A lot of folks like that. Who's the enemy? Handsome liberal. Tristan, I don't like that terminology. Are we talking international? Are we talking political? Are we talking in America? When you say who is the enemy, unless you're suggesting that it is me, okay. Glad President Obama came out and cleared that economy talk. Yeah, that was strong. He also, let me see if I can find another one I wanted you guys to hear that I thought was funny. But Obama, and immediately, the first day he started giving speeches, memes and clips. This is what Kamala Harris has not been able to do. Kamala Harris had like 4 or 5 interviews. Howard Stern, she had Stephen Colbert, she was on The View. She's going to be on the Breakfast Club with Charlamagne the God. You don't see any clips like what Obama did. Nothing. Her speaking is not that good. It's just not. Was she on Oprah too? Now I know she was on some show, women's show or something like that. Apparently, it's the next biggest podcast under Joe Rogan. I forgot the name of it, but some kind of women's program. But she doesn't have the power. Like even with Obama, I wonder if somebody's going to tell him that job he's looking for might be a black job. She don't have nothing like that. She's just not that good like that. And the 60 Minutes interview, in my opinion, was dismal. I gotta say, in my humble opinion, Kamala Harris was doing better when people were saying she needed to go out there and speak. I don't think any of her interviews have really done her a lot of good. That's my opinion. Maybe you guys think differently, but I don't think those interviews have done her any good at all. See if I can find this clip. And I've seen clips of most of them. Like I said, I haven't seen anything coming out in terms of really good, memorable quotes or memes that favor her. I ain't seen really none of that. Let me see if I can find this, because I thought this was interesting that I came from, once again, let's see if I can pause this and bring this up. This guy is what she needed from day one.
You think Donald Trump ever changed the diaper?
No! Let me rewind that.
Donald Trump ever changed the diaper? Donald Trump ever changed the diaper? I almost said that, but I decided I shouldn't say it.
Now, I wonder because he was talking. Now, I saw this speech live, and he was talking about, the price of diapers and wipes and things like that. And he says, I remember doing this for Sasha, Malia, whatever his kids. So he's like, I remember doing this. And he was like, I remember going to the store and like, damn, this is how much this stuff costs. And then he got off track. He's like, you think Trump ever changed the diaper? Because he said, I changed one too. And he said, you think Trump ever changed the diaper? But then somebody in the audience says something because you see him say, I was going to say that too. Now, you know there are rumors about Trump in diapers. What do you think somebody yelled out? Because he says, I was going to say that too, but I didn't want to.
I almost said that, but I decided I shouldn't say it.
I'm wondering what did that person in the audience yell out to him, because he was cracking up laughing at it. So my guess is it has something to do with Trump and diapers. Real quick in the comments. And by the way, like I said, you go to Trump brothers, they yell out stuff like that too. And sometimes Trump plays into it as well. But it does happen. They said his own. Oh, that's what was said, that he has not even changed his own diaper. Oh my God. Because you see the laugh on Obama's face. So whatever it was pretty damn funny because it caught Obama by surprise as well. He ever changed his own diaper. Jesus Christ. All right. But Obama, like I said, I think Obama, she should have had Obama, talking about Kamala Harris, she should have had Obama out there. Should have been begging for him. Can you do at least maybe a couple speeches a month? Should have started that about 6 months ago, because his speeches are gold. I mean, he still clearly has it. I mean, he's comical, he's quick on his feet. 1 or 2 speeches for a month, for 6 months. Can you give me that? That's what she should have asked him for, because I would say out of the entire Democratic Party, he's probably number one. He's probably number one in terms of favorable numbers and things like that out of the Democratic Party. He should have been speaking a long time ago. She wasn't even the nominee 6 months ago. Tim, be quiet. Oh, good point. Okay, he could have been speaking on behalf of the Democrats. All right, you are right. 6 months ago, he was not. Good catch. All right, fine. Well, the moment he could have been doing it for Biden too. By the way, in my opinion, Biden needed more help than Kamala. I believe that Kamala Harris is far more competitive. Now, she may lose to Trump, but she's far more competitive against Trump than Biden was. So Biden should have been asking for help also, because Biden was definitely on the path of losing. So take it as you may. Obama is incredibly, okay, here's an interesting one. It says Jordan Phillip. Obama is incredibly, I guess you want to say Obama is a incredibly weak person, but he's a great talker. He should sell vacuums door to door. What are you basing a person that successfully accomplished the title of president, which requires millions of votes? And by the way, he did very well against McCain and Romney. What makes him weak? I mean, he convinced the American people to pick him twice by a large margin. What are you using to designate him as weak? I'd be curious to know. She is not going to lose. Trump is going to lose. Well, Mickey Edwards, Kamala Harris could win, but so could Trump. The polls suggest that this is a really close race. I was watching David Muir, the evening broadcast. Trump is winning in, I believe he's winning in Nevada by a good grip. Kamala Harris, as of this evening, was winning in Arizona. Trump was winning in Nevada by like 6 points. That's out of all of the swing states, that was the biggest lead that I saw this evening. But Kamala's winning in the Great Lakes states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania as of this evening. Now, that may change because Trump was winning in Pennsylvania the other day, but she was winning in Pennsylvania. Trump is winning in Georgia. North Carolina, by the way, is completely tied. North Carolina's tied. Now, the Republicans have the hurricane going for them, telling folks that the Democrats only gave them $750 and sent the money to Ukraine and Haitian migrants. And you got Marjorie Taylor Greene even saying the Democrats created the hurricane to begin with. However, the Democrats also have something going for them in North Carolina, and that is that lieutenant governor, the black neo-Nazi that Trump called, Hitler, not Hitler, but MLK on steroids. once that guy came out with all of those awful quotes, the Democrats suddenly started doing way better in North Carolina. And even with the hurricane somewhat being an October surprise against the Democrats, that ain't going to make that lieutenant governor look any better. So that lieutenant governor is definitely going to lose. And North Carolina, at the very least, is going to have a liberal governor again. But we'll see what ends up happening. But both parties have had something benefit them coming out of North Carolina. The hurricane benefited the Republicans because all of the talking points, I'm not saying they were all true either, by the way, because they're, like I said, it's the Republicans' fault. The 750 is all they get. 2021, the Republicans are the ones that voted against increasing FEMA funds for disaster victims. But right now, people believe it's the Democrats that are responsible. So it's helping the Republicans. But as I said, that lieutenant governor with all of that racist stuff in his war chest is also helping out the Democrats. But they stated that I think Kamala Harris is winning Arizona right now. I don't know if I feel confident of her getting Arizona. It's a border state, immigration issues, it's a pro-Second Amendment state. But you got everybody from the family of John McCain to, what is the other guy that was down there? Flynn, or what is the other senator that once again lost his damn career because he went against Trump? What is the other senator out of Arizona that also is endorsing Kamala Harris? I cannot think. Not Kelly. Kelly's the astronaut. No, it's not him. It's a former senator. I think his name has an F. Starts the name with an F. But I saw, no, you said, now Blue Flame Chevy, you say you believe I have Arizona and Nevada mixed up. No, I thought the same, but no. Jeff Flake. Jeff Flake is another one. Now, he was a senator in Arizona. Am I not correct? He's also endorsing Kamala Harris. So all of the recent powers that be in Arizona are going with Kamala Harris. It's a lot of Arizona. They really liked John McCain in Arizona. I mean, he was a proud Arizonan, well respected Arizonan into the Trump years, until Trump came along and started bashing him. They really liked him in Arizona. He has a huge fan base. And now Jeff Flake has also came out in favor of Kamala Harris. So, and then you got the governor of Arizona is Democrat. Kerry Lake lost. It's a lot of powerful Kamala Harris supporters in Arizona. But I did hear that Nevada was a 6-point, which seemed a bit odd. Like I said, I've been hearing that Kamala Harris was winning Nevada, but on David Muir this evening, see if I can find a quick clip of that, they were saying that Kamala Harris was losing to Trump in Nevada by 6 points. I'll see if I can find it real quick. Might wait for an interesting conversation because I didn't want to believe it. I'm like, wow. But like I said, in North Carolina, it is a dead heat. So if she could win North Carolina, that's a swing state that changes a lot of the metrics because that was just expected to go to Trump. Nobody expected Biden to win North Carolina, and all of a sudden it became in play. Now, before Kamala Harris became the nominee, Trump was starting to win Minnesota. It was a lot of states that it was starting to look, there were starting to be where there were states that were not expected to be in play for Trump was starting to become in play. So yes, that's why I said earlier, I do believe switching from Biden to Kamala Harris made it a lot more competitive. But we'll see, because I see folks do believe that Kamala Harris is going to lose and other folks believe she's going to win. But you don't think that, Trey, the Lion, you think that Biden was more competitive with Trump than Kamala Harris? I don't buy that. By way of Biden or Kamala Harris in the comments, or you can type a B or the letter K or whatever. Who do you think is more competitive with Trump? Now, I'm not saying either one is going to beat Trump. They could. But by way of Kamala Harris or Biden, which one do you believe is more competitive against Trump? Kamala Harris or Biden? Will G says the good thing, thing good ever came from Trump. I guess you say nothing good ever came from Trump unless it was good publicity to make him look good. Prison reform would not have passed unless Kim K sweet-talked Trump. Other than that, it was all smoke and mirrors. Well, I'd have to think about that. You might have me strapped on that one, Will. You might have me strapped. I see everybody in the comments, though, are saying that Kamala Harris is more competitive. Yeah, I don't buy that Kamala Harris is not. No, look, at the end of the day, I know a lot of you folks think that Kamala Harris is trash and she, sucked at the border and she's not a good leader for this country. Fine. I'm not here to argue whether she's a good leader or not. I'm just simply saying, looking at the numbers, because anybody that thinks Kamala Harris is trash probably felt Biden was trash too. But what I'm just simply saying is, looking at the numbers, the race is closer in a Trump versus Kamala environment than it was in a Trump versus Biden environment. It's a closer race. That's all I'm saying. Sane people talk that way. Say, who do you predict will win handsome liberal? Right now, I was saying, I felt confident that Kamala Harris, but maybe it was a honeymoon period. I don't know at this point. Man, I don't know. I guess the biggest thing I would say is, if the women show up and show out, Kamala Harris should win. By far, she's going to win the women's vote. Now, in each group, you can kind of tell who's going to win. Obviously, the blacks are going to vote for the Democratic candidate. They're going to vote for Kamala Harris. Not as much as they voted for Biden, but Trump's not going to come anywhere near 51% of the black votes. It's not going to be even in the same universe. Kamala Harris is going to win the black vote. Kamala Harris is going to win the women's vote. Kamala Harris is going to win the Hispanic vote. Trump is going to win the white vote. There are more white people in America than any other group, but is it enough white people in America to match all those groups combined? Well, there's a lot of white people that are going to vote for Kamala Harris, particularly white women. Now, Trump won the white women's vote in both of his previous elections. He won the white women's vote over Hillary Clinton, and he won it over Joe Biden. But at the time, there was no abortion ban. So I do believe Trump's going to make a killing among white males. I mean, it'd probably be 80% or some shit. But you're talking about a particular group of males. I think all of the other males he's going to lose. Muslim males, Hispanic males, black males. I mean, he's going to lose those groups. He's going to have less than 50%. But with white males, it'll be a huge win. But that's just one particular group of males. Kamala Harris is going to win women across the board. I mean, I'm talking about collectively. Kamala Harris is going to win women across the board. Now, white women, it's still a possibility. Trump may win the white women's vote. I talk to white women all the time that are supporting Trump. But that number is going to be less than it was in 16 and 20. That abortion stuff is not helped the Trump. That's why he's trying to come up and say, well, I'm for provisions for rape and incest, and I don't believe in doing. I mean, he's trying to backtrack because it's hurting him. But in my opinion, I mean, once you came out and said you're giving it back to the states, and you're not going to interfere with the states' rights, doesn't matter what you're for anymore. You're saying you're for rape and incest protections, but if you're giving it to the states and that state is not for that, that's what's going to be the law, not what you're talking about. What you're talking about is irrelevant at this point. The state that you gave it to, what they're saying is relevant. Sounds good to maybe help your campaign to say you don't support very draconian anti-abortion laws, but at this point, you kind of started the fire. And you're going to let the states burn out and do whatever they want. So what you're supporting don't matter anymore. Unless you're promising to use the power of the federal government. Ooh, excuse me, shit. Unless you're planning on using the power of the federal government to protect this stuff, and he's not promising to do that, so it doesn't matter. Tim, it's a Hail Mary pass at this point. On abortion, you're right. On abortion, you're right. He's realized that, it's kind of like the dog that catches up to the truck And it's like, well, shit, well, what do I do with this big ass truck now that I caught up with it? It was fun chasing it and barking at it, but damn, what if I can't bite this? That's what happened with abortion rights. Now that they caught up to it, it's like, well, shit, what are we going to do about all these women that don't like this? It was fun chasing it. Now that we've caught up to it, all these angry women, what are we going to do with all these people? So I don't know. Do you think the current administration gross mishandling of the extreme destruction following the recent severe hurricanes on the East Coast has affected voters' decisions? Yes, Cody. You're saying, do I believe the current administration, the Biden-Harris administration's gross mishandling of the extreme destruction following the recent severe hurricanes on the East Coast has affected vote? Yes, but I don't believe it's based on fact. It doesn't matter though. Perception is reality for people. If you believe the Democrats controlled and sent hurricanes your way because you're Republicans, your perception is your reality. And FEMA is claiming that they're receiving death threats and stuff like that because people believe that. So in regards to the $750 they're getting because money is going to immigrants and Ukrainians, doesn't matter if that's true or not. They believe it, so they're going to vote based on it. Such as I've pointed out several times in the program, the Republicans in 2021 voted against giving extra FEMA funds as disaster relief to people who are affected by, weather systems and all kinds of other disasters, maybe earthquakes or whatever. They voted against it. The people in those regions don't know that. The Democrats aren't really singing it that loud. They believe that they're only getting $750 because Biden sent money to the Ukraine and sent money to Haitian migrants. They don't know nothing about the Republicans stopped it from going up. So yeah, it's certainly affecting voters in that region. Might not be on factual information, but as I said, perception is reality. What else was in the bill, says Chris? I don't know. It's a good question. Just like with the border bill, here's the problem with that stuff. Because folks always say, why does it got to be pork in the bill? Why can't it be? Standalone bills will never work. You know why standalone, even if it's for something as agreeable as helping out Americans, you know why it'll never work? Because let's say I'm running for president and I'm running against Trump. Now, obviously, I'm going to get my ass kicked, but let's just, for shits and giggles, I'm running against Trump. And I want to pass a bill that everybody agrees with. Everybody in the damn country think this is a good bill. Maybe it's disaster relief or whatever you want to call it, but everybody agrees with it. I'm president right now, and I want to pass a bill that everybody agrees with. You think Trump wants that to be passed? You think my opposition wants that? Because if I pass something that everybody believes is a good thing, guess what I'm going to run on in the next election? So the other side don't want that. So the only way I'm going to get what I want is to hear the other side say, well, shit, what you're trying to get is going to really help you. I need something to help you out that much. That's where your pork comes in. The only way they're going to be willing to do something that's going to help out my campaign to that significant level is for me to put some pork in the bill that helps them out. Nobody wants one side to be the hero. It's politics. It's wrong, but that's how it works. Just like Trump with the border bill. You got Republicans out there that have stated flat out that they were told, if you help Biden fix the border, we're going to destroy your career. Because he's going to run on it in 2024. So that's why you get pork in bills, because the other side don't want you to be the hero because you're going to campaign on it in the next election. So you got to put something in there for their side. Otherwise, even if it's something that benefits everybody in the country, the other side's going to vote against that because they don't want you to be victorious in the next election. So that's why you get it. I don't know what was in the bill, but I'm telling you how it works. And so you can also use it as an excuse not to do good things with people. Well, I didn't like the pork that was in the bill. Yeah, whatever. Looking in the comments, distrustful of dictators like Trump, said himself he would be a dictator on day one. Yeah, I'm sure he'll just stop being a dictator on day two. That's a phrase that he can never live down, saying, I want to be a dictator on day one. And Sean Hannity tried his best to let him get out of that. And he wouldn't, I mean, Sean Hannity gave him a lob, tried to really help him get out of saying that. And he wasn't savvy enough to catch that Sean Hannity was indicating what you just said ain't gonna help you. He wasn't savvy enough to catch it. Maybe people don't want to hear the truth, says Charles Vaughn. Perhaps. It's sad, it's horrible keeping citizens at bay. They don't care about us. For political expediency, like I said, if you're coming up with something that's going to benefit everybody, that's going to likely make more people vote for you. So the other side is not going to want to do that because you're going to use it to run on. The only way they're going to be willing to support that is you got to put some pork in that bill for something that they want. That's the only way. That's why single issue bills will never work. People keep talking about single. You're never going to get a single issue bill. Nobody's going to let you be the hero. Looking at the comments real quick here, the border bill only has 60 million for border and 90 billion for Ukraine and Israel. Here's the issue with the border bill. There was more money in it for the Ukraine and Israel, so we got rid of the border bill. You know what you ended up doing? Okay, there was 60 billion for the border, and you say 90 billion for Israel and Ukraine. You know what ended up happening? You stopped the 60 billion. The 90 million in Israel and Ukraine happened any damn way. It happened you didn't even stop the bad parts. You actually stopped the part that you wanted. Israel and Ukraine are still getting the money any fucking way. So remember, you're not in power. The other side is. Take the 60 million. It would have made a big, well, like I said, at the end of the day, I don't think it had anything to do with the money for Israel and Ukraine. It was more about helping Biden fix the border. I think Biden could have doubled the money to 120 million and they would have still said no. Right? That's just my opinion. Because Biden, the number one thing Trump is running on is the chaotic border. If the border was fixed a year ago, that's one of his signature campaign promises being taken out. He wouldn't have wanted that. I don't think there's any amount of money that they could have set aside for the border that the right would have. Once Trump started making phone calls, it was done. That was it. It was done. He could have got rid of every penny in it for the Ukraine, every penny in it for Israel, and it still would not have went through. They would have came, 120 million ain't enough. It would have been some shit like that. Or they're not moving fast enough with the judges in this bill. It would anything you can come up with, because we're not going to let Biden fix and cause that much more difficulty for Trump. So figure out a reason for why you want to shoot this bill down and run with that. Remember, they sat down with the Democrats and hashed this bill out. It was totally fine until Trump made that phone call. All of a sudden, now this pork is awful. Wasn't awful when they sit down and make the damn agreement. It became awful when Trump made that phone call. So I'm just telling you, my humble opinion, don't matter what they did to that bill. Trump was going to say don't pass it because it wasn't in the best interest of his reelection campaign. You're just salty. We got the A-listers. What? Number one entertainer in the damn world is Taylor Swift. You telling me Kid Rock and old ass Hulk Hogan are A-listers, really? You don't have the A-listers, I can tell you that. The A-listers are on the left. You got the A-listers. A-listers my ass. Who was your vote for president this election, handsome liberal? I voted for Biden in the 2020 election, if that's what you're asking. I voted for Biden. And by the way, like I said, I think that Trump on paper deserved a second term. I'm not anti-Trump. I didn't like the rhetoric. I don't like having a politician, because remember, politicians work for us. We don't work for the politicians. They work for us. And I think that from my analysis that Trump has forgotten that. I think Trump thinks that people work for him because he's a successful businessman. He's used to people working for him. He's not used to it the other way around. But in politics, you work for the people, not the. So any politician telling the people, fuck your feelings, we're your employer. You can go to your business and tell that to an employee that don't like the way you're running your business. You work for us, though. And I do believe this is one of the downfalls of Trump being a successful businessman, is that in a business, you're the CEO. You can walk in the boardroom and tell, if you don't like us moving this office to to Sacramento. If you don't like it, go work for somewhere else. It's my company. If you don't like it, go somewhere. You can do that as a businessman. But as a politician, you get folks like John McCain that goes up there and gives a thumbs down. And Trump's alpha male, boisterous, boardroom, successful businessman mentality, the founding fathers didn't design a country that way. If you run a business, you're essentially a dictator. Now, I know where this conversation is going to go, but fact is, if you own your own business, you are essentially a dictator. I mean, it's my way or the highway. If you don't like what I'm doing, quit. Or damn it, I'll fire you. When you're president, you don't get that. When you're president, you got to make the mechanisms of law or government work together to get your administration, to get your agenda, not administration, to get your agenda passed. I don't think he has those skills. He has the skills of a successful businessman. He don't have the skills to get the Senate and Congress to work together. That's why most of his signature promises, despite the phrase promises made, promises kept, his signature promises were drain the swamp, repeal and replace Obamacare, and build a wall. He didn't meet any of those. He didn't succeed at any of those. So as a businessman, he would have got all three of those done. If the White House was his business, he'd have fired all of the swamp creatures. He would have took money out of the business from wherever and built a wall. And he would have repealed and replaced Obamacare. As a businessman, he could have done that. But when you're going in there and you're talking about, you're calling all your senators and Congress people all these nasty names and shit like that, and then it's time to vote on your signature promises, you're not going to get them. You can do that in the boardroom. You can't do that as a politician. And I think that's, man, he's not good at politicking. He's good at being the boss. Founding fathers didn't set the country up like that. Now, if he becomes a dictator on day one, he could probably successfully do the things he needs to do. When you don't need to listen to anybody, it's a lot easier. It could have been 2 years until the election, and Republicans would still be sitting on their hands to fix any issues. Well, like I said, the core issues of let's say the things that the Republicans believe Biden is failing on. No, you're not going to get a lot of that, because the whole purpose of Trump's re-election campaign was to run on the notion that Biden sucks as president. So if the Republicans start working with the Democrats to start fixing some of the things that were perceived flaws of the Biden administration, that makes Trump's re-election campaign harder. They weren't going to do that. You need Biden to look as awful as possible going into 2024. So, yeah, I believe that. I do believe that's how politics works, though. I'm not going to say the liberals would be above it. I'm not going to say the liberals wouldn't do it on some occasions as well. He doesn't work well with others, says a pimp named Furback. That is true. I think that is beyond true. MAGA reacts. I gotta hear from you. Good evening.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? What brought you on this evening?
A couple of things.
Sure.
But let's start with a good businessman. Like, a good businessman is a dictator, but he also has to listen to the people, because he's selling a product, and if he doesn't listen to the people, he's going to sell the wrong product.
Well, the people.
Businesses fail when you stop listening to the people.
Well, I mean, do you really believe fuck your feelings is listening to the people?
I don't think he said that, but that's his like superpower. He's on social media and Twitter, listening to the people more than anybody. I mean, that's part of what he does at the rallies. He listens and sees what they like and what they don't like.
Well,
that's really his superpower. He's always listening, and he listens too much. That's how he ended up with that cats and dogs BS, because he was paying too much attention.
I don't know. Well, first of all, he listened to the wrong people in regards to that cats and dogs thing. I think Trump gets some of his media from some far right-wing outlets, and he don't verify any of it being true. Wait, listen, you go too far to the right, you're going to encounter racism and things like that. And he just takes that stuff and runs with it.
Yeah, the problem is when they kicked him off Twitter, they kind of, he didn't have Twitter, the people on Twitter to listen to, and he was on Truth Social, where everyone is in the same bubble. So
Well,
I blame Truth Social for that.
well, I don't know because I've showed a video on my channel several times of Trump way before Twitter, before he was doing it on Twitter. He was already on these far right wing outlets doing this stuff. I don't think it's just from Twitter. I think he's been doing this for a while.
No, but like even on Twitter, he's mostly going to hear right wing stuff. His followers are all right wing, and he does watch Fox News a lot. So yeah, that's also true. But there was like when he was putting kids in cages, Twitter had a huge trending thing that they were against it, and he immediately flipped. It was like, all right, no more kids in cages, because he saw that the people were upset. And that's one of the things I like about him. He reacts quicker than most. Like when we were upset how bad the border was, Biden took like 2-3 years before he even started thinking about a bill.
I don't remember him reacting with the no kids in cages thing. I think folks have been saying he is awful to immigrants the whole time he's been on the scene. The same thing with the Muslim ban he wanted. I don't think he listened to people in regards to the way you're saying it.
I remember like it was on the news, and within like 2 weeks he changed his position and stopped separating families at the border. I mean, he's still going to be tough on immigration, but it's not the immigrants, it's security. Like the Muslim ban. The reason we had the Muslim ban was because we had ISIS and terrorism attacking all over, like terrorism attacks all over Europe. And the second ISIS was gone, he stopped mentioning the Muslim ban and hasn't brought it back since. So,
but you're gonna
have to do with security more than anything.
You're gonna use ISIS as an excuse to ban a whole religion? I mean, there are countries out there that ISIS they don't even have an issue with ISIS at all. I mean, you're talking about Muslims, you're talking about the whole Middle East. Are you going to use that? Go ahead.
When it came to the actual ban, it was only like very dangerous Muslim countries. But and for the record, I'm Egyptian, so I understand that part of the world, and I wasn't really that. I don't think any, like right now, half of the Arabs are actually on his side. Like the last polls show that Arab Americans are 50% Trump and 50% Harris.
I haven't seen that one. I'd have to see that.
Yeah, and I know a bunch of them that are voting for him, especially down here in South Florida.
Well, I want you to, because you're talking about the specific countries. Here is when he actually was doing the Muslim ban itself.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
I'll play it again.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. We have no choice.
Now, how do you know what countries he's talking about?
Well, right here, he's mostly talking about, like I said, the terrorism and a bunch of events that were happening at the time.
Yeah, but
so that's what he was trying to figure out. But
have we had that many?
This wasn't President Trump.
Have we had that many Muslims come to America and commit acts of terror? To have a whole Muslim ban?
I think this was more of a Europe thing, but he was worried it was going to come to America.
So this is
a train explosion, or I don't know what. I don't want to get you in trouble by saying the bad things. But
yeah, I get it.
There was something that happened on a train station in somewhere in Europe. I forgot where. And then ISIS was recruiting Americans, and a bunch of Americans were going over there getting, brainwashed, and we were worried about them coming back, and he just was worried. And again, once ISIS was gone, he never brought it up again.
No, he did. It actually got shot down by the Supreme Court. They prevented. He tried to do this. They actually shot it down. Go ahead.
That's when ISIS was around. But again, once ISIS was gone,
he got shot down. He couldn't do it.
He wasn't worried about it.
Well, it didn't matter if he's worried about it or not. They had shot it down already.
I don't know, but it stopped being anything that he even brought up anymore because he was trying to get the border done the entire 4 years. But the Muslim ban, as soon as ISIS was gone, that was done with, and the only people that bring it up now is Democrats.
He's banning a whole religion. I mean, how? Because you said you said you're familiar with the area. How? I mean, that's got to be half of Africa, all of the Middle East. I mean, this is literally probably a billion, millions of people, rather. I mean, you're banning a whole religion.
I mean, he did that as a candidate to get attention, and I don't really agree with it that much. But I also understand it. And in the end, it was Obama's list that he went with. The countries that Obama chose was the ones he put on the list.
I don't even understand. I mean, I hear your point about I understand it. The whole religion. There are tons of countries that are Muslim countries that America has had no terrorism problem at all with. A whole religion.
And a lot of those countries love him, including Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia gave his son-in-law $2 billion.
Yeah.
If they were offended by the Muslim ban, they wouldn't have done that.
Well, like I said, the Muslim ban did not pass. So there's no need. And by the way, look, I don't care what kind of ban you do. If you give us a bunch of money to work with, we can forgive it. I mean, it didn't go through, but I mean, obviously there's a huge amount of finances going back and forth between Trump and Saudi Arabia, certainly with Jared Kushner, as you're pointing out. But I mean, you're banning a whole religion.
In the end, it had nothing to do with the religion. It was just an easy way to say it. It was a catchy and easy way to say it, and we definitely talked about it at the time, and Democrats are still bringing it up. But it has to do with security, and most people in the Middle East, most Arabs understand that. And once the security threat was over, it stopped being a thing. Even if it failed or didn't fail, it's no longer an issue because ISIS is gone.
Yeah, the part where most Arabs understand is I have not heard that part. I don't. Yeah, that's something you're saying. I have never heard of that because, like I said, if I'm not involved in something, but you're going to ban my because at the end of the day, when you talk about things that have been harmful to America, shit. I mean, you should ban the whole Catholic religion. They've caused a lot more damage to Americans than the Muslims, and I mean, I don't think most Christians would be a fan of that. You banning the whole religion just sounds incredibly extreme.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I really don't think that's what he meant. I think he cared about the security of this country. And again, the same thing with the immigrants. Once the security problems are solved, he's not going to care. Like,
Go from
Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, the main issue is like with the immigrants is Harris and Biden let too many in. Once we kind of balance it out a little bit, again, he's going to drop it and we'll just go back to normal. So it's a pendulum swing. He didn't let that many. I think he didn't let enough in. We're actually looking for workers at the end of his, remember the end of his presidency, McDonald's couldn't find any workers. A lot of businesses couldn't find workers. So we needed the immigrants. But Biden and Harris just let too many in and upset the other side. And
I'll tell you this. I don't know how many. Yeah, I don't know how many of that Biden and Harris let in, but yeah, Biden and Harris is definitely going to upset the other side because they want that number to be zero. I mean, if Trump gets in, his goal is to remove all immigrants. I think that the number coming in is going to be somewhat near zero. So yeah, Biden and Harris certainly are going to piss off MAGA and Trump supporters because they don't want anybody coming in right now.
And by the way, Biden already fixed the border problem. I mean, that was the argument that he could fix it without the bill, and he did. The bill was going to limit asylum seekers to 5,000 a day. Biden already passed the executive order to limit it to 2,500. And so the problem's kind of already solved for the most part.
Well, and of course they're not gonna give him credit for that. I want you to hear this because you're talking about different things in regards to what Trump means. This is what I've played before, but I want to get your opinion on what do you think this means.
Syria to Minnesota zone in their own country, they stay there, no matter what. Aware that the liberal media, and it's better for us, are you aware that the liberal media and the Democratic Party in general trying to paint you as a racist? Are you aware of that?
I think so, but I think people know better than that. I'm probably the least racist person on earth.
Well, I've known you a long time, and I never saw any racism from you. However, when you tweet out a thing, and this bothered me, I got to tell you, you tweeted out that whites killed by blacks, these were statistics you picked up from somewhere, at a rate of 81%. And that's totally wrong. Whites killed by blacks is 15%. Yet you tweeted it was 81%. Now,
Bill, I didn't tweet. I retweeted somebody that was supposedly an expert.
but you don't
and it
want
was
to be.
also a radio
Why do you
show.
want to be in that
Well,
zone?
hey, Bill, am I going to check every statistic? I get millions and millions of people.
You got it. You're a presidential contender.
I have millions of people. You know what? Fine. But this came out of radio shows and everything else.
Oh, come on,
All
radio
it was a
shows?
retweet. I didn't say, excuse me. All it was is a retweet. It wasn't from me, and it came out of a radio show and other places because you see all the names.
Look, you know I'm looking out for you, right? You know that? You know I'm looking out for you. I look out for every honest politician. I don't care what party they're in. Don't do this. Don't put your name on stuff like this because it makes the other side, it gives them stuff to tell the ill-informed voter that you're a racist. I mean, just hand it in the platter.
This was a retweet. I'm sure you're looking out for me. Everybody is, right?
Yeah.
This was a retweet. This was a retweet.
All right, whatever it is.
And
I told you shouldn't tweet ever.
Okay, I want you to look at what he tweeted because I want you to give me your opinion on this. This is what he actually tweeted out. Now, on my YouTube site, it's hard to read, but he tweeted out that if you are a white victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance a black person did it, which basically is saying most white victims of homicide are killed by black people. Now, in addition to that, look at the graphic that's on there. It's clearly what looks like a gangbanger. The guy has the gun turned to the side like they do. I mean, he's wearing his pants down low and sagging. He has a do-rag on his head. And it's a black person. I mean, the skin color is obviously dark. Now, also it says U.S. crime statistics 2015 at the top. Now, you can't see it at the bottom because there's my little time thing going across, but it says the source is Crime Statistics Bureau of San Francisco. As you heard Bill O'Reilly state, that statistic, that source doesn't exist. Now, I'm bringing this up because you and I were talking, I was telling you before, when Trump go on these far-right websites, he finds this racist stuff like the cats and dogs thing, for instance. Now, he has never apologized for this. And I'll tell you one thing. If I'm white and I don't have any black friends or black associates, and I believe what Trump said here, where if I'm the victim of a homicide as a white person, there's an 81% chance a black person would do it. If I'm walking down the street and I see black folks coming my way, I'm either going to put my hand on my gun or I'm going to cross the street because he portrays blacks as if they are killing whites wholesale. So I want to ask you your honest opinion. What do you think blacks should think of this?
No, this was really bad. And this is 2015 where misinformation was a huge problem. And we didn't know how bad it could get. Like, this is before we all learned about all this stuff. And then we all learned to check the source, and we learned a lot of lessons since then.
How could you not? How could somebody anymore? Yeah, but how could somebody at Donald J. Trump's level, a successful businessman worth billions of dollars, he got all kinds of properties, he signed all kinds of major contracts. How could he not know in 2015 not to put your name on something like this?
I mean, we were all more trusting back then. We trusted a lot of stuff back then. I mean, this is so old. I don't know what to tell you. That's almost a decade. And he wasn't even, he was barely a candidate at the time, too.
It don't matter if he was a citizen.
Or a president or anything. He was kind of a nobody back then. But I'm not trying to defend him like that. He just, again, back then, we just didn't know better. And we knew better, but this is like, this is a big problem. What about
the notion that he never cleared it up or apologized? Is he's not figured out to do that yet either?
And again, that's another. His problems are he retweets too easily, which I think he learned not to do that anymore, because he would retweet something and it'd be something in the corner that he would not notice, and it gets him in trouble. And two, one of his biggest issues is he never apologizes, and I'm against that. I think he should apologize for a lot of this stuff.
How would you, if someone suggested that this right here shows he's racist, how would you respond to that?
I think, no. I mean, yes and no. I think he just jumped on it too quick without looking at it deeply, and he just didn't see it for what it is. But also, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I don't think he's. Let's put it like this. I found out today, before his wife, he was dating a black woman, and he's got a ton of black friends, and which doesn't make you not a racist, but for a racist, he's got had a lot in his life, not just just all over his life, including
I could show you a picture of a slave owner surrounded by a bunch of blacks and tell you he got a bunch of black people in his life. I don't think that's saying much. We don't know what you're doing with these black people. That ain't saying that you got a bunch of black people in your life.
We're talking about famous people like Jesse Jackson and Oprah. They were all best friends with him before he ran for president.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of Korean shop owners, for instance, that they put in black neighborhoods that they don't like the people in their neighborhoods, but they associate with them. I mean, just because you associate with them, maybe you're doing it for financial reasons. Maybe he's making money off of Don King and some of these other people you're talking about. It don't mean he necessarily likes them. It could be a financial. Now, no matter what, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Maybe he does like a bunch of black people. But what I'm also saying is it might not suggest that he likes blacks. It could just be he was making a bunch of money off of them at the time.
I mean, he had him in his house. He partied with them. He did a lot of like he socialized with them nonstop. Like he socialized with everybody, including bad people like Jeffrey Epstein. He socialized with Diddy. Socialized with everybody. So,
but that has never stopped. Yeah, but that has never stopped folks on the right from saying that Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson is a racist. They associate with a ton of white people, and they still see racism in them.
I don't think they call them racist.
Yeah, they call them racist.
Specifically anti-Semitic, but I don't know. I don't know too much about that side as that subject. I don't know them that well, so I don't know why they do that.
But furthermore, one of the
behind it, so I can't really explain it.
Yeah, one of the other things I would want to ask is, where do you find something like this? I mean, where would Trump have come in contact with something that is this anti-black?
Well, he said it. He just retweeted. That's the other thing. He just retweeted it. It just popped up on his wall. Because back then, everything popped up on your wall.
Does this kind of stuff pop up on? Wait, does this kind of stuff pop up on your wall that make blacks look this bad?
Now they don't, but back in 2015, it was a huge problem. That's what I was saying earlier. It was a huge problem in 2015. Everything popped up on your wall back then.
I didn't get it.
You have like 1,000 friends, and every one of their stuff shows up. Now you barely see like 10 or 20 friends' posts, most favorite friends. But back then, anyone you followed or was a friend of yours, their stuff popped up on your wall. And he said this looked like a reliable
I mean, listen, I know a lot of white people, and I was obviously online in 2015. I never got shit like this. But then the last question I would ask you is this. What would be the goal?
Millions of people following him and vice versa.
Okay, fair enough. Then the last question I would ask you is this. What would be the goal of tweeting this out to your millions of followers? You're telling millions of people that blacks are killing whites wholesale. What would be the goal of him doing that? Why would he retweet this?
I don't think the black versus white thing was the highlight. The highlight is blacks killed.
It's literally, wait, hold on, hang on. Wait, you said you don't think, it's literally highlighted on the graphic. What do you mean you don't think it's a highlight? It's literally in different colors. It's highlighted on the graphic.
Look at it again. Different colors are blacks killed by police and blacks killed by blacks. It's not blacks killed by whites.
Yes, but it's literally highlighted. So, but I'm asking, why do you think he would tweet this out? What would be the goal of doing this? What do you think he was trying to do? Why did the public need to know this?
Are you looking at this?
Yeah.
1 second, because this makes white people look bad.
No, it doesn't.
Because this says white people kill black people by 81%.
No, it says.
Look at it.
I'm looking at it. It says whites killed by police only 3%, and the blacks killed by police is only 1%. So that goes into the argument that more whites get killed by cops than blacks. It's defending that as well. But it says whites killed by whites 16%, whites killed by blacks 81%.
You know what? You're right. I read it backwards.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I read it backwards.
And then, of course, blacks are killing each other at 97%. So it just makes blacks look like fucking murderers on this graphic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
The highlights is still black versus black versus police.
Well, it's like I said, it's highlighted to pass that argument that the police ain't really mistreating black people. They're killing whites more than blacks. That's what it's saying in here. And then, of course, it is. But why would you want to tweet out that black people are killing everybody? What would be the goal of doing this? What do you think he was trying to do? Why would you send this out?
The narrative at the time was that police are going around killing black people. So he wanted to show that, you know, it's not as bad as you would think. And you don't, you know, yeah, that's it. And he didn't look at it too deeply. He just saw the two parts that are highlighted. He probably didn't even read the other ones and just retweeted it without, I mean, that's what I would have done, especially at the time. And then, you know, again, I don't want to make up excuses because I don't know what happened.
I think it's too late to say that.
In the morning when you have to sleep, this could have happened after hours of analysis. I really don't know, but if it was me, it would have been that reason.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you my own analysis of this is he tweeted this out to make black people look bad because that's all it does. Everything about this makes black people look bad, and it fits maybe a lot of blacks were saying that because they've been saying Trump is racist since the time he came on the scene. Maybe they were saying things that were pissing him off, and he was happy to find a graphic that says, "No, you fuckers are bad. Look at this." And he was trying to tweet out to show that, well, no, they're all murderers. And I mean, that's what to me it looks like something he was sent out in self-defense. But there's no denying that this graphic makes black people look awful.
I think he was trying to do the opposite and try to make police look better than, you know, how racist they looked at the time. And yeah, I think he was trying to help police, not hurt blacks. But
81% of white people are killed by blacks. The only way you would think what you just said is if he never read what he sent out.
I think he just looked at the blue part and the red part, and that's it.
A guy who has done numerous real estate deals and businesses. He's used to looking at contracts and all that. Just read 2 lines and sent the whole thing out.
It's a retweet. It's not a contract. It wasn't going to cost him financially if he misread the fine print.
It might have cost him a lot of.
He said he trusted the source, or the source looked legitimate, but I guess it wasn't.
Wow. And now we're some 9 years later talking about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs.
Yeah, he's on Twitter too much. It's his power because he knows exactly what the people are thinking, but it also hurts him because he pays attention to the stupidest stuff.
Yeah, he knows what the people are thinking, a specific type of person. Most Americans ain't thinking they're eating cats and dogs. It's the same people that thinks that this is true, believes that they're eating cats and dogs. He knows what the people are thinking, a certain type of people.
Yeah, he saw that video of that lady eating a cat and he jumped to conclusions. Mm-hmm. And he's just too quick on the trigger because he wants to win too much.
All right.
Yeah, he should have learned his lessons by now to be careful, but it gets hard to teach a dog that old new tricks. He's old, so.
Well, you lived up to your name. You certainly MAGA reacts. I'll go ahead and move it on. Good to hear from you again.
One thing I want to mention is
ahead.
About abortion. Can I say abortion or AB or whatever?
You just did. You can say pregnancy termination or whatever you want to fill in, but go ahead.
Okay. I don't believe either side is going to pass anything as far as a federal law because neither of them are going to have 60 senators to break a filibuster. A filibuster is what stops both sides from passing any crazy law. And neither Trump's is not gonna pass a ban. She's not gonna pass anything unless they get rid of the filibuster. And if they get rid of the filibuster, it's just gonna cause chaos. Every 4 years, we're gonna have laws added and removed depending on who's in charge. And she'll probably lose if she says. I mean, she tried to say it, but I think she stopped saying it because breaking the filibuster would be the worst decision she'd ever made. But other than that, like, no one's had the 60 votes to pass an AB law, and that's why they used Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was supposed to be like a temporary thing until they came up with some laws, but because neither side had 60 senators, they could never pass anything. They would have to have the House and 60 people in the Senate to break the filibuster, and
I'll give you.
That's never going to happen. So neither side is going to pass anything.
Right? I disagree with it. Well, it may never happen, but I disagree with that. It couldn't happen based on that reason. I'll state it on the other side, but appreciate you coming in, MAGA. Reacts.
They've never had 60, but neither side has ever had 60 people in the Senate.
I'm not going to argue with that. Thank you for coming through.
Take care.
All right, anytime. Now he's right in terms of getting 60. And Will G, I'll respond to a couple of your super chats. Thank you, by the way. Give me a second. Here's how I believe you would get a federal abortion ban from the Trump administration. And I agree with my last caller. Getting 60 senators is not going to happen. I think it would go by way of the Supreme Court. If you can, because remember, this is how Roe v. Wade started. They went and presented a case, fictional case, and they ruled on it. And that's how Roe v. Wade got overturned as well. Present a fictional case and the courts rule on it. Here's a fictional case I would present. And I think this could work, certainly with the Supreme Court we have now. There are several states in America where if a woman is impregnated and an assailant, let's say somebody's attacking her or something like that while she's pregnant, if that assailant causes a loss of the baby's life, that assailant can be charged with murder. If he takes the mom and the baby out, he can be charged with double murder. A lot of Americans agree with that. Most Americans agree with that. So if you go to the Supreme Court and you can show them taking the life of the unborn has already been, what do they say, not adjudicated. What do they say when it's already been ruled upon? I forgot the term they often use, but precedent. We've already set precedent that taking the life of the unborn is murder. People are being charged with it already. People have been charged with it all over the country. Based on that, how can you allow a doctor to do it? If I go to a state where abortion is legal, kick a woman in the stomach, I'm charged with murder. So why, just because he's a physician, he should get away with it? Should be murder if anybody does it, right? I think the Supreme Court would probably, under the one he has now, I think he can get that through. Once you get it deemed that deliberately taking the life of the unborn is murder, you got a federal abortion ban. Because once the Supreme Court rules that it's murder, that's in all 50 states at that point. And then, of course, now the doctors that are performing it in liberal states, what they're doing is against the law. The Supreme Court has already just ruled it's murder. I don't believe that's impossible. Now, some of you folks might disagree. I get it. But I do believe, based on the fact that several states already have laws in place that will put an assailant in prison for murder if he causes the death of an unborn baby inside of a woman. People are already being locked up for taking it. So why are the doctors able to do it? I actually think a 6-3 majority with that Supreme Court, if you could present that case right, I think it could get by. And once you get the Supreme Court, like I said, to rule it's murder, then you've essentially made it so that any doctor now that performs the operation is a murderer. They would all stop doing it. You don't need to overturn the 60 members of the Senate. I don't think you need them. I would go right to the Supreme Court with that, because there's already been a precedent set. People are already currently serving time in prison for taking the lives of unborn. Domestic violence cases where the boyfriend did. People are already doing that. So why should the boyfriend go to prison for murder, but the doctor don't? If it's murder, it's murder, right? I think you can get the judges to agree with that. And I see in the comments says you won't need the president either. No, you won't. You won't. I think it would. I think if they presented it that way to the current Supreme Court we have, I think nothing's guaranteed, but with this Supreme Court, and keep in mind, you currently have Justice Roberts is 74, the guy with the flag upside down in his crib. Justice Thomas is 75. If Trump wins, he's going to replace both of those guys because they both are favorable to Trump. Clarence Thomas likes gifts. So it won't be any problem to get Clarence Thomas to step down. And it won't be any problem to get Justice Roberts. So Trump would replace those two with people probably half their age, meaning that he'll be the first president in history to put 5 people on the Supreme Court. And then you got Sotomayor and what is the other guy? Not Gorsuch. What is it? There's another. Clarence Thomas is 75. Roberts is 74. Sotomayor, and there's another one. They both are 69. So if Trump gets elected, they're going to be from 60, 70 to 75 years of age as well. He could end up replacing as many as 7 Supreme Court justices. He's already got 3 under his belt now. He will get 2 more with Thomas and Roberts. That'll give him 5. And Sotomayor, who's a liberal, she's having health problems. And then there's the other guy's a right-wing judge. He could be the first dude on the Supreme Court to put 7 justices on it. At that point, he's a king. He's a king. You think if folks who say what I'm saying is bullshit, that if Trump appoints 7 out of the 9 Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court, they'll still all rule fairly. Think about what you would say if Obama was president and he appointed 5 to 7 justices. You wouldn't believe it then. So I'm just saying, if Trump becomes president and he gets to replace Clarence Thomas and Roberts, which I'm going to say it's probably almost 100% chance that's going to happen. That's 5 out of the 9 he personally appointed. And that's almost guaranteed to happen if he wins. 5 out of the 9. And then, like I said, Sotomayor, and there's the other guy, I can't think of his name for some reason right now, but there's 2 of them that are 69 years of age. He might get one of them. So he could get anywhere between 5 and 7 justices. One president responsible for that many members of the Supreme Court. He's a king at that point. He's a king. If you believe all of them, Roberts is the guy. Yeah, that's the other guy, Roberts. If you believe one man with all them appointments, you believe that Supreme Court's still going to be ruling fairly, you fucking crazy. Because you wouldn't believe it if a liberal appointed all them people. And my opinion, I think there should be a limit on how many appointments can come from one guy. I just don't think that is. I think that the chance of that going bad are incredibly high. I mean, now at the end of the day, before he makes these appointments, he's interviewing these people privately. Could be anything being asked. How do you feel about abortion? Or do you play ball? First question I want to, are you a team player? What do you mean by that, sir? And then he goes into this long, 5 to 7 justices, one dude? He's a king at that point. If you believe otherwise, I think you're just deliberately lying out of support for Trump. Because as I said, if Obama or Biden or Kamala appointed that many justices, you would think they were a queen or a king too. That's a lot of justice for one dude. I want to respond to some super chats before I continue on. Thank you, Will G, by the way. Says it could have been 2 years until the election, and Republicans will still be sitting on their hands. I saw that already. I don't want to miss any of these, so I don't like to miss the super chat. Donald J. Trump still hasn't found what was going on in Islam. Certainly not enough to defend that Muslim ban. He never, but as like my last caller was saying, it's not like Trump is known to apologize for shit. So he tried to do it, it failed, it is what it is. All Trump has managed to do is find racist tropes to say about black and brown people. Yikes. He says all Trump has managed to do is find racist tropes to say about black and brown people. There's a lot of black and brown people that seem to think that's true. I'll just leave it at that. I know a lot of Trump supporters believe all the claims that Trump is doing this stuff are inaccurate, but a lot of black and brown people would agree with that. But keep in mind, for why you're saying that, Trump has got more of the black vote in terms of a Republican candidate than any other Republican candidate in our lifetime. Trump will get more of the black vote, men, not women, black men, than Romney, McCain, Reagan, Bush. He's doing better with black men than any of those candidates did. Trump has only drummed up the white rule fear to majority black and brown communities. I would say the Haitian migrant thing is a good example of some of that. Meanwhile, mass shootings continue to be of mayonnaise variety. I got to push back on that. Now, you say mass casualty events, you say continues to be of the mayonnaise variety, but you're saying about white people. I think the definition of a mass casualty event would probably make that statement inaccurate, because in the hood, there's mass casualty events all the time. The only difference, I think, is how they are done, the type of victims. Now, in the hood, there are plenty of shootings that involve what is it, 3 or more people, whatever they call it, for it to be a mass casualty. There's plenty of those in the hood. So it's definitely not all white people. However, there's a difference to the type of mass casualty events. When you have a shooting in the hood, even if the victim is innocent, there is somebody that they knew or had affiliation with that they were trying to hit. Argument outside of the club, 2 rival drug dealers, 2 rival gangbangers, 2 people that were road raging, whatever the case may be. Generally, the person that is shooting actually has some sort of connection or relationship to the perceived victim. They're not good shooters, just like in the graphic you see here with the guy with his hand turned to the side. There's a lot of missing in the hood, in the black community. So they don't always hit their target, but they're shooting at people that they got a connection with. Now, where the difference is, when you say that mass casualties are of the mayonnaise variety, now, when I'm going to say it I'm going to just say it this way. I mean, I know some folks may not like this. You can say it in the comments and you can criticize any way you want. We don't block, ban, or censor. But when you're talking about mass shootings that involve a shooter that is simply trying to off as many innocent people as he can, people he have no connection with, that is mostly white people. That's the type of mass casualty. The black folks are shooting and hitting innocent people because they don't know how to always shoot, but they're shooting at somebody they have a connection with. When you talk about the white community, there's people that might just go into a business where they don't know anybody in there, and they're just simply trying to hit as many people as possible. That is happening more. I do believe that the perpetrators of those type of crimes are mostly white, like the Mandalay Bay shooting, where the guy shooting across the street. You don't know anybody at that concert, just shooting innocent people. I mean, yeah, now there are plenty of folks in the hood that may drive down the street with what they call a street sweeper or something, but they're shooting at other gang members. They know. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not trying to defend this shit by any means at all. Killing is killing, but they are shooting at people they have something in common with. The white shooters are shooting at people that are just 100% innocent. I don't know any of these motherfuckers. I'm just trying to kill as many of them. That is something that happens more from the white side. I do agree with that. Real quick in the comments, that's how I know God is real. My own experience of personal salvation, nothing to do with the church, all to do with my relationship with God. All right. You're saying it is different. A pimp named Furback, you're saying it's different. Well, like I said, taking somebody's life is wrong and you deserve to be punished, period. But it is a difference between taking somebody's life you know and taking somebody's life you don't. Not to say it should be any difference criminality-wise, but yeah, you're shooting innocent people. I'll tell you this, if you get locked up, it can make a difference even among your inmates. You just took out an innocent school full of kids, as opposed to the guy who's serving a double homicide beef for taking out rival drug dealers. He's kind of following the rules. Even in the mafia, no women, no kids. Even in the mafia, the underworld has rules. And what the mostly white folks that are doing, they're not following the rules. I mean, you're taking out churches and shit like that. That's not something you generally hear from the minority communities. So we'll see. But like I said, taking a life is taking a life. So I'm just simply giving it to you straight. Chris says, Tim, be honest and say it's the culture of the United States as it's been happening nonstop for 50 years. I don't know if it's the culture. And I'll tell you why. I do believe if you take any society and give the citizens as easy access to firearms as you do in America, the shootings in that culture would go up too. There are several examples. Norway, New Zealand, Australia. There are several examples of countries where the citizens used to readily have access to firearms. There were shootings, and when they took the firearms away, the mass shootings went away. I just believe firearms are just like cars. The more cars you put on the road, the more accidents there's going to be. There are some people that shouldn't be driving. There's some bad drivers out there. There are plenty of folks who should not own firearms. They don't have the right mentality or maturity to own one. So the more firearms you put into a society, the more innocent people are going to get shot. Because there's a lot of people getting them that shouldn't have them. Just like cars. There's a lot of people who are getting driver's licenses that shouldn't have one. So I don't know if it's a culture. I think it's as opposed to the culture, I think it is our very relaxed mentality on handing access to firearms to people. Keep in mind, in America, I mentioned cars, for instance. Now, driving a car is a privilege. Owning a firearm is a right. But keep in mind, I mentioned cars. To drive a car, you do have to at least go through some sort of training. You just need to turn 18 to get a gun. As I often point out in the program, you can own a gun without even having eyesight. You don't even need to have eyeballs, and they'll give you a gun. You can legally own a gun with no arms and legs. I just think our relaxed mind state toward handing out firearms is crazy. Joby R. So that's what I think if you did that in any society, and you said 21, no, I think you can own a firearm at 18 in some places. Am I right? Only 21? Is the age 21 nationwide? You can't own any firearm at all unless you're 21? I don't think that's accurate. Joby.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's
How you
up?
doing, Tim?
I'm doing good.
So that graphic behind you, is that recent?
No, it's 2015.
When did he post it?
Sometime in 2015.
Oh, that's when he posted it? I thought he posted it now.
No, this ain't. This is old. Like I said, one of the things I've said about Trump is he does so many controversial things. He floods the airway with so much controversial shit that he can get away with a lot. Like if Tim Walz or somebody, we would know about it. But when Trump was doing this, he was talking about Muslim bans and all. I mean, he does so many things that stuff like this slips through the cracks because there was probably 10 other things he did within the span of a few months after doing this.
Yeah, I remember the tweet he put up in 2020, the retweet, of the man in the villages in the golf cart.
Yes, the white power guy.
Yeah, and that's, their excuse is, well, we don't know if he tweeted that. So all the good shit he tweets, all the bad shit, they don't know if he tweeted it or not.
Not only
somebody else in his campaign.
Not only that, but then he claimed he didn't hear the guy say white power in the video. And since you mentioned it, it's only a 15-second video. I want people to hear this. This is what Trump personally tweeted out from his own account. And he said
4.6 million people.
Yeah, and he stated in this video, even though the guy says white power, now Trump says he didn't hear it. I'm going to play the video for you folks. And you tell me if you can hear it.
Where's your white hood? White power! Yes, there you go, white power. You hear that?
I heard it the first and second time.
Say he didn't hear that. Even the closed caption picked it up.
When he was on TV and he was asked straight up if he's racist or not, Donald, the answer to when somebody asks if you're racist, the answer is no. Not I'm the least racist person in the room. That means out of the 25 racists in the room, you happen to be, you're in the top 22, maybe 23. That's not the correct answer. So just so when somebody asks you next time if you're racist, the answer is no, I am not.
Yeah.
Not I'm the least racist person in the room. So my thing that has come across recently is in a campaign email leak from one of his campaign, the president of his campaign.
Mm-hmm.
The leak, an email got out that saying that regarding Georgia and Arizona, that he had lost the election. It was out there that he lost those two states that he adamantly said he won, but he lost them, and it was in a leaked tweet from his campaign management at that point in time. And then after that, he goes on TV and he says, I lost the election by a whisker. So now he's verbally confirming that he lost the election.
Well, during the debate, I think it was during the debate, that came up and he said he was just, he denied that. I mean,
he's being sarcastic because he got pushed back. That's his new word he learned. Whenever he gets pushed back, I'm being sarcastic. But he's not being sarcastic. He's saying it for real. So now that we have that out in the open, clear as day, we have 700 plus people who are incarcerated based on what is now an admitted lie, who've lost their families, homes, careers, children, sitting in jail now based on what he admitted is a lie now. For somehow he raised $307 million for the Stop the Steal campaign. Where's that money? Based on a lie.
That's a great question, that Stop the Steal, because clearly the Stop the Steal, you're right, nothing was being stolen. So yeah, if you sent money to stop the election from being stolen, you kind of deserve a refund.
Or at least get $100,000 watch. Or some cereal, some shit.
You said
Some sneaker, something, man.
Some cereal.
Some cereal box. You seen the cereal, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
$5 a pop. Send me some Trump puffs, whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Today, breaking news.
You know something? If I, I kind of wish I could get some Trump merchandise. That stuff may be valuable in the future. I would buy some of his merchandise, not all of it. I mean, because it's all very high. It's all very expensive. But I mean, the man is making a killing off the merch.
The AP just released that 120,000 of his Bibles were printed in China.
We talked about that. We did talk about that.
So I mean, is it me, or is every Trump person a Helen Keller? Can't see, can't hear, can't nothing.
Well, the belief is that Biden and Harris has such an awful vision for America that they're willing to overlook a few flaws of Trump. They believe that Biden and Harris is trying to destroy the damn country. So you're not going to bring anything up about Trump that's going to make them not, go the other way, because they believe Biden and Harris is just that bad.
But why? I mean, he's saying what he's going to do.
Border?
It's
economy?
You got people on the right now on TV, really well-known Republicans are using the word colored again openly.
Wow. I've heard several folks come on the show and suggest that since Trump has came around, folks are openly racist. I mean, I've had people swear up and down that they've seen that.
I've seen it. I mean, it's not as hidden as it used to be. I think they feel empowered.
Wow. Now I will say, Elon.
With what's her name there? Was it Megyn Kelly where the guy used the hard R?
Yeah, the Haitian N words. Yeah.
Didn't skip a beat.
No. And she didn't challenge him on it. The right never said a thing about it.
No apology, no nothing.
Yeah, he did.
And usually, think of how many white men who've lost their careers for dropping the N word by mistake.
Yeah.
On TV. And this was just, it was like they were talking about the weather.
Yeah.
Wasn't acknowledged, wasn't apologized for, and it was clear as day.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't slip and say that like he did, unless you're saying that as part of your everyday speech. I mean, because obviously immigrants in the N-word they got different amounts of syllables. They start with different letters. You don't mistake those two. I mean, yeah.
He took a breath before and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he said the whole word, so he didn't catch himself or nothing. And yeah, you didn't hear it, because if Tim Walz had did something like that, the right would have been running with that forever. And when this guy said it, the left, he said it on Megyn Kelly's show, the right didn't have anything to say about it at all. He said the word as clear as day. When you rewind it, there's no denying he said that word.
Right. So, we're 13 or 25 days out.
Yeah. You excited? Or nervous?
Well.
Or concerned?
I'm a bit of everything, because what you were saying about the Supreme Court, if he wins and puts those people in, it's not going to be a 4-year thing. It's going to affect us for a generation.
Yeah. Yeah, I've said that before. I've said that to a lot of folks on the left who say that, Biden sucks and, Trump would give us a great economy. I'm like, maybe so. But you got to understand, if you favor the Trump's economy of 2016, you're not getting the same Trump in 2024 that you got in 2016. And as I pointed out, first of all, there's abortion bans in place now that didn't exist then, but the Supreme Court is the biggest. I mean, even if you believe Biden's economy suck and you need Trump to get in there and get the economy straight, economies kind of come and go. 10 years from now, nobody's going to be talking about Trump's economy. It'll be another, but we'll be talking about those Supreme Court picks 30 years from now. I mean, so those Supreme Court and all of the things that come along with it. I mean, America's going to go pretty sharply to the right with that many right-wing justices in there. I mean, the left pretty much won't have any rulings at that level at all. It'll just be all right-wing stuff.
And they're at their lowest approval rate ever. Like, was it 15% now?
That would be.
I mean, that's like most people. Yeah, that's like most people fucking hate you.
Yeah.
That's not even some people. That's like most of the country doesn't like you.
Well, even the right that may favor a lot of the rulings at the Supreme Court, such as, Trump's immunity and the abortion ban, even the right, I think a lot of people on the right believe that the Supreme Court is ruling favorably to Trump. I don't think even folks on the right at this point believe the Supreme Court is unbiased anymore.
Well, you asked me if I was worried. The thing that worries me most, the thing that I think that could be worse than a Trump presidency is a Trump presidency with immunity. That scares me a lot.
And as many as 5 to 7 Supreme Court. Yeah, he's a king. I was like, he said he wanted to be a dictator on day one. We don't have to worry about what he said. The mechanisms are in place to make it pretty damn easy. He almost would have to try not to be a dictator with all of them things in place.
Didn't he mention a version of the purge that he wanted to do?
Oh my God. Giving cops a violent hour to bring down crime. Jesus. Yeah, he did say that recently too. A couple of weeks ago, where he believed crime would go down if the cops were allowed an hour of, and he says, I mean, really violent. So, I guess maybe you catch a bunch of kids in a mall shoplifting, you can pull out the sticks and really beat them up really good or something. He said violent, but then he said, and I mean really violent. So
really violent, yeah. He emphasized it. I mean, why isn't any of this disqualification for him? Because if any other candidate on either side came up with this shit, it'd be over in a heartbeat. That's it. They're done. Why can he say these things? I saw a woman eating a cat on TV, so that for everyone's eating cats. That was a woman from Dayton, Ohio, an American citizen that he saw. I mean, he just believes any fucking thing people throw at him.
People believe he's the best president in U.S. history. That's why, Joby, I got to move it on, but people believe that guy is better than anything we've ever had in our lifetime, so they're willing to forgive a few of those things.
I just want to throw one more thing about it. What
Sure.
do you think of what's out there now that during the height of the pandemic, when I'm sitting in my car waiting in a line about 400 cars long for a couple of hours for a COVID test, and this human being is sending COVID tests to Russia?
It's awful. And the Kremlin has confirmed that he did send seven COVID tests to them in May of 2022. When people in America, rich people, were paying money for those tests, so they were so hard to get. I'll just say this: when folks suggest that Biden and Harris are awful because they are sending money to the Ukraine instead of helping out Americans that could use it, that's the kind of the same thing. You're sending tests to Russia instead of letting Americans who desperately need it. I mean, it's the same thing. But they're not going to give Trump the same criticism. But he clearly was doing that. I mean, people were paying a fortune for those tests that he was sending people. I mean, people needed those. I mean, people were dying in May of 2022. That's at the height of that. It's the same thing. So, all right, Joby.
Do you think that because the thing is with Kamala running, the thing is she didn't get any primary votes, she didn't get to that. Do you think it would be the same thing if all of a sudden Trump said, I'm going to hand the reins over to Vance?
I think the attitude. I think the attitude toward it would be a lot less concerning than it is toward Kamala Harris.
Right.
All right,
man. Well, thank you for having me up, Tim.
Anytime, man. Appreciate it. Real quick in the comments, I wanted to point out what he was talking about. I have to see if I can find it, but yeah, Trump did say that. An hour of violence, man. I don't know what else to say. Real quick before I go to that, I wanted to see if there was a clip I wanted to play. This is in regards to the polls, because a lot of folks are concerned.
Issues. Overnight, former President Barack Obama in Pittsburgh with an appeal to men across the country.
Hello, Pittsburgh!
Black men in particular, urging men to show strength and vote to send a message that a woman can lead this nation.
I've noticed this especially with some men who seem to think Trump's behavior, the bullying and the putting people down, is a sign of strength. And I am here to tell you that is not what real strength is. It never has been.
I actually didn't mean to cue up Obama. I want to show you the poll numbers. That's what's coming up in this clip. I wasn't trying to show you Obama, but I thought the polls would come up quicker. But by the way, I had a woman tell me today that only a weak-ass man would vote for a woman for president. So that's what Obama was talking about, is that basically he's talking about there's a lot of sexism, even from black males, that they basically are not voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. There are a lot of men that do believe that. I get them on the show all the time. Mowgli, great. So you don't agree. Wait a minute. Great. So you don't agree all about faith. That's fine. Can we get back to the real discussion? Who are you supporting for president? I've said this on several programs. As long as Trump is promising to give immunity to police from prosecution, $2 gas is going to take a back seat to that. I do believe on paper Trump deserved a second term, 2020 to 2024. But the stuff he's promising, because we hear about radical left all the time, immunity from prosecution, let them have an hour to beat people to bring down crime and stop him free. He's a lot more radical this go round than last. And that right there, even because I do believe that I'm not a big fan of the Biden administration this go round, even though I voted for Biden. But giving police immunity from prosecution, I can't support that. Even if Kamala Harris was so terrible, I had to sit it out, I would probably just do that. I can't support giving police immunity, complete immunity, in towns where I'm at. And I've said this before, I don't have any criminal record. My criminal record is as clean as most cops. Nothing. In fact, I haven't even received a speeding ticket in probably almost 10 years. I don't have anything on my record. But I'll tell you, even my own self personally, if I was given immunity, I would probably commit some crimes. If I knew I didn't have any accountability at all, I would probably go out and do some shit that I normally wouldn't do. So the notion, well, if you don't commit any crimes, you shouldn't worry about the police. No, I do believe immunity would make some bad cops. Just like immunity would make some citizens bad. I don't buy into the notion that cops are so great, so morally correct, that even with immunity, they're all going to be good. That's insane. So that, not only is that a deal breaker for me, man, I hate to say, I'm scared of that. That actually frightens me, that I might be, because I drive about 90 to 100 miles a day for work. So I'm out and about in the vehicle a lot. You guys see me do a lot of my shows in the vehicle. The idea that I could get pulled over by a cop that has immunity from prosecution, and the only thing that's going to save me is hoping that cop is good and he's having a good day and he's not angry. Because if something happens to me, he gets immunity. And I see in the comments, blue shirt guy says that's not a reality. Giving cops immunity was not a reality either until you just said it. I don't know what else to do with that. So that's all I'm going to say. I don't know what else to do with somebody offering to get a police immunity. As opposed to saying it's not a reality, it just shouldn't have been said to begin with. What the hell is he talking about? It's scary to me. Maybe not to you folks, but to me, that's frightening. I'm just going to say that. To me, it's frightening. Patrick says, I'm playing Halo 4. And listen, I haven't played Halo. I'm a big Call of Duty fan, though. What if a 78-year-old convicted felon, adjudicated rapist had immunity? Might have a lot more women become victims. White people will never understand this as moving mountains. Well, anyone that is not likely to be stopped and frisked, because keep in mind, he said he wants to get a police immunity in liberal cities. Basically, the way he said it, if you're white, it's not going to happen to you. So yeah, I can understand why white people don't really have a concern with it, because he's not talking about doing it in white communities. He's talking about doing it in black places. So, and I go to the city of Chicago all the time. I'm in Chicago a lot, and that's kind of where he's talking about doing it. So it scares me. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to argue about whether it's going to happen or all of this. Fact is, as I said before, he shouldn't have said it. He shouldn't. Earlier this, as opposed to having me believe it ain't going to happen, it should have never came out of his mouth.
We're going to rebuild our cities and become a beacon of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them, Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job. We'll take over the horribly run capital of our country, Washington, D.C., and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our...
I mean, regardless of how you feel about Trump, I'm not trying to come and say he's a racist or anything, but what he is saying is literally just oozing black neighborhoods. He's talking about the Capitol now. He's talking about Chicago. I mean, everything he's saying, we're going to work with liberal mayors and liberal. This is where all of the people of color live at. There's nobody else in these towns. Well, there are other people in the town, but the majority of this is where a majority of people of color live. So those cops are going to have immunity. It's hard not to see this. Like I said, for me, it frightens me. And I see in the comments, John Wick, definitely love that name, says learn self-control. Shout out to Laura Brennigan. I don't think self-control is going to stop that, because there's cops that don't have self-control. Let's say you get pulled over for God knows whatever, God knows what. You're talking shit to the cop. Hurry up! I got a chick waiting for me at home, or you pigs are just out collecting. You got immunity. Slap the fuck out of you. You got immunity. A lot of cops already are out here defending their ego and don't like citizens that talk shit and push back. Now it's legal. You have the First Amendment right to free speech. You can talk back to cops, but a lot of cops don't like it. Imagine giving them immunity. Slap the fuck out of you. Shut the fuck up. You're going to sit here until I'm done with you. Got immunity. I don't like it. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't feel confident at all that police are all 100% trustworthy. And if you give them this amount of power, none of them are going to act wrong.
And David, a new poll out from the Wall Street Journal tonight shows just how close this race is in the 7 battleground states that will ultimately decide this election. So Vice President Kamala Harris with a slight edge in Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan, ahead by just 2 points within the poll's margin of error. And Donald Trump ahead in Nevada, but up by just 1 point in Pennsylvania within the margin of error as well.
Now, freezing these numbers, these polls really change a lot. So anybody thinking their candidate is way out front, man, wait till tomorrow's polls come out. They change a lot. I thought Trump was going to be a shoo-in for Arizona. He's losing Arizona according to this poll by 2 points. Now, this is the Wall Street Journal poll according to this. This came out today, by the way. This was on the World News Tonight. David Muir. This is today. They got Harris up by 2 points in the poll. Now, most of this stuff is margin of error, with the exception of Trump leading by 6 points in Nevada. I believe that's kind of pretty. I believe that's outside the margin of error. Maybe I'm wrong, but it wasn't long ago that he was losing in Nevada. He's up by 6 points in Nevada, according to this poll. Now, this poll has Wisconsin as even. Most of the polls I've seen, Kamala Harris was leading in Wisconsin, but this one has it even. Just like most of the polls I've seen, Trump was leading in North Carolina. This poll has them as even after the hurricane. Because, the Biden-Harris team took a lot of pushback and flack from their hurricane response. But this poll, and that's the state that got hit the hardest, is North Carolina. Even though Florida got hit with 2 hurricanes, North Carolina, I believe, got hit the hardest. Moogly, you're the one actively lying about your own book, so clearly you're a wow. What did Moogly say? Moogly's a friend of the program. Yikes, Moogly. Wait, you mean Trump didn't make America great the last time? Well, a lot of people believe he did make America great, but it is what it is. I see in the comments, Big Bird says, learn self-control. Wow, that's comedy. Yeah, that is comedy because a lot of cops don't have self-control. This is, like I said, this is the poll, though. Harris is up in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan. Trump is up in Nevada, Pennsylvania, which everybody wants to win Pennsylvania. But Wisconsin and North Carolina are even. Now, the Pennsylvania one, Trump is only about 1 point. That's deep in the margin. That's definitely nowhere near outside the margin of error. That's real close. Because I haven't seen any of these at, beyond the decimal point. They got him up by 1 point. I've never seen anybody say a person is up only a half a point. So Trump is really up in Pennsylvania by as slim of a lead as you can be. It looks like he'll win Nevada, but Nevada represents a very small amount of electoral college votes. Based on this one here, I'd have to, because Pennsylvania's worth a lot of electoral college votes, but they got Harris winning Arizona, which doesn't represent a lot, but Georgia does, and so does Michigan. They got Harris winning Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan, and Trump winning Nevada and Pennsylvania. So we need to know what's going to go on in Wisconsin and North Carolina. This is close, though. Wow, this is close. Wait, you're reading the ABC poll, left my ass up. No, this is the Wall Street Journal ghostwriter. And by the way, if you find the ABC poll, as you say, left my ass out to be funny, chances are the poll you're going to say you do favor or believe in is probably leaning to the right. So you would laugh at the ABC poll and everybody would laugh likely at the poll you present. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what poll is presented, somebody's going to say, well, that poll's skewed. It is what it is. Pennsylvania is a key state with a large Pennsylvania. But I will say this, because it was believed for the most part. Jimmy, you said your super chat. I didn't see that. Moogly says, great. So, I saw that one. I didn't see your super chat, Jimmy. But real quick in the comments, a lot of folks believe that, yes, if you give Pennsylvania to either one of the candidates, they're likely to win. But when they were saying that, North Carolina was not in play. North Carolina was assumed to be going Republican. Because North Carolina is now in play, I believe Kamala Harris can win without winning Pennsylvania. I believe she actually, like, for instance, if you look at this race here, she's up in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan. North Carolina and Wisconsin are even. Let me see if I can find what the actual electoral college vote count is for each state. State electoral, because I'm curious to know. But I believe Harris can win without Pennsylvania if she wins, if North Carolina is involved in that. So keep that in mind. I'm gonna see if I can blow this map up because it does tell me, but it's so damn slow. There we go. All right. Pennsylvania is worth 20. Pennsylvania is worth 20 electoral college votes. North Carolina, wow. North Carolina's worth 15. South Carolina's worth 9, but North Carolina is worth 15 votes. Pennsylvania's worth 20. So that's big. So with North Carolina being in play, that means a lot. Now, Wisconsin is 10, Michigan is 16, Arizona is 11, and Nevada is only 6. So let me see if I can go back to that map that was up. There we go. All right, so Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan is in Harris's camp. Arizona is 11. Arizona, Michigan. What was the other one I said? Arizona, Michigan. Michigan is 16. Michigan is also a big state. So that's 27. Yeah, I don't know, folks. I would tell you because I don't think there's any chance at all for Trump if he don't win Pennsylvania. So let me just say that right off the bat. If he loses Pennsylvania, he's done. I do believe there's a path for Kamala Harris without winning Pennsylvania. I don't think there's a path forward for Trump if he doesn't win Pennsylvania. I just, that's my opinion. Unless he, like I said, unless he takes all of these other states, and I don't see that happening. Well, we'll talk about it, but yeah, I think that Trump has to win Pennsylvania by a stronger margin than Kamala Harris does. Looking in what's it? Oh my God! Wu says, "What's everyone's favorite position of Kamala's?" How about president, Madam President? Some folks, I know you're using it, referencing it in a sexual way, but how about president? You weren't thinking of that one, were you? Looking in the comments, I read your comment there, Mowgli. Let me see here. Like I said, the whole immunity thing is what frightens me. If Trump wasn't offering me immunity, I might be on here arguing like, look, Kamala sounds terrible in these interviews, in my opinion, especially the 60 Minutes interview. I don't think people are supporting Kamala. If you ask me, I think they're voting against Trump. I really believe that. I don't think there's a whole lot of really gung-ho, I love Kamala Harris support. Like Obama, people were voting for Obama. I don't think people are voting for Kamala Harris. But when the other guys talking about people eating cats and dogs and giving cops immunity, you can replace Kamala Harris with anybody, and that person will still probably get at least 40 mil in terms of votes. But I don't believe most people are voting to support Kamala Harris. They are voting to get rid of Trump. I would submit to you, you could probably replace Kamala Harris with Elizabeth Warren, Gretchen Whitmer, Gavin Newsom, Tim Walz. I mean, you could probably replace her with a bunch of people, and the polling would probably still be close because Trump is fighting against a bunch of never-Trumpers. That's my opinion. He's not fighting against Kamala Harris. He's fighting against a bunch of never-Trumpers. Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, yeah, there's another. I think he's fighting against a bunch of never-Trumpers. I don't think he's fighting against Kamala Harris. I mean, she's the target that's in place, but I think if you're to get rid of Kamala and put any of them folks up there, it would be at least as competitive as it was with Biden. Trump was going to beat Biden, but it was still going to be competitive because there are that many people that don't like him. Anyone but Trump, please, says Skinny Surfer. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Policy would probably be more important to you. And by the way, I'll say this. When Trump was president the first time, one of the most common statements was, don't vote based on your damn emotion or tweets. Vote based on policy, not on emotion. I'll tell you this, go around the second time, it's policies that's hurting him. Like I said, immunity from prosecution. That's not emotion. That's a policy he's promising. People believe Agenda 47 and Project 2025 are real. We can debate whether they're real or not, but those are policies. People are voting against Trump this time based on policy. It's not, I mean, he's still saying some pretty wild shit too, but I mean, a lot of it's policy related this time. So a lot of Americans that do not want the largest deportation in history. That's a policy. So long gone are the times when people did not like Trump simply because of what he was tweeting. It's policy related now. I mean, the women that are voting against Trump, rolling back Roe v. Wade, that's a policy. I'd say majority of the never-Trumpers this time are voting against Trump because of policy. It ain't because of his mouth. But the mouth is in there, but it's policy. Women's rights is what Sam Wedge just said. A lot of women believe they're losing rights. We can talk about it going back to the states, whatever you want to call it, but it is policy. In 2028, they will go back to Republican. Chris, it really depends on what happens in November, because my humble opinion is the Republican Party is a MAGA party right now. It is the MAGA party. And I mean, it's simple. You can't criticize Trump and remain a respected member of the Republican Party. The Republican Party is a MAGA party. Trump leads, what Trump says goes. If Trump wins, fine. He might put in, J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis or somebody in to follow him in 2028 as the next candidate. If he loses, though, the Republican Party is going to be in chaos. because that's when people, once they see him lose, which really will be again, because he's lost a lot. I mean, he lost in 2022 in the midterms. Remember the whole red wave that didn't happen? He obviously lost the election in 2020 that he says didn't happen. He also lost the midterms in 2018 as well. I think if he loses in November, you're going to start having Republican defectors step up and say, he has the right vision for America, but this guy is not going to win. I mean, he'll be, he's 78 now, so it's not like he's going to run again in 2028. So if Trump loses in November, the Republican Party is going to be in shambles, because then you have to figure out who is going to lead the Republican Party. Will they continue following behind Trump at that point, even though he lost and is not likely to run again? He will get weaker. In my opinion, he will be a weaker candidate. I mean, at that point, you don't show that you're not winning elections and you're not going to run again. Why are we still following behind you? There will be a lot of MAGA that's going to follow behind Trump no matter what, but I think you will have far more detractors in the Republican Party. Certainly in the Senate and among the ranks of Congress people, because they want to win. Some of these folks, senators and Congress, they want to be in Congress for like Ted Cruz. You think Ted Cruz is interested in stepping down within the next 15 years? Dude wants to be in politics for the rest of his life. Trump could hurt him. So if Trump loses, like I said, I'm not saying he's going to lose, but if he loses, you're going to start having a lot of defectors stepping forward and stating this guy has hurt our party. He has hurt our party. We now have no leader. But if he wins, a different story. So that's my opinion. A lot of Republicans will vote split as opposed to straight ticket, says Chris. That's actually what happened in 2020. That's why Trump don't believe. That's why you hear Trump saying the election was stolen, but you don't hear the folks on the right side of the aisle that won those Senate seats and Congress seats saying the same thing. People did vote split ticket. Georgia's a perfect example. The governor of Georgia is Governor Kemp, Ryan Kemp. He's a Republican, but they voted in 2 Democratic senators. They split the ticket and they voted against Trump. They started splitting the ticket. They're okay with some of these Republicans, but we don't like the guy at the top. It'll get bigger if he loses. This man wants power. He's a billionaire. He doesn't care about the middle class. He's literally done more for billionaires than us. Ooh, all right. I'll leave it at that. Kamala is the billionaire's candidate. That's bullshit. The woman that everybody's saying is a socialist, she's going to raise taxes. She's not a billionaire's candidate. If I was a billionaire, she wouldn't be my candidate. If you are wealthy, I say this all the time, if you are wealthy and you don't want to be forced to share your wealth, you should never vote Democrat, because they're going to do that. They're going to make you pay your fair share. They're going to promote social programs that you're going to have to pay for. If you're a billionaire, the Republican Party is your party. You should never do that. If you're a billionaire and you want to keep all your money and not be forced to share, you have no business ever voting Democrat. It's my opinion. She is literally campaigning on making billionaires pay their fair. Yeah, exactly. She's literally campaigning on making billionaires pay their fair share. But listen, at the end of the day, I get bringing it up because it's done to help shame the other side. Like saying, I get people telling me the Democratic Party is a party of white supremacy and all that. I mean, the stuff goes against the policies of the party. I mean, you look at the Democratic Party, they got blue hair, transgender people roaming all around and blacks all over the damn. This is the white supremacist party. It makes no sense at all. But people come on the program all the time and in the comments, it's the Democrats that are white supremacists. Has the white supremacists changed their method of operation? They cool with transgender and all that shit now? Makes no sense at all. Some billionaires don't mind helping people or hurt them at all. Yeah, there's some generous billionaires out there, but there ain't nowhere near enough of them. But as I stated, if you are a billionaire and you don't want to share, at least not by force, you should never vote for Kamala Harris, Biden, Obama, any of them. Didn't Obama say to Joe the plumber, sometimes you got to spread the wealth around? If you're a billionaire and you don't want to be forced to share, why would you vote for that? So no, I think the Republican Party is the party for billionaires, in my opinion. What's the point of being a billionaire if you can't share? I got all the money in the world. Compare myself to you and kill yourself. Isn't that a cartoon? Because you want to be on top. That's why you're a billionaire if you don't want to share. Because you want everybody to look up to you. You want everybody to, you want people as far down below you, under your boot as you can be. I mean, there's a lot of people that want to share. But, hey, by the way, America's a capitalist country. It ain't about sharing. That's what I say on the program all the time. People go, well, why are we sending money to the Ukraine and Israel when we got homeless, hungry, poor people in America? Because people with are not trying to give to those without. The money going to the Ukraine is not being done as a measure of goodwill. That's an investment. If the Ukraine gets Russia out of their country, we're going to get bases due to that. We'll probably get some play in their export market. They export a lot of wheat, nuclear weapons. We're going to get surveillance out of that because we can put bases in Ukraine. We're going to get weapons contracts because they're likely to buy exclusively from us. I mean, our weapons will be responsible for their sovereignty. So we're going to get endless weapons contracts from the Ukraine. We're not giving to them out of the kindness of our heart. We're going to get something back out of that. If we give to struggling Americans, it's out of the kindness of our heart. Capitalists don't give people money out of the kindness of their heart. They do it because they want something back. Hell, even when they do make donations, they write the shit off on their taxes. They want something back for it. So the whole notion, well, why won't we help struggling Americans? That's not the American way. The American way is to get something back, something for your return. Or something on your investment. And that's the thing is we giving money to the Israelis, we're getting weapons. That whole Iron Dome system that they're using, those are Patriot batteries. That's our shit. We're making a killing off of that. Each one of those rockets that go up to meet those little cheap homemade pieces of shit that Hezbollah and Hamas were, those things cost a ton of money. Each one of those. When they need to replace them, guess who they come to? Come to us. So you're not going to get that from a homeless person in Cali or some veteran that's strung out on, opioids or something. You're not going to get anything. That guy, the veteran, and I hate what I'm about to say, but the veteran has already done his time for the United States. He's old. You're not going to get anything else out of him. It sounds cruel. I get it. Capitalism isn't kind. You're going to get stuff out of Israel. You're going to get stuff out of the Ukraine. You're not going to get anything out of helping veterans out. He's already served his time in the military. You've used him for what he's good for. And you're damn sure not going to get anything for helping out homeless people. So, yeah, that's how it works. So you're never going to get them to see the value in not sending money to the Ukraine and helping out Americans here. There's no return on helping out Americans. That's how it works. That's how capitalism works. It's cruel. We don't want to admit it, but that's how that shit works. Just because you're from Jamaica, does that make you black? There were white Jamaicans too. I mean, yes and no. What does it say? Rodriguez. He said, just because you're from Jamaica, does that make you black? There were white Jamaicans too. Technically, I agree with you, but that would be just like saying just because you're from Africa doesn't make you black. I mean, there's white Africans in South Africa. The majority of Jamaicans are black. Your point is correct, but only technically. The majority of Africans are black. There are plenty of whites in South Africa, and there are some whites on the island of Jamaica. So, look, and the notion that Kamala Harris is not black because of that, a lot of folks don't realize the same slave ships that dropped my ancestors off in the United States went over there and did the same thing. Those folks are descendants of the same countries that they got my people from. They just took some of them there. They're as black as I am. That's it. I mean, if you did a DNA test on them Jamaicans, it would come up with the same ancestry that a lot of American black folks have. They came from the same place, the same damn ships. They're as black as anybody here. So the idea that they ain't black is crazy. What do we get by supporting Ukraine? We should learn from history. Hitler didn't stop at Poland. Putin won't stop it. Yeah, well, MAGA don't buy that. MAGA does not buy that Putin is going to continue on past Ukraine. MAGA tends to believe that Trump has Putin frightened, and Putin knows not to act a fool under Trump's watch. So they don't feel that Putin will be any threat under Trump. So, and I'll say this in regards to that, the notion that when Trump was in office, nations behaved and, they were scared of Trump and they took us seriously. In my opinion, as a president, if peace is only good while you're in there, it's not peace. I mean, you can only serve a max of 8 years. Putin is going to be president of Russia for the rest of his damn life. He can wait 8 years to conquer a country. That ain't, if you're not getting treaties and actual agreements passed, you ain't doing shit. Just like when Trump met with Kim Jong-un, everybody bragged about, well, see, he's getting things. You didn't get any treaties or anything done. So the minute Trump is gone, the guy goes right back to doing what he's doing because you don't have any agreement or contract with him at all. That ain't nothing to brag about. That's barely a Band-Aid. That's barely putting a Band-Aid on a problem. You didn't get any type of agreements out of this guy at all, other than just chill when I'm in office. You ain't around that long. So I don't give him a lot of credit for that. And I see in the comments, real lady said it didn't even have anything to do with him anyway. All right, fair enough. That's why Trump has a man crush on him, a lifetime leader of the country. Okay. Kamala is black. Stop tripping. She has a mixed DNA variety. I have 20% in my DNA, but I'm olive skinned and white. I look more of my Norwegian mom's skin tone, but my dad was Creole. If Kamala Harris is as black as I am, I'm trying to tell you that. If Kamala Harris was running from the law and they had a wanted poster of her, it would clearly say black on it. If she robbed a liquor store and they were chasing her down the alley, they would clearly say, they would describe her as a black woman. She's black. My guess is her California driver's license also says black. It don't have on there Indian and Jamaican. Nobody goes by the country of their parents on their ID or any of that. And I brought this up in a video. Melania Trump was born in Slovenia. Her and Trump married and had Barron Trump. So Barron's mom is Slovenian. Do we call Barron an American Slovenia and say he's not white? He's not white. He's American Slovenian. You wouldn't say that, would you? Nobody goes by the origin of your parent if you're born in America. So why is Kamala Harris being called the origin of her mom when she was born in America? And I see in the comments, Blue Shirt Guy says, what does her birth certificate say? I can tell you one thing. I've never seen anybody, her birth, if she's born in America, she's an American. They're not going to put all these other countries on your birth certificate. I suppose if you got dual citizenship, they may put that on there, but you're American. I say in America, you can only be one of 5 things: Native American, white, black, Hispanic, or Asian. That's it. If you're born in America, you're one of those. If your mom comes to America at 18, gives birth to you in her 20s, she came to America from Germany, while she was 18 and she gave birth to you at 30, they don't put German down on your birth certificate. You're not German. You're here in America. How does Kamala Harris become an Asian Jamaican? Does she even have citizenship in either one of those countries? That's crazy. She's born in California. She's an American. She's a black American. So I understand the goal is to otherize her, just like Obama's not an American. He's born in Kenya. They tried to do that with Nikki Haley, and even to a lesser degree, Vivek Ramaswamy. They even started trying to do it to him. They definitely did it to Nikki Haley, started using her real name and every damn thing. The minute she went against Trump, oh man, they started doing that to her. Jesus Christ. I don't know what else to say, but Nikki, she's back being good old Nikki Haley now. But when she was running against Trump, I don't know what her real name is, but they started calling her it. I mean, you would see all over X, whatever these long ass names she has, they were using that shit. Will G, Trump wants Eastern European refugees to come to the United States in mass to match brown refugees at the border. Putin to do what he wants will make it happen. Now that goes against replacement theory. He's suggesting that Trump, seeing millions of brown immigrants, wants Eastern Europeans to come in this country, which are white, to counter that, to keep America white. You got any of you folks believe that? I have not heard that. I don't know. I don't think he can come out and say it. That Trump wants a whole bunch of white immigrants to come in here to offset all the brown ones. Yikes. I see in the comments a pimp named Furback. Pimp says you agree with that. You think Trump wants to bring in a bunch of, what happened to we're full? We don't need any more people. All of a sudden they become white and suddenly you lift that mindset. I don't know. Look, if Trump brought in a bunch of white immigrants, to me, that would kind of be a verification that he was racist, because he been saying from day one, we can't take anymore. We're full. There's too many. All of a sudden now they white. And you got all this room. Yeah, that would literally look racist. He asked about why more Norwegians don't come. I do remember hearing about that, didn't Kyle? Trump unites hate, bro. I wish I could push back, but I say all the time there are two types of people that deal with race. Your Al Sharptons and your Jesse Jacksons and Ben Crump types that are involved in racial issues all the time. That's one group. Some people call them race baiters on the right, whatever you want, but they're always involved in race. Maybe even Black Lives Matter or Colin Kaepernick, they're always involved in race. The other group, Aryan Nation, KKK, other white, they're also always involved in race. Both of those groups tend to have an opinion of Trump that he is against it on their side. They do. Both of those groups tend to see Trump as a racist for some reason. I don't know why, but they do. The white supremacists gravitate toward him, and the civil rights groups thinks he's racist. These are two groups of people that always involve in racism. Now, I see in the comments, Black Knight 32 says, how does Ben Crump race bait? I don't believe he does at all. I don't know, but the reason why I brought it up is that if you are a civil rights leader, people are going to accuse you of race baiting. There's not one civil rights leader in our history, even during his peak, that was not accused of race baiting. Think about what folks often say about Black Lives Matter or Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. They're looking for race, they're dividing the country, they're race baiter. They were saying all the same shit about Martin Luther King when he was alive too. There is no right way, because you hear this in regards to Colin Kaepernick. We might have listened if he protested the right way. I would submit to you, if you're fighting on behalf of civil rights, there is no right way to do that. No matter what you do, people are not going to like it. I mean, when Martin Luther King, who was known for peace, I don't know why you're coming in this town stirring up things. These colored folks are doing. They were telling him that, like, you're doing these sit-ins and these restaurants. These people just want to have lunch. Why are you here? He was protesting the wrong way too. Now history has kind of changed that, but when he was doing it, they were criticizing him the same way they do Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson now. They view him more favorably now, but of course they took a shot in the face to get that. But when he was actually in power, all of the stuff they're saying about King or about Jesse Jackson, they were saying it about him. It was all negative about him too. So it was different then. Will G says Jamaica is one of the blackest nations with its past African slave history. Yeah, it is. It is. And like I say, a lot of Americans don't realize that, but it is. The fact that people are criticizing Americans of trying to fix past harms, socioeconomic issues from the red line and old Jim Crow hate and are part of the problem. I kind of got that, and I kind of agree with that. Indians were racist too, so how could she? Now you're talking about Indians from India. Indians were racist too, so how could she? And she knows that even her own family were selling slaves. I do hold. The name of this individual is House for Harris. I like it. Okay, I do believe that there is evidence that there are, slave owners in Kamala Harris's ancestry. I don't know what the relevance of that is, though. Her grandmother or whatever, great grandmother or whatever, far back you go, that person. I mean, are we going to say? I mean, how many white folks in America would tell you, I didn't have nothing to do with what my ancestors did, so I don't want to be blamed for it? Then why are we blaming Kamala Harris for it? She got nothing to do with that stuff way back when. And when you say there's a history of, well, I'm assuming her Jamaican side didn't do that. So I don't know what relevance it has to go way back in her past and try to tie her to something that her great grandmother or somebody did. When George W. Bush was running, I don't think the same folks that are using this against Kamala Harris would have gave a damn if it turned out that George W. Bush had, slave owners in his past. And I skipped over Trump because I think Trump is clean of that. I don't think Trump has any of that. I think they looked into it and Trump doesn't have any of that. But I don't think it would matter if he did to MAGA. So why should it matter in reference to Kamala Harris? I don't think it would matter. The only time Republicans were okay with laws against the Second Amendment when Black Panthers started army. No, I disagree with that, Black Rain. When Trump started talking about it, they were okay with it too. When Trump started talking about, well, he did ban bump stocks. He actually did that. And you didn't hear the right saying anything. Remember, if you take away guns, it's a stepping stone towards taking away all guns. So any gun loss is supposed to be bad. Well, when Trump did it, they suddenly didn't care about it. They were okay with it. I don't know how long he banned bump stocks for, but he did successfully do it. And the right were okay with it. So Trump gets a pass on a lot of stuff. And that's a perfect example. I'll give you an example of what I was talking about because
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
This should have got far more criticism against. Now this happened while he was president. If he had been a left-wing politician doing this, they would have ate his ass alive. But he was Trump.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Well, in the category, you've spoken about it, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession of that individual.
Or might take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
That would never pass if a liberal was talking about doing that. Take away your gun before you even get a court case. Take away your gun first, then give you due process. That's about as anti-2A as you can get. Even most liberals are not talking about doing that shit. So, like I said, once again, he kind of got a pass on it. And I see the comments, the NRA bought him the heel. That is true, Solo. NRA got in his ear like, what the fuck? Because he was talking about, in this same meeting, he talked about fighting with the NRA. In the comments I see, only thing I agree on with Trump, says Katie, you must be, okay, so you're on the left. But like I said, when he said this would have destroyed a mere mortal, certainly on the left. If Obama said this, or Kamala Harris or somebody talked about taking away people's guns without giving them due process, every commercial, my name is Donald J. Trump and I approve this message is what you would have heard. Trump gets up there and says something that is this wild, and the right is like, well, he's for our gun rights. I don't know what else to do with that. Look at that foolish orange potato. Will, Jesus. Oh my God, he says, look at that foolish orange potato. Will doesn't have any love for Trump at all. Search your house, then give the warrant. And by the way, when folks talk about dictators and suspending the Constitution and all, this is that. This is an example of that. Take away your gun, because obviously owning a firearm is your Second Amendment right. That's in the Constitution. He's going to take it away before any judge rules you should lose it. This is that. And the right, no major issues. He didn't suffer any consequences at all for saying this. Meanwhile, somebody like Beto O'Rourke or Biden talking about shooting a gun in the air, and they went ape shit to them for that. But this is a clear-cut example of somebody making, and like I said, this is not even him banning bump stocks, which he actually did as well. I would submit to you that Trump, at least out of the last several presidents, is probably the most anti-2A president we've had. We can talk about what the liberals want to do. He actually did some shit. I don't think any liberal has done as much against 2A as Trump has done. He actually done stuff. So, like I said, the man does get a Superman label from me, because I do believe that he can do things and get away with that other mere mortals would not. So, fair enough. Anyhow, folks, it is your boy Tim. I got to step away from the live. It is probably that time to get some shout out. I do appreciate you folks rolling with your boys always. For you folks who have subscribed to the channel, we will be back every day until election for certain. So subscribe on YouTube, follow on TikTok, and we'll pick it up tomorrow. So I do appreciate you folks tuning in. I see in the comments somebody says, no, I just